Beautiful afternoon here in Oldsmar. Temperatures supposed to get just under 80 degrees. Racing over a fast main track, firm turf course, the rail down at 0. And we just await Marikey and Samuel Marin to the outside. We'll be all set to kick off Festival Preview Day 2024. Marikey goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on Festival Preview Day. Slow start there for Stelvagen Banker, who came away last. Down toward the inside, Circle the Moon is showing the best early speed. Charlie Lightning, the two inside runners, 1-2 as they go through that opening furlong. El Guapo sitting just off the top pair, running in third. It's 2.5 more back to Marikey, who moves up outside of Sunyani. They're fourth and fifth. They're really strung out early here. Just above starts to rally up from the inside in sixth. Then comes Wild Time and Gary's Flying Lion. It's 4 more lengths, then back to Etretat. Another 3 back to Stelvagen Banker, who tries to recover. Then comes Action Dream and Toes in the Sand. They have to be 20 lengths apart as they go toward the far turn. 21 and 4, the opening quarter mile. By the 3/8 pole they go. Circle the Moon and Marcos Meneses in front just over a length. Trying to get closer now, Charlie Lightning from that second position. El Guapo is 2.5 lengths back in third. Another 2.5 then. Back 2 on the inside. Sunyani trying to make up some ground from the back. Wild Time is putting in a bit of a rally along with just above. Circle the Moon at the top of the stretch, an arrow leader. Circle the Moon there by half a length. Up on the outside, here comes Charlie Lightning. Charlie Lightning up on the outside now, forges to a narrow advantage. Circle the Moon tries to kick back toward the inside. They're 2.5, 3 clear of Wild Time, who's down the center. Charlie Lightning hits the front, and Charlie Lightning with 50 yards to go. Late run from Wild Time. Charlie Lightning wins the opener by 2. Wild Time was second, third, went to Circle the Moon, fourth, looked like just above, and Sunyani was fifth.
Not exactly how we expected it to show, to be run, as the one Circle the Moon showed a lot of speed, but it gave Charlie Lightning that target, and without the number 8 horse, Sarah, Gary's Flying Lion, showing speed, he got a very easy stalking trip and was able to hold off the close of Wild Time.
Yeah, this was a comfortable setup for him right off of an unexpected pace setter, and Wild Time just couldn't pick up enough pieces late, closing in for second.
So the number 2, Charlie Lightning, kicks off the action of today's show, and it's time for the race of the weeks from America's Best Racing. And no surprise what the race of the week is. It is the Sam Davis, and as you had mentioned to me earlier today, without the expected favorite running in this race, Locked, who unfortunately developed a fever, it's a big wide open field.
Yeah, an exciting betting race. I think there's some opportunities in here to get a little bit more creative, and nice to see all these horses taking a shot for those Kentucky Derby points.
Yeah, I mean, listen, at this point, the Derby is a lot more open than it was last week, going into last week.
I agree.
Fierceness running a bit of a clunker, and so his, where he is, who he is very much up in the air. And with Nisos, who may be the most dominant 3-year-old as of now out there, not being able to run in the Kentucky Derby, who knows who can win this Kentucky Derby? And everybody here is looking to take a chance, and including the connections, of course, of Fierceness, who have Agate Road trying the dirt. But talking about change of command, he does look like the logical favorite. Let's head down to Acacia Clement for a little bit more from down at Tampa Bay.
Thanks, Sandy. And yes, well done on the name. It's an absolutely beautiful day here at Tampa Bay Downs. The sun is shining, which we love to see. 1 race down and 10 to go, including that Sam F. Davis, as you were mentioning. And as far as change of command, he's kind of a bit of the now horse for trainer Shug McGahee, winning his last 2 starts. But he will get an equipment change today, adding the blinkers. And if you didn't know, when you want to make an equipment change as a horseman off the back of a win, you need to provide reasoning to the stewards and get that approved when you enter. So it's not necessarily a simple type of change. I did get a chance to catch up with Shug McGahee's assistant trainer, Anthony Hamilton, who shared that they just felt like change of command wasn't exactly finishing in his races as much as they would have liked. So he's going to get that equipment change today with the blinkers, hoping to add just a little bit more punch in the stretch. He's winning, but they feel like there's a little bit more that they've yet to see from him. Another potential intriguing runner in here is No More Time for trainer Jose D'Angelo, who actually scratched out of the Holy Bull last week in favor of running here in the Sam Davis instead. I spoke to Jose at Palmettos earlier this week, where he told me that, speaking of a fever, No More Time had actually developed a fever leading up to the Mucho Macho Man, causing him to miss a couple of works, and he felt like he wasn't 100% fit going into that race. He had a very troubled trip, and he just thought, let me give him an extra week and hopefully find some softer competition to come into this Sam Davis. He had a workout last Saturday in which Jose said he was thrilled with how he's training. So we'll see if a little bit of that extra time and some of those changes can do the trick for some horses, Andy, looking to take a step forward in today's Sam F. Davis.
Thanks a lot, Acacia. And you know, looking at no more time, he does feel like a horse, if he could get back and maybe build on his race 2 back, if you feel that that was a legitimate excuse last time, he is a horse who looks like a real player in here, but he's got to run better than he did last time.
He does. He needs to get a little bit faster going forwards into this race to be competitive with some of the other top 2 that we mentioned, like a horse, like Change of Command. But it seems as though that might be in there somewhere, and maybe he wasn't 100% last time. Maybe perhaps now he can get back to some of those other races.
I got kind of poo-pooed when I suggested last week when they announced that Agate Road was going back to the dirt, that maybe that suggested they weren't thrilled with Fierceness. Now, it may just be a coincidence, and the truth is turf horses, 3-year-olds, aren't going to miss this much if they run in the dirt this time of year. And listen, they tried it with Barbaro and it worked, but the reality is it's very rare that these turf horses reproduce or improve on their form on the dirt. And here is his debut on the dirt. A horse that got in, it was an off-the-turf race. He was not an MTO. The winner was. He's going to have to run a lot better, Sarah, than he did in this race if he wants to win here.
And this was a point that I listened to on the Time from US Pacecast earlier today, where maybe if you look at his last several races on the grass and you pretend that they were on the dirt, even those don't necessarily make him this overwhelming short-priced likely winner of this race. So even taking those turf races that he might be bet on that form and saying they were on dirt, it still doesn't really make him fast enough. And so now, also considering they were on the grass, he will have to switch back to the dirt and be able to handle that. And he's a horse that is pace compromised. There's a lot going against him.
Yeah, Todd Pletcher's had enormous success in the Sam Davis over the years. Litigate, who won it last year, never ran again, actually, after that race. I don't like Agate Road. I think he's a bit of a plotter. Maybe they put him on the dirt partly because he does have a good dirt pedigree. His dam did win the Frisette for Christophe Clement. But maybe they did it because they knew they had better dirt horses, including Fierceness in the barn, and this is a good time to take a shot. There's nothing wrong with it if he doesn't run particularly well. They can always head to the big turf race on Derby Day and to the bigger races at the Naira circuit later in the year. So it's really worth the gamble. I get it. I just think for us, from a gambling perspective, for a horse that's going to be in the 3-to-1 range, he doesn't deserve that price.
Exactly. From a betting standpoint, he is not worth the gamble. From the owners, absolutely.
Taking a look at today's races, sponsored to you by our good friends at Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We've got the major stakes down at Tampa, the Suncoast for the 3-year-old fillies, where Todd Pletcher will be a major factor with a heavy favorite there, the Demoiselle winner. The Pelican, the Sprinters will be in there. Sam Davis, we talked about. The Heavenly Prize will be at Aqueduct, a race named for one of my favorite horses, Sarah. And the Ozark, featuring a horse who's an impressive winner at Saratoga, a maiden winner who's done well, but also an impressive maiden winner down at Oaklawn Park for trainer Ron Moquette. Want to head over to Naira Bets. If you're not a member of Naira Bets, no better time in the present to join Naira Bets. Use the promo code MATCH200 and we will match up to $200 of your initial deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. As we move forward, a lot of action. We are in the paddock for race number 1. Our good friend Richard Migliori, I believe, will be joining us there soon. But we're still going to take a break here in America's Day at the Races. So much more to come. We haven't even gotten to Oaklawn Park yet as well. America's Day at the Races continues. Richard.
Hey, Andy.
What's going on?
Richard, so
Richard.
formal today, Andrew.
Richard. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A beautiful day, beautiful warm day. We won't hear any complaints down in the paddock today. It's not raining. It's a little overcast, but temperatures closing in on 60. And of course, we're brought to you by our good friends at Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. The only races we're missing, we missed the first couple races at Aqueduct. We saw a couple of favorites, not surprisingly, get it done. Race number 3, a big scratch, the 6, Bayou Spirit, and an entry for David Jacobson, Sarah, who currently stand at their 8-5 morning line. Both of these horses are alive.
They are. A horse that's a little bit disappointing in his last effort, Kingdom, was one that was really rounding into form prior to that, going over to Oaklawn. And then Uncle George is a horse that has been more of that consistent type over his last couple of races. He's not necessarily a winning type, but he's been running some similar numbers and did have a little bit of trouble last time out.
Yeah, you have a speed, you have a closer. It's a good entry, Richie. What are you seeing downstairs?
Yeah, well, the entry, we'll start with the entry, and particularly the 1A, Uncle George, really carrying terrific weight. You know, David Jacobson's a trainer that his horses tend to be a little bit on the leaner side, and obviously he has a lot of success with that. But this horse carries really good weight, and weight in all the right places. I mean, I really am taken with how good the 1A Uncle George looks. The 2 Independent Paul also making a nice impression. This is a horse that was eased on the turf on debut, went back to the dirt for a low-level claiming tag, maiden 30, and rallied nicely. Dylan Davis looking for the natural triple here, the first 3 races. And this horse really looks good. I think he actually looks like he took a step forward from the effort on January 18th, where he finished well. Horatio DePaz does good work. This is a homebred for Barry Schwartz. And then the 5 horse, I got lost there in my notes for a second, MB's Munning. Boy, this horse looks really good, and if he can get back to his effort 2 back, he should be forward. I think this horse really checks the boxes. He would get the paddock check mark from me, but of course, I always like to wait to see how they're moving once they're out on the racetrack.
Thanks a lot, Richie. Of course, that's Richard Migliori, one of the many members of our team. Paula Duke is at Oaklawn as well, and Maggie Wolfendale will be joining us a bit later. And, of course, Greg Wolf will be up here with the MIG when Sarah and I are done. Head on over if you want to get those free Equibase PPs. You can follow along to get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. And that's quite a few races. There's 11 down at Tampa. We've got, we'll be showing, I think, 10 of the 11 down at Oaklawn. And, of course, showing our last 8 here as the field makes its way to the track. And it is, you know, if you have an entry, I hate entries, as the odds are jumping all around as somebody who's made a big bet on MB's Munning, making that one the favorite. The entry will probably be favored by post time. But when you have a speed and a closer, you have a complementary situation.
Right, and those 2 running styles will help either one where they won't be canceling each other out. Of course, this one looking to rebound, Kingdom, off of a poor performance last time out.
The 1 Kingdom, Manny Franco riding for David Jacobson.
Yeah, he didn't really run quite as well at Oaklawn, but he'll look to get back to some of those prior races.
Uncle George, Isaac Castillo, has the mount in the other half of the entry.
He didn't break that well last time and sort of had to rush up into position. Perhaps can do a bit better today.
The number 2 Independent Paul goes out for Horacio DePaz, and Dylan Davis, as Richie said, looking for his 3rd.
First start against winners for this horse, and he got a decent buyer speed figure last time out in 81, though was with the racetrack.
Off the claim for Ray Hangle, Quick Hammer, and Jorge Vargas.
The winner of his last race did return to win with an improved number, so perhaps one to look out for.
Don't Be Late, Randy Persaud, Louis Rivera.
He's been in great form lately, but this is a step up in class for him.
And rounding out is the current but not likely favorite, MB's Munning, Trevor McCarthy for Orlando Noda.
A horse that should be forwardly placed and maybe doesn't have quite as much speed to deal with as he did last time, though Uncle George, if he breaks, should be right up there as well.
The number 5 MB's Munning finished 3rd last time out, and the number 1A Uncle George finished 4th. But we want to show you the start, and Sarah alluded to this, where Uncle George didn't get out of the gate. Now he's got the outside post again. Hopefully he breaks better. Both of these horses ended up chasing outside on a track that was very much tilted towards horses that were able to save ground.
And the horse that was able to save more of that ground and who is your current pace setter right now is Vodka Mardini, who ends up finishing 2nd in this race. And you can see MB's Munning was a horse that was in more of a position to track that one, whereas Uncle George had to make more of that move to try to get himself into into better contention and fell a little bit flat in the later stages of this race as everyone ended up getting run down by Kentucky Joker. So perhaps you give him a little bit of an excuse last time that he did have to do a little bit more work to get himself into a better early position, and that may have cost him some of that steam later on.
It's a very tough trip to be chasing outside wide against a gold rail, and while Kentucky Joker won in the middle of the track, he saved ground in the earlier parts of the race, which I think benefited him later in the situation. And both MB's Munning and Uncle George ran well. But the other thing, Sarah, you have to ask yourself is, how do you feel about these horses coming back in just 6 days? And neither of these barns have had a lot of success coming in off relatively short rest.
Right, and that's something that's definitely worth looking at, is how does this move work for a particular trainer? And one trainer that's very good with short rest is Linda Rice. She has excellent numbers bringing horses back off of short rest, whereas others maybe do not excel in that same type of situation. So perhaps it's an individual horse-by-horse basis, but when you know the trainer doesn't do this with success regularly, it's something to look out for.
I find the Jacobson barn impossible to read. There's a great deal of randomness, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. They're an overwhelming favorite if you look at doubles, probably 7 or 8 to 5, and much shorter than anybody else. A little lukewarm right now with a couple minutes to go. What about Independent Paul? Was he a last time was the time horse? Or is he a horse that, as you said, ran a big figure, and maybe he's just a horse who's lightly raced, only one dirt race, big pedigree for dirt, and maybe he's the one that ultimately ends up being the best horse in here, though his trainer has lousy numbers off maiden wins and dirt sprints.
He does, and I think you have to ask yourself how much you feel as though Independent Paul was helped by the racetrack that day, where being inside was more of an advantage, and he did save ground before angling out for clear running room in the stretch, but at the same time, he did earn a big figure for that race.
And he ran down a big they knew, a horse who was had never run on dirt before, that took all the money in there and ran a huge race and was sort of unlucky to lose that race.
I agree.
And he still ran him down, and he's a half to a Grade 1 winner on the dirt in Princess Violet. And yet they ran him on turf in his debut where he took no money. But this is obviously a dirt horse, but they also risked him for $30,000.
Right, so there's some things to like and some things to perhaps ask questions about.
A couple of last thoughts, late thoughts from Richard Migliori.
Yeah, guys, we talk about looking at horses in the paddock, and then, of course, what we see on the racetrack could certainly change your mind. I thought the three who did not catch my attention in the paddock looked terrific in the warm-up for Ray Handel, who had a terrific year last year, is doing really good work. And the ultimately, my top pick will be the 1A, Uncle George. Liked him in the paddock, continued to really like him in the warm-up.
Thanks a lot, Richie. They're loading into the gate. They're going to go off apparently
right on time.
Either right on. Well, yes, now it is 12:50. It actually is officially post time, and the last doors to load. Uncle George is going in. Chris Griffin with the call.
All set. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses. Kingdom right out towards the front. It's Kingdom who's got early foot up on the far outside. MB's Munning is in that early mix. Is now joined by Uncle George. Don't be late. As in the Red Silks takes back. Is now back in the 4 spot. Moving forward, here comes Quick Hammer. And Quick Hammer is second to last. The trailer, Independent Paul. They're chasing Kingdom. Uncle George under a tight hold there, still 1-2. At the rail, continue to progress. Here's Vargas Jr. on Quick Hammer, and they have now taken third, 22-3 for that opening quarter mile. Just outside of them, MB's Money is in fourth. Don't Be Late is in fifth, and the trailer still Independent Paul. Kingdom's got the lead. It's Kingdom and Uncle George. These two now sprint away. They are about a length and a half in front of MB's Munning, who's in pursuit, is going to be 3 wide. Under a full drive, that's Quick Hammer, who's at the rail. Quick Hammer right in behind rivals. They went 46.42 for a half-mile time, and Kingdom is still in front and on cruise control. Here's Kingdom, who now gets the cue from Manny Franco and kicks on, and Uncle George goes right with Kingdom. Kingdom and Uncle George, they continue to duke it out up front. MB's Munning is trying to catch him here from third. Kingdom is still finding more inside that final furlong. Kingdom's got the lead. Here comes Uncle George. Here comes MB's Munning late. Kingdom needs the wire. MB's Munning moves in closer. Kingdom almost there. Kingdom trying to hold on. Kingdom will hold on. Kingdom over MB's Munning. Then came Uncle George, Don't Be Late, followed by Quick Hammer and Independent Paul. In 1 minute 18, flat.
At the end of the day, the two best horses, they ran 1-2 as the Jacobson entry was running 1-2 around the track. But Kingdom, Manny Franco teaming up with David Jacobson, don't feel like he rides for him all that much. they get the win on the front end.
I agree. I don't feel as though he's a rider that is frequently used for the David Jacobson barn. However, was aggressive with this horse. You're going to draw a line through the Oaklawn effort, I suppose, and then you go back to some races where he had some form coming in that would have made him a player, but that last race perhaps a little bit disappointing. Didn't matter today. Was forward, was able to get the job done. Maybe a little bit of a late moment for MB's money for it to get a little bit interesting, but
they weren't going much farther
enough.
with Kingdom hitting the winner's circle as he was running on fumes in the late stages, but he does get it done as the favorite. MB's money drifted up to 7-2 to finish second, the other half finishing third. So much more good racing to come on today's long version of America's Day at the Races. We'll be back after a few quick messages.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 25, 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Sarah Bodwin and Andy Serling, and we're heading down to Tampa Bay. We're on the track for the second race, a heavy favorite for trainer Todd Pletcher, but the one, Nimmo, Joe Orsino, big winner last week at Gulfstream, trains this one.
He'll have to step it up a little bit as he does step up in class, but ran third first time out.
Harton gets back to the dirt, a move that we've seen Todd Pletcher do before, and we're seeing with Agate Road later. He is a heavy favorite. Jose Ortiz has them out.
A horse that just makes a lot of sense on paper as he returns to a surface. He ran okay on first out.
Salacious. How can you not love that name? Jose D'Angelo and Paco Lopez.
First time on dirt for this horse as he makes his fourth career start.
Charlie Marquez rides the long shot for Zante.
Should be a long shot based on what we've seen so far, stepping up in class.
Maybe one of the contenders in this race, Idle Union. Big price here.
I like this horse a little bit as well. Face Tireless, who we'll see later on today.
I'm not sure why that horse is 8-1, and Smooth Player rounds out the field, finished behind Idle Union last time.
He did. He was 46-1 last time in that same race Tireless comes out of. We'll need to get a little bit faster, but not too far out of things.
We'll head over to Acacia to get more from Tampa Bay.
And Andy, as far as your favorite Harton does go, he's a very short price, but physically, I can't fault him. He really does just look best in here. Carrying great flash and condition. I actually haven't seen him since his debut, in which he was pretty bewildered in the preliminaries, just really not mentally clued in. And he's really mentally come a long way. He's very focused. He framed up beautifully out on the track when taken away from the pony by Jose Ortiz. And while he's doing a little bit of dressage out there on the track right now, he really has, I think, taken steps forward. So I don't have a problem with him going back to the main track in that debut race. While it hasn't necessarily proved to be as fruitful as we once thought it might have been, it was a very, very fast race by the top two finishers, and we'll see if he can take a step forward at a short price. As far as Salacious, first time on the dirt, having only ever run on Tapeta and turf. This one is actually half to multiple Grade 1 winner Midnight Storm, but there is turf and dirt in the pedigree. And physically, I can see why they've been running him on turf and Tapeta, because he's a little bit more of the lighter framed type, a little bit more angular, but he moved beautifully out on the track. He got a big warm-up. He's sharp. He has a lot of energy. Actually broke okay last time, but just couldn't clear and was pushed wide throughout. So we'll see if second time with the blinkers and the way that he's acting today, if he can get into the race a little bit more. I couldn't agree more about the 5 Idle Union. I really like this horse today. I saw him last time and thought that he would improve stretching out in distance. This is a Todd Pletcher duo, Tireless and Roughshod. Tireless we'll see in the Sam Davis later in today. We're just best in that spot, and Idle Union, to me, has taken a step forward from that race. He strengthened up after having a start under his belt. Did get a bit hot out there. You'll probably see that from some horses today because the sun is pretty strong at Tampa this afternoon, but he's a horse that I think is too big a price and should be able to improve second off the layoff, Andy.
Okay, Acacia, no need to rub it in. You know, it's reasonably warm here today. As I recall, Acacia was in Tampa last year. I think it was in the 40s one day when she was there. So it's nice to see they're getting some good weather. And by the way, with the Sam Davis coming up later, little bonus if you bet $25 to win. And you on the Sam Davis, and there's Bleecker Street, as you pointed out to me earlier. Yes. $25 win bet in the Sam Davis. If you hit, you get an extra $20, so an extra $4 to $5. Added to your wager from there. So that's down at Tampa Bay. You got to opt in over at Naira Bets. Head on over to Naira Bets. If you're not a member, no better time than the present to use that Match 200 and sign up for Naira Bets.
It's what Bleecker Street would want.
Let me ask you a question. Nimmo, who I don't particularly like, and I don't think you like either. No. The fact that he looks to be the controlling speed stretching out probably gives an advantage, but don't you think that when we look at the time for a pace projector, a horse like Heartened is probably going to be much closer today?
I agree. I think that this is a situation where even if he might have that little bit of a pace advantage, that he just ultimately is not good enough, and how far away is he really going to get in a compact field?
And if you're Jose Ortiz riding Heartened, I don't think you're dropping out in here. I think we both agree. I mean, if I was going to take an alternative, I know you agree, it would be Idle Union. I like a little 2-5 cold number. How's that?
Yeah, Acacia also liked Idle Union as well. Thought he was too big of a price. So I think a lot of weight from all of us on that horse, but I agree. One that took a big step forward last time out.
Why is he twice the price of Salacious?
He shouldn't be.
Well, we'll find out if he should or shouldn't be in just a few moments. Jason Beam with a call. Race number 2 at Tampa.
Idle Union and Jesus Castanon coming in. Waiting for Smooth Player and Carlos Olivero will be all set for a start. Early pick 4 time on a Saturday. Smooth Player coming up, and they're in the gate. And the race is on. Bit of a slow start there for Smooth Player. Salacious heads right out to the front. Up from the outside, Frizzante is showing good early speed. Heartened, the favorite, came away just in behind them. As joining the top ranks is Idle Union on the outside. As 3 of them go across the track into that first turn. Heartened just in behind them. Another length and a half more back to Nimmo, who settles down 5th. Top 5 only separated by about 3. It's another 3.5 or 4 back to the slow starting Smooth Player. So they work their way toward the back stretch. Salacious and Paco Lopez in front by a half a length. Up from the outside, Idle Union pressing closer. As now 4 of them stacking up front. But as Heartened and Frizzante move up to join that front line. 24-3 for a pretty modest opening quarter mile. Nimmo races just in behind them. Is 5th going to steer toward the outside. And it's still 4 more back to Smooth Players. Those 4 right in a line now. Heartened between horses, right alongside of Salacious. Those 2, 1-2, just in front of Frizzante. 4 deep here for Idle Union. Nimmo going to be 5 wide as they run toward that far turn. Still 5 more back to Smooth Player. 48-2 the opening half-mile time. Salacious and Harton, these two go on now past the 3/8 pole. They're 3/4 of a length in front. A Frizzante who's back in third. Ido Union continues a wide journey from fourth. Nimmo dropped back there. He's fifth now, about 6 off the top. Smooth Player yet to be involved as Harton and Salacious continue to do battle up front. Harton just ahead in front. Salacious battles on bravely toward the inside. Frizzante now 2.5 lengths behind them as Harton tries to kick away. Harton to the 8th pole, suddenly in front by 2.5 lengths. Salacious going to shift to the outside. Frizzante right down the crown of the track. It's Harton to the 16th pole to lead 2.5. Now 3 Harton and Jose Ortiz starting to edge away late, and Harton to 2-5. Going to win it here by 4.5 in the end. Second, Salacious third. Frizzante Nimmo finished fourth.
Well, Harton won like a 2-5 shot should. Jose Ortiz in a good stalking position for trainer Todd Pletcher. Outfit starts out the day extremely well with Harton. And I just realized a friend of mine is a part owner of this horse.
Wow, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to them. Jose Ortiz looked very comfortable on this horse going into the stretch. It looked like he had plenty left in reserve to be able to pull away like this, and won like that short price favorite. He should have.
And I should have picked it up as those pink colors for Steve Dunker, who's the ex-chairman, actually, of the New York Racing Association. Used to have some good horses. Middlesex Drive, a very, very good horse. He ran well here. The competition remains to be seen, and we did find out why the 5 was a much bigger price than the 3 Salacious. Salacious ran pretty well. More to come. Linda Rice getting ready. She's got a couple in the Heavenly Prize. Much more to come on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. You know, Sarah, just 4 weeks, 4 months, I'm sorry, from yesterday, from Thursday, one of those days.
What's happening?
Belmont Stakes at Sarah, I don't know, it's close enough. It's confusing. We race so few days right now, and of course that was last year's Belmont Stakes with Jen Antonucci and the Arcangelo team, Javier Castellano, of course, on the side as well. And we'll be heading up to Saratoga for the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. It's going to be quite a weekend.
It is, and really incredible to be part of a historic Belmont Stakes. My first year working here at NYRA, and another history-making Belmont Stakes coming up this year. So very cool to experience both of those. Tickets on sale February 15th.
Next Thursday.
It's what everyone really wants for Valentine's Day.
No, it'll be, I know Valentine's Day is a very important day for you. Big day in Saratoga today, by the way. Chowder Fest.
Oh,
I talked to my friend Sean up in Saratoga. He said there's like 30 to 40,000 people in town for Chowder Fest. It's also about as warm there than it is here.
Are you hopping a private jet to get up there when you're offset?
I wouldn't go. If it happened during the
was
race
next
meet, I
door?
would be hiding in my apartment, which is sort of my MO anyway. But a lot of people like Shadowfest, a big day up in Saratoga. For people that think that Saratoga is quiet during the winter, you've never been there if you think it's never quiet in Saratoga. The Heavenly Prize coming up, a race named for one of my favorite racehorses. She and her stablemate Inside Information were two brilliant fillies and mares running at the same time, broke their maiden the same day, and here she is winning the 1994 Beldame as a 3-year-old. And I want to say she's beating, it's probably Educated Risk, but it might be Dispute. Her stablemate was not Inside Information. Educated Risk, yeah.
Yes. I remember you were saying yesterday that you had watched the Alabama in person, and that was one of your big moments in seeing her that you were really reflecting fondly upon. And her last race, I mean, it's one of your absolute favorite races, finishing third in the Don Handicap behind Cigar.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of people will not remember before they bred her and they shipped her off. They ran her in the Don Handicap, where Cigar beat Wekiva Springs, who was a stablemate for Bill Mott, and she finished a close third. She was a very, very good horse. 9 for 18. She hit the board in all 18 of her races. And, you know, the thing about the Alabama was that she was so good as a 2-year-old filly, and she didn't run well in the Breeders' Cup, but she had won the Frisette in her second start. She hadn't run that well to start out her year, and there were some doubts. Was she going to be the kind of horse you thought she could be? And Inside Information had some issues leading up to it. She had lost I think she won the Acorn. Did she run second? The Mother Goose to Lakeway was brilliant. She crushed Lakeway in the Alabama. She's one of my all-time favorites. And the Heavenly Prize, and you know, a few years ago, it was won by Crimson Frost, who's the dam of Crimson Light, who was that exciting Todd Pletcher maiden breaker from Andy Pope a few weeks ago. So there's some fun with the Heavenly Prize. Saddle Up Jessie, a horse I know that you like, she's very much the horse to beat.
She is. She's getting a rider change now to Manny Franco, who was aboard Comparative, which was the horse that defeated her last time out in the ladies. And I originally looked at this from the lens of viewing it as an overly confident type of ride. She looked like she was going to cruise right on by Comparative, who was able to dig in under Manny Franco and get the win. But Comparative did come right back to win the Bayakoa at Oaklawn, so perhaps on second thought, she was just running into a pretty good horse for the Brad Cox barn.
And I think it's also fair to say that Manny Franco may have outridden Sheldon Russell down the stretch. And interestingly enough, Sheldon Russell, the rider who is married to the trainer, he's not riding today. Now, he probably has business down in Maryland, to be fair. But I'm sure they don't mind getting Manny Franco, the one that outrode him to the wire. And I like this horse cutting back to a one-turn mile as well.
Yeah, I do as well. She's come into that last race that she ran in the ladies with some good form at Laurel, and I feel like she was really able to back it up racing here and maybe around that same type of race or perhaps another step forward. She's much the horse to beat.
There is a two-headed monster for Linda Rice, and you had mentioned earlier how well Linda does off short rest. She's coming back in just 6 days with Portage. But doesn't that 6-furlong race last weekend feel like a prep for this race?
It does, and I feel as though she's a horse that really does benefit from getting a little bit more ground to work with, as we see here. A race where she was going at that mile distance. She was able to be more forwardly placed and really control this race from start to finish, and it just seems as though she really does flourish with getting a little bit more ground than the 6 furlongs she was able to deal with last time out when she was defeated by Lilu. So this just seems like a more appropriate spot. And yes, Linda Rice, she does so well coming back on short rest.
And Portage is potentially the controlling speed of this race. We'll see how it plays out. That's a bit later. Sarah and I will be off, but we'll be watching the Heavenly Prize with a lot of curiosity. It's also part of the cross-country Pick 5 as well. You've got 5 stakes, actually, I'm sorry, an allowance to close it out in the grass at Tampa Bay. Got 4 stakes and 1 allowance. We'll start at Aqueduct. We'll go down to Tampa Bay for the 8th, 10th, and 11th, and then we'll close it out with the Ozark down at Oaklawn Park. Of course, our good friend Paul LaDuca is at Oaklawn. I mean, we've been on the show on the air now for a while, and we haven't even had a chance to see the great Paul LaDuca, but we will be hearing more from him a bit later. A lot of action down there, and let's take a look at your ticket for the Cross Country Pick 5.
Yeah, it's not the most clever ticket that I've ever come up with, but I feel as though this is a situation.
If it wins.
Well, sure. This is a situation where you have to pick your spots of which favorites you trust and which ones you're trying to get the better of. And so I'm using 2 logical horses to start things off. The 2 we both just discussed with Portage and Saddle Up Jessie. I'm in the camp of Sabellius for the Pelican. I think he'll be a slight second choice over Nakatomi, spreading a little bit against Agate Road at Tampa in the Sam F. Davis. I like Elysian Meadows quite a bit in there for Bill Mott. Chad Brown, and one other in the Tampa allowance race. Of course, that horse coming off a little bit of a layoff, as well as the number 5 Artifact. And then to close things out in the inaugural 2 logical types, the Ron Moquette horse that won impressively first time out, as well as Valentine Candy. You can play it for a bigger base if you like. You can use Nakatomi if you want instead, but that is how I'm approaching the sequence.
If I had given you one horse to add to it, I would throw an Apropos in the last race at Tampa. I've been waiting for this horse to get to the turf.
So I thought about that horse a little bit, and I felt as though this was one where they really do have turf intention. She's been working out on the grass quite a bit.
She's been MTO. I'm not MTO. She's been also eligible and not gotten
They
in.
really wanted to try her on the surface. You're right about that, but I didn't think it would be enough of a better price than your Chad Brown favorite to be willing to take that shot with her, and I think that her turf works might look a little bit faster than they actually are.
Well, we'll see what happens. Thank you for that ticket. We'll head off to break. Still so much more action to come, so much stakes action down at Tampa Bay as well, but Oaklawn Park, as we mentioned, and the 4th race from Aqueduct under 10 minutes away as America's Day at the Races rolls along.
Breeders' Cup champion Good Magic by Sire of Sires Curlin was the sire of first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage, one of 3 Grade 1 winners to date, along with Muth and Blazing Sevens. In 2023, with just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with $9.5 million in earnings. 2-year-olds sold for up to $2 million, and yearlings sold for up to $725,000. Good Magic, the classic sire.
Makes the lead with the most 2-year-old maiden special winners by any sire. On the backstretch, Mitoli and Omaha Beach close the gap with stakes performers from coast to coast. Vino Rosso finds his best and leads on the turn with 4 Grade 1 colts on dirt. But it's Mitoli with his 3rd TDN Rising Star, your champion freshman, leading an impressive Spendthrift Superfecta.
Mind-tingling.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. Here at Aqueduct, nice shot of the Big A. You can sort of see us. We're in the far corner there. And we've said this before, there is no track in America with better sight lines to watch a race live than the Big A.
If you look where all the light is, that's where Andy is, the shining beacon of hope in the corner.
It's actually the lights on John Cacamise, our cameraman. The lights are always shining on Caca. Race number 4, To a T, a heavy favorite for Linda Rice on the drop down here, and very much the horse to beat. See how it plays out. A horse I know you're interested in, the one Sweet as Sugar, goes out for Lolita Shivmangol.
Has just been in really good form as of late. I think that she is the right horse for this level.
The number 2 Diva Banker, Rudy Rodriguez.
You can forgive the last start as she was declared racing for purse money only and has some form that would make her a competitor.
But why forgive her start because she was purse money only? Jose Gomez has been riding very well at the meet. Matty Oliver has the mount on Trade Secret, the long shot. The number 4, To a T, the favorite, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
Just a logical type that's dropping in class here.
The speedy Slack Tide with Manny Franco, number 5.
I know you're hoping Manny Franco's a little bit more aggressive with this one, like she was a couple starts back.
I think he will be. The number 6, a long shot, Valoran, goes out for Eduardo Jones. And the 7, my choice, Timed Out. Orlando Noda and Dylan Davis looking for another.
Should be a little bit more forward than your current favorite right now in To a T, and that might help her.
A price on the outside that there's some race to make a case for. Red Pepper Grill for Neville Henry.
I agree. There are some races in there that would make this one a player. We just maybe haven't seen them in a little while.
Ruben Silvera has the mount on. Red Pepper Grill as well, rounding out this field. And you're hoping the one is able to clear Sweet as Sugar. I thought she'd get a little company early from Slack Tide, who needs to lead to win. We'll see what plays out, Sarah.
Well, I think the jockey change of Manny Franco is telling and important to take note of for a horse like Slack Tide, who has some of that early pace, but in her last 2 races, she hasn't really been as forward as she should have been. Now, Manny Franco might have a different plan with her, might want to take her right to the front, but I worry a little bit that she's lost some of that edge, some of that speed, whereas a horse like Sweet as Sugar over her last couple of races has been very aggressively handled at different distances and able to show that she can compete at a sprint distance and have that same early pace. So I hope that she is the one that is your early leader in here.
It was nice to see yesterday the track start to even out as we had some strong biases. It does feel like we've had a very fair track the last day or so, and we've seen that so far. Take a look at the track stats if you want to get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Betts. Track stats. Want to know how many closers are winning sprints at Aqueduct? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on Aqueduct and tracks across the country, visit nairabets.com. For more on race number 4, our man, the MiG.
Yeah, guys, when I'm down here talking about horses, I'll start out talking about them from a physical perspective. And the 2-horse Diva Banker, this 8-year-old mare, 10-time winner, she just looks good, and like most of Rudy Rodriguez's horses look. So I had to mention her. On form, I can't endorse her, but I had to say she just made a really nice impression in the paddock. And I like how free she was, loose in the warm-up. Made a really nice impression on me. When I look at favorites, the 4 to a T, I'm always looking for some weakness, something that says maybe this horse won't run their A race. I can't say anything but positives about 2 a T. She's dappled out. She looks fantastic. She's well spotted dropping down. I think she's going to be obviously a handful as the board reflects. The 5 Slack Tide also making a nice impression. I'm a big fan of the Cantermasis. You get Manny Franco here. She's made a good impression. I like her, and what we're trying to do is match up what we see on paper with what we see from a physical perspective. I do think Slack Tide might have her hands full if she tries for the lead with the one who really looks good, Sweet as Sugar, because she's inside, and there's more urgency when you're from the inside. Couldn't get past the favorite here, guys, though. I just really think 2 a T looks too good physically and too good on paper.
Thanks, Richie. You know, and I think both of us, we both picked against 2 a T, and I think put her second, but she is way the horse to beat, and it just feels like Linda Rice is taking a needed class drop with her.
And she hasn't even run that badly against better horses as of late. So now getting that class relief as well, of course, it makes sense that she is the kind of price that she is. I think my main concern with her, and maybe yours as well, is just that she doesn't have that sort of forward position in most of her races. She is a horse that comes from a little bit further off of things.
And she's still a drop down. And this is a horse that Linda Rice claimed for $40,000 at the end of October. So she's had the horse for 3.5 months, has a second claim for $40,000, a second to $40,000 claimer, and then not particularly effective in non-winners of 1, and she's dropping down for 20, and she's going to be claimed today. So you look at the race, right? The purse is $44,000, so she gets about $24,000 for a win, and less the costs. They're not even going to come close to getting out for the whole thing because they've had her for almost a third of a year. And these kind of drop downs at short prices, I think you always have to ask yourself, are you concerned?
Of course, and I think that, you know, when you look at the stats for trainer Linda Rice, when she is making those kind of drop-down moves, and we'll see one a little bit later on today, she does do well in those types of situations. However, you do always have to ask yourself, why is this happening? Is this horse able to be competitive in another type of spot for a higher price tag? Maybe not, but she was showing that she kind of was when she first joined the barn. Yeah. So perhaps you do need to ask yourself if this is too short a price to take on a horse that is the logical type.
And it's not that she ran that badly, and she's probably going to be even money. I took timed out. I like her cutting back to a sprint. Now, she did lose the time to a T in Saratoga. I just liked her cutting back in distance. She was the alternative for me.
Yeah, that's fair, and I think that she will be a little bit closer than to a T. So she is one that does make some sense in here, also getting a little bit of class relief as well.
We were debating, you and I did the handicapping show earlier, and you like Swedish Sugar as the potential speed, and I'm not saying that can't happen. I thought that Slack Tide would probably get an aggressive ride from Manny Franco, and I think that's going to be a big part of this race, because if the one can set an easier pace, not only does it help her, but it hurts the closers like To a T, to a lesser extent timed out. But if Slack Tide goes, it really brings the closers into the race.
It does. It's a situation where we'll know early on what kind of setup we're going to get with this race. And with Slack Tide, I think the jockey change is key. It's important to mention, and it's an important factor to be considering in terms of how aggressive Manny Franco is as a rider. I worry a little bit that she just doesn't have the same early speed, even if he is asking her for it.
We'll see how those things play out as the horses are heading to the gate, but no matter what the case is, the number 4 To a T, horse to beat, questions or not, and she's even money, and I think both of us were reticent to take a horse like that on top at even money. Not just a bad gamble, kind of a bad risk, but we'll see how it plays out. The public thinks she's a good risk. Chris Griffin with a call of race number 4.
Red Pepper Grill is in. All set. And they're off. Slack Tide right out to the front. It's Slack Tide who's got early speed, and Hard Scent Swedish Sugar wants to join this leader. Tight at the rail as Slack Tide will cross over. Swedish Sugar takes back. Timed Out in the center of the racetrack is moving forward, has some forward momentum, and is about to challenge and now take the lead. It's Timed Out who's ahead, now a neck in front. Slack Tide is back to second. The Swedish Sugar is now taken off the pace, is in between horses. Now moving forward, there comes Diva Banker. To a T is on the move, and here comes To a T is now taken third as they really bandy back and forth. 23-1 for that opening quarter mile, and they're chasing Timed Out. It's Timed Out who's in front. To a T continues this move. The 4-5 favorite is now in second. Slack Tide in behind that. Then Diva Banker who's in fourth. Valorand is in the purple silks to the outside of that rival. Trade Secret is trying to run on. Red Pepper Grill and tailing off at the back. Sweet as Sugar. It's still Timed Out who's clear. To a T is all in, trying to get to Timed Out. It's Timed Out who is in hand to the top of the stretch. To a T is ready to challenge to the outside. To a T and Timed Out now head and head. Diva Banker's trying to join them, is trying to bring Slack Tide as well. To a T has now kicked on for Jose Lescano with a furlong left to go. It is To a T who's up by 2. To a T is trying to draw away. Still back there in second is Timed Out. A late rally here on Trade Secret on the grandstand side, but it's going to be To a T with the W. To a T gets the win over Timed Out, Trade Secret, and Diva Banker in 1 minute 19 flat.
Well, the favorites running 1-2, and the 7 surprising speed from Timed Out, zooming the front. And I like that Dylan didn't get in her way. And at the end of the day, this horse is just better than these horses, and she got the win.
And it's not as though she was that far back either. I mean, she got herself into a good position to be effective right outside a horse and Timed Out, who we thought would be forward, but maybe not that forward. You were right about Slack Tide, but then she really cruised right on up.
I was right and I was wrong. I was right that she was in front of the 1, but the 1 was virtually eased in this race. So I think it was more a case, and yeah, the 5 broke very sharply, but I think a lot of it was more a case of the 1 just having nothing, and it gave us the illusion that the 5 was much faster than her. It's more that the 1, for whatever reason today, just had absolutely nothing. And we've been sort of threatening to head down to Oaklawn Park, and we haven't had a chance to go there. But one of the highlights of my day, every day we race, is getting to see our good friend Paul LaDuca, and he's down at Oaklawn Park. I'm hopeful that it's not raining yet. They have had their share of bad luck. But Paulie has been sensational so far at the meet. Paulie, how's the weather today?
Well, you know, it's not raining as of right now, Andy. And good day to you as well, Sarah. It's starting to, it actually heated up last night, and it's going to start raining throughout the day. So right now we're at wet fast as the denotation on the track surface, and I would think it's going to stay that way. They sealed it last night knowing that rain was going to be coming into town here a little bit. But our we had a good stakes race. I actually got a very good card today. I mean, it's actually a difficult card, especially when you throw in the monkey wrench of the rain. And there you see the Ozark Stakes. And you have horses like Valentine Candy and American Rascal with a lot of experience. And then you have a horse like Time for Truth for Rafael Bejarano and Ron Roquette that had a stellar debut. So a little bit of the young and a little bit of kind of the old as well. I've also heard from a lot of people coming in today that the 3 Google joke is sort of the talk of the backstretch and has been training very, very well for Robert Medina. I think it's a very good addition of the Ozark. We do get a scratch of the 2 in there. Let's go, Mark, in that race in the Ozark. But we'll get to that a little bit later. We have a big, big day down in Tampa. And we also got Acacia Courtney there as well.
And Polly horses on the track warming up for this third race at Tampa Bay, maiden special weight, going 6 furlongs on the main track for the 3-year-old fillies. And we'll take a look first at the number 2, Qualificata, who has a monster pedigree. She is actually the half-sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Letruska, and she looks nothing like her older sister and has yet to run that way either. Where Letruska, of course, as we know, was capable of getting the longer kind of classic distaff division type races. It seems that there's a very short run with this filly, and she's much smaller, much more compact. As you might remember, Letruska, she was always a high energy before the races, never participating in the post parade, saddling with the pony. Not to that level with Qualificata, but she is a horse that's very much on her toes and has been throughout. It just seems to me, and the way that they ran her at 4.5 furlongs last time out, there's a short burst, and 6 furlongs might be the end of the world with her. The number 6 Down in the Bayou is the first-time starter that's taking some attention. Not much in the first generation, but the second jam is a multiple stakes winner, Awesome Belle, who actually ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and was a talented Florida bred and certainly useful out on the track. And this one, she's on the small side as well. There's not much of her, but she's incredibly fit, well muscled behind the saddle, and is taking meaningful money. Paco Lopez took her right away from the pony, and it seemed like he was really trying to get her to wait, go slow, just keep trotting. And as soon as she broke off into a gallop, she started throwing her head around, and it seemed like he was really trying to get her to relax. Now that she has linked back up with the pony, she's on her toes still, and she's sharp, but it seems like she's a little bit more focused into what her job may be. Maybe mentally she might need a race just to bring things together and not throw it all the way before the race even begins. I think the 7, the Dove Rules, has really benefited from having a start. I saw her in her debut, and she just really lacked a lot of shape or definition. She's a big, substantial daughter of Bucaro, and she's much stronger and more defined second time out. Does get Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle, and she actually ran pretty well, too. She was pretty antsy in the gate, tossing her head around, just lost second, but I think a race that she should be able to learn from and should improve in her second start, and she's been taking money all along as well. Andy?
Thanks, Acacia. They're heading the gate for this race. You know, I think you and I were both interested in the firster boldly forward on the outside. Hard to ignore the money the other firster Down in the Bayou is taking.
Right, a horse that is making some sense in terms of the workouts that we've seen so far from this one Down in the Bayou. But Boldly Forward has quite a bit of pedigree and precocious pedigree. 3 foals were first-time out winners, debut runners. So I think that this one towards the outside might be that slightly better price of your debut runner. Right now, your favorite, though, is the Dove Rules, who ran 3rd first-time out behind Fluffy, who has had a lot of chances.
And I got to think, maybe there's just a lot of Creedence Clearwater Revival fans at Tampa Bay making Down in the Bayou a short price. That could really be what it is. But good numbers. I looked up first-time starters in dirt sprints for Darian Rodriguez, the trainer Boldly Forward, 6 for 19, 291 ROI, and a Tampa Bay 2 for 8. So has had some success doing that. They're having a little trouble getting, I believe, the number 5, Princess Gladys, the long shot in.
Yeah, a horse that is making her second start in here. Did not really do much running whatsoever. First time out in that race on the 20th of December, and actually had a turf workout last time. So perhaps not sure what this one ultimately wants to do, but she does not want to go in the gate.
What do you do with the number 2, Qualificata? I don't like that. I think that last race is a bit of a phony 4-horse field with a 1-5 shot, ran 3rd.
And going 4.5 furlongs at Horseshoe Indianapolis, the debut at Mahoney. I don't know. I do respect Fausto Gutierrez, but I'm not quite sure this one is necessarily as quick as her last race might indicate.
Fausto Gutierrez had a pretty good horse a couple of years ago.
Yeah, you remember the name? To me, it's with an L.
Trainer of the mighty Letruska, the champion filly a couple of years ago, a brilliant speed horse, had a big run for him, and that was fun to see. They're heading in the gate. Jason Beam with the call of the 3rd.
They're in the gate. And the race is on. The Dove Rules got away well, goes out for the early advantage. Down in the bayou coming up to challenge. Also moving in between horses, Papa is Ice, and down along the fence is Qualificata. So a scramble for the early lead here, and it's Papa is Ice who's just in front. Down in the bayou, Qualificata toward the inside out third. The Dove Rules out 4 deep from fourth, advancing boldly forward from the outside. It's another 2 back to Princess Gladys and another 6 back to Fluffy, who is a distant trailer early on. His long shot Papa is Ice just in front, but 3 challengers right to his outside. The Dove Rules 3 deep, 4 deep here for boldly forward. Is down in the bayou now, a length and a half back off the top trio. It's 2 more back to Qualificata, who races along 5th. Another 3.5 back to Princess Gladys. Nothing yet from Fluffy. 21 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. 3 abreast as they run to the quarter pole. Boldly forward out wide. The Dove Rules between horses. Dropping back a touch there. Papa's Ice is now back to third. Qualificata and down in the bayou. They race 4th and 5th just in behind the trio as they come to the 8th pole. Boldly forward and Antonio Gaillard on the outside. The Dove Rules and Tyler Gaffleone counter right back to the inside. And these two square off as they come to the 16th pole. Down the far outside, Qualificata. Down in the bayou is in between horses. Just in front, the Dove Rules. Late charge, Qualificata on the outside. The Dove Rules going to go on to win it here. Qualificata was second. Down in the bayou, finished third. Fourth was boldly forward.
It was experience over the first-time starters as the number 7, the Dove Rules, winning in start number 2.
She kind of had that trip between horses where she was close to the pace and then had sort of this inexperience of the number 8 boldly forward towards her outside, a horse that we both felt was hanging a little bit in the stretch, still able to hold off the fast closing Qualificata to get the win.
And down in the bayou, looks like they sort of backed out of the pace around the turn. Looked like she may be empty, but she rallied again and finished a competitive third in here. But experience mattered for a second-time star. The Dove Rules as we're heading now to Oaklawn Park for race number 1. And let's get more from the man at Oaklawn Park, Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, race number 1 here. We'll start the early pick 5. Hold on, it's not good here. I'm going to get off that. That's going to be a lot better for me. I'm sorry I had to do that to you. Okay, so this will start the late pick 5 here. And, you know, when you look at the 5 in here, Gucci Boy, this is a horse that is the kind of horse that maybe be able to fool you by the numbers. When you look at this horse, now this horse did break his maiden at one point in his career, got disqualified, and ever since then has run some big numbers, but has gotten beaten the last 2 times by a head and a neck, and you're starting to worry now, is this horse getting really seconditis? And then when it comes to the other horse in here, Fashion King, right to the outside of the 5 in here. The blinkers have gone on this horse for the last 2 races, and the horse has responded with 2 decent starts. Now the other horse is the 4 for Peter Miller. Blinkers go on. This horse has got flashy works at San Luis Rey Downs, where Peter works his horses right near San Diego, but then came in here and worked a bullet drill over a sloppy racetrack. So 3 to 5, is that ridiculous on Gucci Boy? Probably, but the morning line was set at even money. Now, sometimes when horses are 0 for 11 with 5 seconds, you see a lot of them, Andy, lose at 30 cents on the dollar, 50 cents on the dollar, 70 cents on the dollar. Now, he's lost at even money. Like I said, he's also won at 4 to 1, but he got disqualified. So it's really a tough read. If there's ever going to be a day to win, I think today is the day. I don't know if he's going to really love the sloppy racetrack. It remains to be seen. He's had 1 second, but I just think with this group, I do think the 6 is formidable, but if he's ever going to win, it would be today.
Thanks, Paulie. And I don't disagree with that with Gucci Boy. But, you know, Sarah, this is something we talk about. This horse has 11 starts, 5 seconds, often short prices, is a kind of horse that just doesn't get it done.
Exactly, and moving to a high percentage outfit, of course, in the Robertino Diodoro barn, but leaving a high percentage outfit with Cipriano Contreras and Fleury Racing Stables, a barn that likes to win races at Oaklawn and can sometimes aggressively drop or spot their horses because they want to have that winning photo taken. So he's just not the type of horse that I really rush to bet, especially at a short price, even though he is a horse that makes sense based on his last 2 numbers.
I looked up some stats for Robertino Diodoro. Off the claim with maiden maidens at Oaklawn Park. He's just 8 for 37 and 96-cent ROI. And it doesn't seem like Tino is having the same kind of meet he had in the past. I don't believe he's stabled on the grounds, and I wonder if that's part of the reason. And he's still having a good meet. I'm not saying he's obviously not having a bad meet, but we've seen some very lofty numbers from him at different times in the past.
This is an outfit that we see have those really gaudy percentages and win so many races throughout meets at different racetracks, not Oaklawn only specifically. So I think that that's a good point to bring up, that maybe it's not quite the same level of success that we're used to, though. He did have that one horse the other day that ran well, Mr. Phillip.
Yeah, and the other thing is, trainers run through streaks. He may just be a little bit cold now, and he may start heating up and win at 40% for a month, and then it'll be different. It's just worth noting. And I think you were saying you thought Anniversaire d'Or is your alternative, the current third choice, the 4?
Yeah, just a horse that they seem to have some hopes for with his sale price and earlier on in his career, maybe being a little bit more realistic about where he belongs in terms of class now, coming in for trainer Peter Miller.
And we'll see if he can clear up front early as they're heading the gate for race number 1. Let's get the call for Matt Dinnerman.
No further questions to complete the line. Here's no further questions to the outside. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Can't Conquer Me from the inside was out alertly, has a neck in front in the early part, but here's Cloud Without Rain to snatch the lead from him. Cloud Without Rain strides in front by 3 parts of a length. Fashion King runs in the second spot right on his tail. There's a gap of 3 to no further questions. Anniversaire d'Or is right there. Macho Villa comes out of that pack to be level 3rd, and Can't Conquer Me already dropping back, passed by Gucci Boy the favorite. He's in 5th right now, and he's running 5 off the pace as they round the 4 turn, where the pacemaker is Cloud Without Rain. Cloud Without Rain a neck in front. Fashion King now sticks his head in front. He goes right by him. Cloud Without Rain under pressure in 2nd. Anniversaire d'Or sent along, passed by no further questions. Gucci Boy needs to really get going as they come down the lane. Fashion King in front, leads the way by a length. No further questions. 2nd. Gucci Boy's trying to come on the grandstand side. Fashion King still in front by 3. Gucci Boy into the 2nd position, closing, but Fashion King's all alone, and Fashion King wins stylishly in the opener. Gucci Boy gets 2nd, 3rd home, no further questions, and Macho Villa was 4th in the opener.
It's early in the year, but the Mike Maker barn seems to be firing on all cylinders as Fashion King stalks, pounces, and Gucci Boy does what he seems to like doing, finish 2nd.
Another runner-up effort for him, and good looks, Paul LaDuca, with your number 6 Fashion King as an alternative to a very short-priced favorite that got the right kind of setup and was able to slightly upset in the early pick 5.
I think one of the reasons a lot of players like maiden races is there are horses like Gucci Boy more often than there should be. A heavy favorite that's had a lot of chances, and they eventually do win, but they're always good horses to take a little bit of a shot against. A nice job, as usual, by Paul LaDuca. Lots more to come. Sabellius, a horse that a lot of us have become familiar with over the years, and we'll be talking about him quite a bit more as America's Day at the Races continues. Welcome back to America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, at any time. And even the Gator can bet at NyraBets. I think he looks like he'd probably be very, very adept at using that NyraBets app. And why not? The Suncoast, the Minaret, the Pelican, and of course the big one, the Sam F. Davis, with points for the Kentucky Derby coming up at Tampa Bay later. Suncoast, I believe, has points for the Kentucky Oaks as well. It does, and all those races will be shown on America's Day at the Race with Acacia Clement down there. A big player looking to set himself up for perhaps a return to the winner's circle in Dubai. It's a pretty neat horse, and Sabellius, he's been traveling. He shows up and runs his races more often than not, and we caught up and learned a little bit more about Sabellius.
At the beginning, Sabellius had shown himself to be a horse with plenty of talent, but also plenty of quirks. It was in 2023 that Sabellius and trainer Jeremiah O'Dwyer showcased themselves on the world stage, winning the Grade 1 Dubai Golden Shaheen in a thrilling finish at Meydan.
And it is very close. Oh, was it Switzerland or Sabellius?
This feeling is like no other, you know. Kind of when he broke a bit flat-footed and was further back, I'm not used to seeing that. My heart sank a little bit, I'm not going to lie, you know. And he's got a lot of fight in him, all right, this horse, you know. And he proved that he didn't need to be on the lead to win a race of that caliber. Dubai worked for us last year, so we're trying to do a similar path this year.
This year, O'Dwyer will attempt to take the same path with his stable Star, using the Pelican at Tampa Bay Downs as a prep.
Time-wise, I think it's very good, and I've been told by people too that if they handle the Tampa dirt, it's a very good resemblance to handle the dirt in Dubai. When you're defending a title, it's like, you know, a little bit more pressure, but he defended the Mr. Prospector, and hopefully he can defend the Pelican and in Dubai again.
Coming off a win in the Grade 3 Mr. Prospector, Sabellius is poised to kick off a big year in the Pelican and potentially take his connections on another whirlwind ride.
Most people have heard of me now because of him that wouldn't have heard of me only for him, you know. And I can't thank the owners. You know, they've kept this horse with me all this time and have turned down numerous offers, and they're just, you know, great sports people. They enjoy the ride. You know, he's built a big fan base. He's just an adorable horse to be around. He's very kind and friendly, loves the camera, you know, loves the attention.
Nice to hear about Sabellius and Jeremiah O'Dwyer as trainer. As it does appear, and it'll be interesting to see, will Nakatomi be a heavy favorite over him? I wonder, though, if there's going to be that big a gap, though Nakatomi did run very well in his last race in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He's got to show, though, some consistency to his form, and Sabellius, Sarah, has been nothing but consistent.
Really can't find too many poor efforts on his form. Of course, there are a couple on occasion. He took a little time to rebound after this big effort overseas last year, but this was a huge race for him where he was able to win over Switzerland as well as Gun Night, and it was a close finish, as we alluded to in that feature. Of course, now he's following that similar trajectory to get back to a repeat to defend his title in here, and he's off to a good start with that win in the Mr. Prospector heading into today's Pelican.
And boy, he got such a great ride by Ryan Moore in that race as well, and it feels like Ryan Moore, and this is not exactly a news flash, but the more you see him, the more you appreciate him.
He's just so good at finding those spots, saving ground, really working out a trip with live mounts on turf as well as dirt.
No, he's able to get through holes towards the inside, patience, just a fabulous rider. Well, we're looking forward to seeing Sabellius and the others as the show will continue. America's Day at the Races rolls along there in the paddock for the 5th at the Big A.
Twirling Candy, proving lane's ends, Stallion making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride, Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Your guide to selecting a stallion for your mare. Step 1. Make sure he's won a big, famous race.
Mystic Guide charges away and takes the Dubai World Cup.
Step 2. He'd better be very good looking. Step 3. He must have excited the support of breeders with quality mares. Mystic Guide. He's unmissable. Call Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day of the Races, and brought to you in part by the New York Bred program, with a 19% increase in New York Bred maiden purses starting in 2026. It pays to have a New York Bred. There's never been a better time to have a New York Bred foal. So for information on how to qualify your foal, visit Naira.com/New York Breds. And it is a really good time for New York Breds, especially with how Salamini has started out, really starting out very, very strongly. We're on tape for a post-parade. 2 divisions this race, the 5th race and the 10th race, and this race is the one that is loaded with live-looking first-time starters. One of them, though, is not Manja for Randy Persaud.
A horse that is stepping back up in class after running twice for Claiming Tag.
The 2-account receivable, firster for our friend Carlos Martin, will be coming up, and this one's ridden by Lane Luzzy.
This one 1/2 to 1 debut winner, 3 winner, or sorry, no, I'm looking at the number 3 who scratched, my mistake. But a long shot that will have to show something first time out.
Sarah and I both picked the 4. Aunt Yola goes out for Horacio de Paz with Kendrick Garmouche.
1/2 to Grade 1 winner just 1 time, as well as 2 other winners.
And there's one name for Rick Dutrow. Welcome back, babe, with some nice pedigree. The 5. Geopolitics. I heard if this one breaks, she can't lose, and she's taking all the money.
She's been working well at Payson and comes up here for that debut.
The number 7. Peony is 1/2 to Yarrow, goes out for Christophe Clement.
As well as a Troubleshooter, who had more success on dirt, so could do either with her pedigree.
The 8 Stress Reliever, a firster for Chad Brown, Mike Dubb.
A horse that is 1/2 to a 3-time winner, Libin, who won her 2nd start dirt sprinting.
And the best one with experience is the 9 City Blocks.
Has shown that progressive improvement in each of her 3 starts, but it does certainly look like there are some live first-time starters.
Yeah, this does feel like a very, very dangerous field of firsters, and no better person in racing to get more on the firsters than Maggie Wolfendale.
And guys, the 2 firsters that walked into the paddock, surprise, surprise, they're the ones who caught my eye, and they're the ones who are taking money. We'll start with Geopolitics, who, as you guys were mentioning, the rumors have it that she is all the goods, and she's very sharp shipping in here for trainer Bill Mott. Very aggressive throughout the entire preliminaries here. She has not drawn breath, and I'm sure her groom was happy to hand her off to the pony. She's very, very fit from that leanness perspective, but also wish she had a little bit more conditioning on, a little bit more muscle mass behind the saddle. She could win here with all the money she's taking, but the one more to her outside is the one who really checked every box for me, and that's number 8 in here, Stress Reliever, daughter of Practical Joke, who does feel like the most precocious sire of any of these first-time starters in here. And as Sarah mentioned, the only one to run was Libin, who has been a good runner so far, maybe wanted a bit more ground, but I gotta say, Stress Reliever, she's built like a sprinter. She was forward, but very focused in the paddock. She's really well muscled. She just looks and is acting the part. She's going to be my pick in here. So we'll take a look at number 4, Aunt Yola. Came with the training saddle on, came with blinkers on. So taking some precautions. And when she got out on track, she was a little green too. She's another one where she looks fit enough, but she needs to strengthen up. And she just feels like one that's really going to benefit greatly from a start. And here's a long shot that my eye just kind of kept wandering back to for Carlos Martin in number 2, Account Receivable. Yeah, it is a little bit more of a turf pedigree on the bottom. And she is by Collective, but she's a big girl. There's a lot to her. I like the way she's put together. She's another one that mentally has handled this debut, as far as before they've gone in the gate, really, really well. Yeah, she also might need a start for fitness, but she's a big price, and she just kept catching my eye here, Andy.
Thanks, Mag. Good to see you. Of course, saw Maggie a little bit earlier as well down in the office, and it feels like the way the money's coming in, and you and I guessed with the 4 Aunt Yola, and Maggie seems to feel like this one may need a start, and we're Horacio de Paz fans. But when you've got firsters like this taking money, you got to respect it from these kind of barns as well.
Absolutely, and a horse that has some pedigree, has some workouts coming into this race that might indicate that this one is certainly live and possibly has some speed as well. And I know that you heard if this horse is able to break cleanly, break effectively, I think the exact words were can't lose.
Yeah, and that's something you often hear from trainers. It's not necessarily indicating they think the horse has gait issues, but they always feel like with firsters, because they do get left. And that's one of the problems with firsters, as long as they get out of the gate. I remember years ago when the Mighty Warpass was going to the gate for his debut, I watched it with Nick Zito, and I could sense that he kind of liked him. And I don't really bet firsters very often. And I said, should I be betting this horse? And he looked at me, he said, if he breaks, he'll win. He also won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. I don't know if we have that kind of talent there, but we may have a nice field of New York breds lining up. Chris Griffin with a call of race number 5.
Welcome back, Babe, and City Blocks. City Blocks goes in. All set. And they're off. City Blocks has early speed. City Blocks from the 4 outside, and here comes Geopolitics from in between horses, and Geopolitics right out to the front is up by 1.5 lengths. Peony is right there in the purple cap, and in between rivals, here comes Welcome Back Babe, is now sitting in second. Just having to wait for a touch of room there was Lane Leslie on Account Receivable. Also, they're tightly bunched as Manja's moving forward, is now in 5th. City Blocks is out wide in 6th, losing some ground. That Stress Reliever and the trailer at Yola. Less than 4 furlongs to go, 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. Geopolitics has got the lead. Right here from second is Welcome Back Babe. 3 wide, that's Peony. 4 wide is going to be City Blocks, and Manja's now secured 5th. Account Receivable losing some ground. From the back end, Yola's trying to rally on, and Stress Reliever is the trailer. They get set to reach the top of the stretch, and they are 4 across the racetrack. Geopolitics is still in front. City Blocks is to the outside. Peony from in between horses, and Peony now is battling on. It's Peony right there with Geopolitics, who continues to just fight down towards the inside. City Blocks has been wide, but continues to rally on. 3 across the racetrack here for a final 16th. Geopolitics is in front. City Blocks right there in third is Peony. It's going to be very close down to the line. It's a City Blocks up in time. City Blocks over Geopolitics. Peony finished third in 1 minute 12.56 seconds.
Felt like a field that was so loaded with live-looking firsters that it was going to be very hard for a horse with experience to win, experience edge or not. City Blocks gets it done, but I'm going to tell you, Sarah, I think it is a knock on the firsters that this horse was able to win.
And some good points that we talked about with Geopolitics, who I thought was game in defeat, and here really did get out to the front end and show some good early speed. Took a challenge from Peony, a bit of a long shot, but then eventually worn down by that horse with experience in City Blocks. And I liked that she had shown some improvement throughout her races before this, getting a little bit better, a little bit faster in each start, finishing second to a horse last time out that did come back to win yesterday in 13 Red Flags. But you're right. We thought that there would be some live first-time starters in this race, and perhaps a couple that really didn't show up.
I'm going to tell you something. When somebody in the Mott barn, when they have a high firster and the horse breaks like that and shows speed, they're not supposed to lose. I'll be betting against Geopolitics going forward in here. We'll see what happens with these horses. They're on the turf. down at Tampa. We're only about a couple of months away from getting back on the turf here at the Big A's. I think we're some stakes on April 20th as they head up the chute. And big field, a quick opinion in this race?
You know, I've been waiting for Mr. Kringle to come back to the race as a horse that I said was as elusive as Santa Claus himself. He's a big price in here. Maybe his last race not an indicator of current form, but I think that he is worth using perhaps underneath.
He certainly has the back races to win, but he is not a winning type either, but he feels to be a big price. Big field for the Sam Davis. The 10th of 11 goes off around 5:15 at Tampa. You actually are a big fan of Elysian Meadows on the outside. I like the 7 Copper Tax. Talk to us for a second about Elysian Meadows.
He is done no favors by the post draw in this race, but I like that he showed a different dimension in his last start, being a little bit more forward, having a little bit more of that tactical speed, whereas on debut he was really rallying from out of the clouds to get the win. Maybe can work out a trip from that far outside post and seems to be a horse that's moving in the right direction.
Always rooting for the New York breds, as the New York bred Elysian Meadows will try to go down there. And a couple years ago, Eddie Barker, who just won that race, had a little bit of success with Shipsational, who finished second in, I believe, the Sam Davis behind poor Classic Causeway, who...
Your favorite
I don't
horse.
know. Maybe he's gone to Mars, to a track on Mars after his European
I am anxiously awaiting his half-sibling who scratched at Fairgrounds on, I think it was the day that Saudi Crown came back in the Louisiana, so maybe one to look out for.
Let's talk a little bit in that race about Change of Command, who is the morning line favorite for Shug McGay. He's going to have to get faster as time goes on, but he's got that Shug McGay look where each of his races get a little bit faster. The speed figures in every one of his races has been slightly better than the one before it.
Exactly, a horse that is showing that progressive improvement that I like to see. An angle we just talked about with a horse that won our last race here at Aqueduct. Well, he's quite a bit faster so far than City Blocks has shown on the racetrack. He ran well to finish second to Sierra Leone before breaking his maiden, and then was able to get the job done in here against the long shot Cardinal. So he's a player for sure. And another player is No More Time. I mean, he's a horse that had to miss his last start in Gulfstream Park and instead opts to come here. A horse that's coming out of the Mucho Macho Man. Didn't run that well that day, but if you go back to his race before that we're taking a look at in his maiden breaking score, that number makes him a big player, and he's a big price on the morning line at 10-1.
Yeah, I cannot resist Copper Tax, who had some good form, got good figures, went the mile distance around 2 turns at Delaware, and had a crazy wide trip last time in the Remsen, and I think is a lot better than that. And the Remsen is proving to be a very live race. I'm looking forward to Sam Davis. Looking forward to this race, as you mentioned, Mr. Kringle, number 4, 22-1. Not exactly a winning type, but he has 14 seconds and thirds in 37 lifetime starts. What did you think his excuse was last time?
I don't know. That's the problem, because I feel as though I wish I had a better excuse for his last race. He really just did not run a step, so you have to be kind of disappointed. That's probably why we're getting the price that we are on him. So I get it from that kind of standpoint, but as you kind of alluded to, he has races to go back to against much, much tougher company than he's going to be facing in this spot, where he was able to pick up some pieces, be a little bit more successful, get himself into the picture, and still run a consistent type of race. And 23-1 is way too big a price on a horse that had faced tougher company and run well with them in the past.
I think one of the keys to this race is whether or not the 11 Mega City can clear the number 9 Gunslinger. Because that Mega City ran well last time, and if he can clear that rival, I thought he was going to be very much the one to catch in here. But it depends how much speed Gunslinger shows.
And all the money right now going towards the number 1 Castano, a horse that had been forward in some of his races. And I agree with you. I don't see him getting this easy type of inside trip. I know that he was able to win his last 2 races, but I don't really want to take 2-1 on really anyone in this field.
Jose D'Angelo does have positive stats off the claim with turf horses, but I agree, 2-1 on him seems a little bit short in a competitive field. They're almost in line for race number 4 as we head down to Jason Beam at Tampa Bay Downs.
Barley 1 and Antonio Gallardo to the outside draw goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Mega City got squeezed back at the start, came away last. In It for the Love shows out first, up alongside Gunslinger. Those two quickest, and Gunslinger going to go up to take the initiative and grab the lead. Willow Wood now coming up into the second spot as In It for the Love is back third as they come into the stretch for the first time round. It is going to be Gunslinger and Daniel Centino to take the point. Length and a half in front of Willow Wood in the second position. Down on the inside, In It for the Love. Barley one out wide, now moves up to join that one in third. Sir Terry is just in behind horses fifth as Mr. Kringle pulls up alongside him in sixth. It's another length into Mega City, who's now going wide into that turn. Samyaza cuts the corner in behind runners. Castano's back fourth last, along with Bird's Eye View. The two at the back early on, Irish Riviera and 2x2. 24 and 3, a pretty slow tempo up front as Gunslinger takes him to the back stretch. It's Gunslinger a length and a half in front of Willow Wood in the second position. Down on the inside, In It for the Love. Rides the rail from third, a length and 3/4 behind. Barley one's under a good hold outside of him in fourth. It's a length and a half more back to Sir Terry. Mr. Kringle, they continue to race as a team. Samyaz is in behind them. Outside of that, Mega City in the pink blocks is racing about eighth right now in the clear after a 49-second opening half mile. It's been all Gunslinger up front. Gunslinger to the 3/8 pole. The lead is now out to a length and 3/4 now. Willow Wood in second, a length and a half more then. In It for the Love starts to rally down toward the inside. Barley one being joined by Mr. Kringle out wide. Sir Terry's in behind, just going to need somewhere to run. Trying to get going. Mega City Castano's in between horses, but only about 3.5 off the top as Gunslinger turns for home in front. Willow Wood tries to attack that one. In It for the Love looking for a seam. Castano down the far outside, starting to make some inroads between horses. Barley one, Gunslinger there. Here comes Castano right down the outside. Castano up alongside of Gunslinger. In It for the Love. Samyaza dives to the rail. Castano with the momentum. Castano gets the win. Gunslinger looked to hold second over In It for the Love. Then came Samyaza.
Well, both Sarah and I thought the number one was a bit of an underlay, Castano, but at the end of the day, he was just the best horse, or he was the best horse in this race. The number 9, Gunslinger, got a break when the 11 didn't break and was able to control, but he could not hold off the favorite, Castano.
No, he got everything his own way and set some controlled fractions, but Castano, he ended up just being better than the horses that he was facing, and I really didn't want to take a short price in this field, but he prevailed as your favorite.
No, while this race was being run, and Sarah and I were talking about it, we were both in agreement that it was a highly competitive race on paper, just not the kind of race. Now, I don't know where he closed, but he was 2-1 and they went in the gate. He could have been any price, who knows, but he just didn't seem like one a short price, but it turned out he was the best horse and got it done. Heading over to Oaklawn Park for race number 2. Any quick thoughts on race number 2 as we're heading towards the gate?
My thought is
1 to 5.
I don't want 1 to 5 on Desert Wolf, though he does seem like the logical type.
Let's head down to Paula Duca.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Sarah in here. I mean, listen, this horse looks like the likeliest winner, but you never want to take 1 to 5. So let's try to create some value because I really think this horse is going to be tough to beat. I do think the 1, Levy, a horse that is 1 for 18, but does have 4 second-place finishes. I think that horse has a big shot to maybe hit the exacta. So I actually played 4 with the 1, and I also used the 8 as well. I thought the 8 at value, asset basis, you know, at 13 to 1 was okay. The 10 is getting a little bit of money as well, but I was at 4 with 1, 8, and I sprinkled in the 10 a little bit with the trifecta.
Thanks a lot, Paulie. Do want to let people know we will be heading, hopefully, for a short time to the Fox Sports app, as well as watching the show on YouTube, on the NYRA YouTube channel. Or, of course, you can watch on NYRA Bets as well, as we will be interrupted briefly, we hope, on FS2. We're supposed to head over there in about 1 minute's time if you want to head over to the Fox Sports app or the NYRA Bets app, or, of course, watch on the NYRA YouTube channel as well. And as we said, we hope we'll be back on FS2 shortly as horses are heading over the gate here, where the number 4 is a heavy favorite off the claim for trainer Brad Cox.
He is, and he's a horse that makes some sense with those big numbers that he's coming in with. But at this type of lower level, I am always hesitant to take horses at extremely short prices in these types of fields, though he does certainly make quite a bit of sense on paper.
Yeah, with the 7 Humor Me Now coming out, takes out potentially a major player in this race. And listen, I agree, I'm not taking short price in these kind of races anyway. Head on over to the app. We hope we'll be back on FS2 shortly. The app, the NYRA YouTube channel, or NYRA Bets to catch the action as America's Day at the Races will continue.
Traffic Boss.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Horses loading for race 2 at Oaklawn Park. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Point blank. We're ready to go. And we're off. Ben Dreaming up on the pace here. Desert Wolf takes the second spot with Point Blank, who draws level with him. Traffic Boss right off of them in the 4th position. Asset Basis gets to the rail and rides that rail into the clubhouse turn. Levy is next towards the back of the pack with Halia and Stardation around the clubhouse turn. They run. Ben Dreaming setting the pace with Christian Torres, a length and a half in front of Desert Wolf, placed in a perfect position. The big favorites running in second now, a length and a half to Point Blank. Asset Basis to the inside of him. Traffic Boss alone. He's 5 behind onto the backstretch. 3 lengths ahead of a pair. Stardation and Levy. And Halyad detached from the rest. Well behind now. Down the backstretch run. Ben Dreaming continues to carve out the fractions. He's a half length in front. Desert Wolf on the outside there. Doesn't want to let that leader get too easy of a time of it. And he's up to apply pressure from the outside. Asset Basis only a length and a half behind in third. Down on the inside still. He'll be saving ground around the far turn. Point Blank. Travis Wales asking more from him. And then comes Traffic Boss. Levy sent along. Star Nation needs to get going. Halyad not being persevered with well behind. They approach the top of the lane. And here comes Desert Wolf to stick ahead in front. He's given the cue to go by Manny Esquivel. Takes a short lead. Ben Dreaming back in second. Needs to come back from there. A big gap of 4 to Traffic Boss into third. And then comes Asset Basis dropping out. Furlong to go. Desert Wolf levels off as a length and a half lead as he puts away Ben Dreaming. Traffic Boss a clear third with a 16th to go. Desert Wolf much the best. He'll win as the 1-5 favorite. Desert Wolf gets a crack of the stick to finish the job. Keep focused, and he hits the wire 3 ahead. Ben Dreaming was second. Traffic Boss third. Levy was 4th home.
Well, he was a heavy favorite, but he delivered, Sarah.
He did. He got a perfect trip in here, not letting the speed of Ben Dreaming get too far out ahead of him, able to keep tabs on that one towards the outside. And really, when asked the question, he delivered in a way that was very convincing heading into the stretch.
Yep, he looked like he was the right horse on paper, and he delivered on the racetrack as they are sealed down at Oaklawn Park. And boy, they have really had no luck at all with the weather. I mean, it's never surprising you get some cold there and they have to cancel because they can't really do things with the track because it's a state park, but they've just had so much rain seemingly every weekend. But good action coming up at Oaklawn Park, down at Tampa Bay as well. And of course, here at the Big A, they'll be in the paddock for the 6th in just a few minutes, and we'll get more as America's Day at the Race continues with Life Talk, the heavy favorite in the Suncoast at Tampa. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale Farm. Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. I feel like the obvious becomes obscure at the racetrack on many days as you see the tractors heading around. A gorgeous day here at Aqueduct. And this is one day that Maggie Wolfendale, I'm sure, who's going to be leaving us for a little while after this weekend. She's going to be heading out of town, but she's in the paddock for race number 6, where Tommy Gunn is a heavy favorite. And he's on a big drop down for Linda, another drop down for her that's going to be tough to beat. But Maggie is ready.
Andy, it's not that long. It's only 3 days. I won't be here. And then you'll see me at Oaklawn the following weekend as we'll take a look at your favorite here in the paddock. And it does feel as though, unlike last time, Tommy Gunn is likely to be the main speed and lone speed in here, as he was part of a 3-horse pace duel down on the inside that did come apart, but he did stop the worst of any of them in there. So that's not a great sign. But on the flip side of that, he was claimed by Linda Rice that day. And we've seen her oftentimes be able to turn things around for these horses, and also back to the 6 furlongs ideal. One thing I will say, while he looks great physically, a little bit more quiet than what I'd seen from him in maybe some of his more recent efforts. But I don't think that's a big deal, as he has kind of portrayed that demeanor in the past. Now, I know that the horse who loves to finish second, number 6, Quick Flash, will take some money in here, and rightfully so. He looks great, but a little interested in number 4, High Heat, where I can't come up with a major excuse last time in which he chased between in the 2 path, in which it was a day you wanted to be inside and on the rail, so he wasn't too far off of it, and he did fade that day. But I'm wondering if Eric Cancel, and I know he's not going to beat Tommy Gunn to the lead, that's for sure, but if Eric Cancel can get that forward position, if he can kind of break their running and maybe sit then outside of Tommy Gunn, maybe it gives him a better shot. Maybe he's a horse that does want to be involved, because other than your favorite in here, he looks fantastic. And I'm willing to give him another shot based upon what I see here in the paddock, Andy.
Let me just clarify something, Maggie. It's not on the show. I'm happy, and the people at home are. I like to see you at work. Aqueduct's one of the one times Maggie and I get to spend a little time together. And shockingly, we managed to get along reasonably well, which is kind of surprising. So, Maggie, I will miss you because I won't see you. I'm off tomorrow, and I won't see you for a couple of weeks. Or 3 weeks, actually.
I feel like I don't see Maggie unless we're actually on together, you know?
Yeah, well, you know, you're actually working when we're on the air. Maggie and I are just sitting around fooling around, twiddling our thumbs. Let's talk about the favorite, Tommy Gunn, because it's obvious if he runs anywhere close to his recent good races, he's going to win. But Linda Rice claimed this horse for $25,000, ran poorly in a tough spot. I guess we'll talk more after a break, and comes back and drops down. This is not the kind of horse you want at 3 to 5, and I picked him, and I think you did too.
Yeah.
But a little bit concerning.
There are some suspicions, some questions for him to answer absolutely based on that last race. And of course, you do always have to look at horses that are claimed for a certain price and dropped, especially for a high percentage outfit such as Linda Rice.
That's a horse I'm actually interested in a little bit. Charlie 5-0. I thought he was my alternative. Who would your alternative be if you want forced to bet somebody other than Tommy Gunn?
Well, unfortunately, it would probably be Quick Flash for likeliest winner, but at this price, it's not a very good alternative. There just isn't much else to go on in this race, so maybe High Heat towards the inside of Tommy Gunn.
See what happens. His horses are getting ready to go onto the track for race number 6. I think we got a break coming up. Is that the case? Rudy Rodriguez heading over. America's Day at the Race continue, or as you can see, about 6 to 8 minutes away from post time for race number 6, which will kick off that late pick 5. The pick 6 with the carryover started out with a mild upset. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm. Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country. Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to be back on Fox Sports as well. Let's head down to Tampa Bay as they're in the paddock for the Suncoast down at Tampa Bay, where, no surprise, Life Talk Acacia heavy favorite.
Yeah, she does seem to be the horse to be in here by far. Andy, Kentucky Oaks points are on the line. Mike Rapoli here at Tampa Bay Downs today for Life Talk and Agate Road, of course, later in the Sam F. Davis. But as far as Life Talk is concerned, did win the Demoiselle last time out. And as we've discussed on that day, Cigar Mile card, being forwardly placed was what you really wanted to be able to do. And she was with the flow of the track that day. But that being said, she was coming out of a good effort in the Breeders' Cup, in which she finished 4th behind Just FYI, and she's always been a horse that seems to relish the distance. So while maybe some other horses in here who might be stretching out have some questions to answer, she certainly doesn't. She looks great off a bit of the freshening. She's carrying good condition. She's very fit. She looks like she suits these conditions perfectly, and we'll see if she is ready for her 3-year-old bout. Now, the number 2, Power Squeeze, is kind of the quote-unquote other horse in here. My question is, where did that last race come from, and can she repeat it? This is a horse that she won by 5 lengths after she broke her maiden 2-back on a wet track with a 49 by her speed figure, but then came back with an 82, winning the cash run. It was an impressive performance in the way that she did it. Now, looking at her, it's my first time seeing her. There is a lot of length to her frame because I was a little bit concerned, is she going to get better with more distance? But she's a tall, leggy type, a very long kind of tubular build to her. She looks like she should be able to handle a little bit more ground. My big question with her, though, Andy, is are we going to see that type of effort again? And will it be good enough to get around Life Talk?
Thanks, Acacia. And I think that's a very big point to this race. And I do think that if we get that effort from Power Squeeze again, she's going to beat Life Talk, because neither you and I are Life Talk's biggest fan. She's the worst to beat, but she is severely dressed up by that performance in the Demoiselle. And I'm going to be honest with you, as time goes on, I'm not sure this Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies is going to prove to be that important a race, at least for going forward.
And I think regardless of what you think about that, I mean, it's not like she was any threat to win that race whatsoever behind Just FYI, Candide, as well as another. And I think that, look, her last race, it was impressive, but she was so with the racetrack when she was able to win the Demoiselle. She was forward. As Acacia just said, that was a day that you wanted to be forward, you wanted to be towards the inside, and she had everything go her own way. So while she is kind of the class of this field going in, I kind of worry that 1 to 5, way too short with some up-and-comers as well outside of her.
I'm betting on Power Squeeze in this race. I like her chances. And I'll say something else. The horse who was second, Shimmering Allure, behind Life Talk, may have run a better race, and she stunk in her next start. Now, it might be apples and oranges, but it's worth noting as the horses are heading to the gate for race number 6 at Aqueduct, and we're seeing the favorite come up a little in odds, and the horse you mentioned is the alternative, Quick Flash, who's a little camera shy, coming down in odds.
I really don't want to bet Quick Flash at 2 to 1 or as my sort of second choice, second likeliest winner of this race. I know you had some interest in the number 8, and here Charlie 5-0, a horse that had been facing tougher, though might not be able to really run as well as he used to. So I think that that's a question worth asking, but you're getting a fairer price to ask that question of him. Tommy Gunn, based on those last 2 races before his last out effort, would be way the horse to beat in here. He's getting a little bit of class relief. He should be the the speed of this race, and he does look to take this field gate to wire. But it's fair to wonder if this drop might be a little bit meaningful, might not indicate he's going to back up to his last couple of races before that disappointing effort last time out.
It's a severe drop off the claim, and while Lyndall Rice's numbers are solid in that move, you still have to concern yourself. I picked him on top, as did you, but I think Charlie 5-0 is taking a drop, but it's a more realistic drop, is, in my opinion, the right horse if you're going to use somebody else. But we'll find out the answers to all these questions in just a few moments as they're heading in the gate for race number 6. Let's get the call from Chris Griffin.
2 out. Joker Boy and Charlie 5-0. Charlie 5-0. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from High Heat right out to the front. It's High Heat and Tommy Gunn going right with this leader. Joining them is going to be Charlie 5-0. It's up on the far outside, is now tracking from third. Then comes the gray. That's Quick Flash, who's in fourth, second to last. Joker Boy in the early trailer. Anything possible. On the front end, it's High Heat. High Heat has got the lead, is up by a full length. Right there in second comes Tommy Gunn, 3 wide still, Charlie 5-0. They move into the far turn, and they went 23.47 for that opening quarter mile. It's High Heat at 6-1. High Heat controls the tempo for Eric Hensel. Under a full drive is Tommy Gunn. Here comes Charlie 5-0, 3 wide, and now here comes Charlie 5-0 is in hand, is just looming up on the outside of these leaders. Quick Flash is trying to rally on here from fourth. The 2 at the back, Joker Boy and Anything Possible. They still haven't got to High Heat. High Heat sprints away. Now it's High Heat who's up by a length and a half. Call it 2 as High Heat is getting away. It's High Heat still chasing. There is Tommy Gunn. Charlie 5-0 is still wide, and High Heat is still with a commanding lead now. It is all High Heat just opening up here in the late stages, and High Heat will win it. Gate to wire, front running score. High Heat wins it over Tommy Gunn and Charlie 5-0 in 1 minute 11 and 3.
Well, this was quite an improved performance from High Heat, getting it done. An aggressive ride that Maggie talked about from Eric Hensel materialized, and once Tommy Gunn didn't make the lead, you knew he was in trouble.
Absolutely a horse that you expected to be in front, but Eric Hensel had been aggressive with High Heat 2 starts ago in a very short field and was able to sort of take it to striking speed, have that early position from the inside, be forward, be aggressive, and it worked out well for him to finish second. Returning to those tactics was the right move today.
Heading down to Tampa Bay for the post parade of the Sun Coast, which was done a few minutes ago, the number 1. Who can you ask for Mo of a maiden win for Shug McGahee?
A horse that improved a little bit to get the job done last time out needs to take a bit of another step forward in terms of speed figures.
Who is the real power squeeze? We'll find out more about her as she's the second choice, Jorge Delgado and Daniel Centeno.
It's fair to wonder where that big effort came from last time out, but if she repeats it, she could win here.
Taking a lot of money. The number 3, America's Vow. Timothy Ham alongside, I know you're interested in, Charlie Marquez, the ride.
A horse that's been working well coming into this one. Took some time to get it all together, but I think has an outside chance.
Here's the favorite, Life Talk. Jose Ortiz riding for Todd Pletcher.
Dressed up by the racetrack last time out, but is the class of the field.
Managing Mischief. Timothy Ham, another starter for him.
Needs to get a little bit faster. Hasn't hit the 60s with her buyers yet.
Rounding out the field in the stretch out is Gorgeous Girl for Gregory Sacco.
Ran a second in the local Gasparilla last time out, getting a little bit more distance to work with.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, I'm not Life Talk's biggest fan, but I'd be an idiot to suggest she's not the horse to beat in this race. She's obviously run okay, but I don't think any of her performances were that good. And if Power Squeeze is really the horse that ran last time, I think she may be better than Life Talk.
Yeah, I think that's a completely fair assessment, and I think that showing that last race for Power Squeeze, while it was a big move up, while she was able to get that big 82 buyer speed figure in the cash run, it was also her first time on an intended dirt race going a route of ground, and maybe that extra distance was really her friend, as she did get the win before that when stretching out to a mile, of course, a much slower race at Delaware. So I don't necessarily love taking a short price on these one number types of horses, but when she is that second choice, when you're playing some sort of multi-race wager, she does become a little bit more valuable. comfortable going through those multiple legs than Life Talk is.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, let's not, I wouldn't call her a one-number horse. If I say anything, Power Squeeze is more the one-number horse.
That's what I'm
because
saying.
Life Talk, I'm sorry, is more of has run those races.
Yes,
but,
she has
I think, and it's very fair what you say with Power Squeeze. You want to see it again. It's 2 turns as opposed to 1 turn today. She got a very good trip to get it done last time. I just feel like maybe she's a horse that's just improving. It's not like a horse that's run 15 races. Now the Blue sort of runs a big race. And, this is a first race as a 3-year-old where she took a big step forward. And if that's really who she is, I just think she might be a better horse than Life Talk, because I'll be surprised as the year progresses if Life Talk is one of the stronger 3-year-old fillies in Todd Pletcher's barn.
I'm with you there. And she was really assisted by the racetrack last time, like we've discussed. She had everything her own way. It was a day where she was helped by the way the track was playing, being forward, being towards the inside. But a question I have for you, I mean, if Life Talk was helped by the racetrack last time, she just isn't that good. If Power Squeeze is that one-number type of horse and she runs her race before that 49 buyer range, she's not that good. Then you're looking at who do you possibly like in here? And I think the number 3 at a giant price is moving in the right direction at the right time.
Yeah, she's a big price. Let's get more from Acacia. I see things very differently. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm happy to be joined by owner Mike Rapoli, who does send out Life Talk here. And Mike, she won the Demoiselle last time out. What has been the thought on her coming back for her 3-year-old debut?
Last time we won the Demoiselle was with Nest. And Todd and I picked this spot for Nest, and that kind of worked out. It's a really nice track. I'm happy you guys are here. And it's a good race to get a horse started, and hopefully she does well here and gets another start. And we all know I've come in second in Kentucky Oaks back-to-back years, and maybe one day I'll win it.
It does seem like distance is her friend.
Yeah, and the Demoiselle, I mean, she went 1 mile and 1/8, and she did so right. And she should be a better 3-year-old than 2-year-old, but you really never know. And this is it's exciting because it's the first start of the year.
Some big chances for you throughout the day, though. We're going to see Agate Road later in the same F. Davis. Can you talk a little bit about the decision to try him back on the dirt?
His first start was on the dirt. It was an off-the-turf race. I mean, we really put him on the turf for distance more than dirt. Usually in Saratoga, you got to go 6 or 7 furlongs first start. So we wanted distance, and he won. And then we kept him there, and we knew it would be a horse that would get better. I mean, he's training really, really good on dirt. He worked with Born Noble last week and did great. And, so it's not it's quality road. I mean, we think he needs the distance. So I think he's going to run really big today.
And as we've seen in the pedigree, the family is the same. He's a little bit of a quirky type of individual as well. Have you seen him mentally mature throughout his races?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely gotten better every single time. Last race, he ran a really, really big race and just missed. And, we're excited about getting him on the dirt for the first time as a 3-year-old. I think, he's either going to love it or not like it. We'll find out shortly.
Thanks for your time, Mike.
Thank you.
Andy?
Acacia. As we were saying, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I mean, they're taking a shot, and they can always go back. They're not missing any major turf races. And I think, the first big turf race for 3-year-olds is really that American Derby or where
Won by Wetzlinger last year.
Right. That's the big race, $500,000, and that's where they'll end up if he's not effective from the dirt. So why not take a shot? You'd hate to find out too late that you missed an opportunity to run in the dirt. I will say there's an effort in contrast. Mike's talking about Nest winning the Demoiselle 2 years ago. She was like 4 wide or 5 wide around the track the entire way and still managed to win. And her win was like the polar opposite of the way Life Talk was able to win the race.
Even Julia Shinings as well was really a hard-fought effort coming from far back, so very different types of trips there.
And Julia Shining winning a very slow running of Demoiselle. Of course, there are points for the Kentucky Oaks for the horses in this field, and we'll see who gets those points as they're loading in the gate. Your long shot America's Vow, a little obstreperous heading towards the gate. The favorite, Life Talk, just waiting for her chance to get in the gate behind. We appreciate Mike taking some time to talk to Acacia as well. Life Talk, the favorite, goes into the gate. The Suncoast coming up. Let's get the call from Jason Beam.
Gorgeous Girl will be all set for a start. Today's 5th event, the Suncoast. Gorgeous Girl, Sammy Camacho to complete the line. Gorgeous Girl coming in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Suncoast Stakes. Not the best break for the favorite. Managing Mischief going out for the early advantage. Gorgeous Girl up from the outside as Life Talk going to have to tap on the brakes and wait in behind those ones as they go to that first turn. Gorgeous Girl, Managing Mischief, those two 1-2. Power Squeeze down toward the inside was away in good order. Is third now. Is America's Vow between horses. Life Talk, the favorite, going to stay out in the clear. Is fifth right now, but only 3 off the top. Now starting to advance up on the outside. And Who Could Ask for Mo is the early trailer. Managing Mischief at a big price leads them toward the back stretch. 24-3. The opening quarter-mile time. Gorgeous Girl right up alongside, draws to within a neck. They're a length and a half in front of the two favorites. Life Talk on the outside of Power Squeeze. Right between them, America's Vow. It's 3 more lengths back to Who Could Ask for Mo, who is the trailer. 4.5 furlongs remain in the Suncoast Stakes, and on the front end, Managing Mischief. Out to her outside is Gorgeous Girl. Life Talk stays out in the clear, going to be 3 deep as they go to that turn after a 48-4 opening half mile. It's Managing Mischief just in front of Gorgeous Girl on the outside. Life Talk continues to slowly progress up on the outside. Power Squeeze now given the cue, trying to keep up from 4th. America's Vow is 5th and 3 lengths behind, and Who Could Ask for Mo, the trailer, still 6 lengths adrift. Around that far turn, Managing Mischief, Gorgeous Girl. Life Talk giving the cue out 3 deep now, trying to gain on these top 2 as they come to the top of the stretch. Managing Mischief, Gorgeous Girl. Life Talk now pushed along. America's Vow, Who Could Ask for Mo, looking for a seam. Life Talk has to do a little bit better. Final furlong left to go. Managing Mischief up the inside. Power Squeeze. Power Squeeze now coming through. Back to second is Managing Mischief. Who Could Ask for Mo? They come to the wire. Power Squeeze and Daniel Centeno to upset the Suncoast Stakes. Second ended up very close. It's a photo between Who Could Ask for Mo and America's Vow. Managing Mischief was 4th.
That's why they run the races, and while we were a little suspect that Life Talk was deserving of her super short price, expect a better performance for her. Stalked an easy trip and came up completely empty. Santana realized, I'm going to have to try to come through on the rail, and Power Squeeze. I don't know that she ran back to that last figure, but with Life Talk not showing up, what she did run was good enough, right?
Exactly. She was able to get that nice inside trip, squeeze her way through to get the win. And here, Who Could Ask for Mo had a bad trip in this race. She was checked really sharply at the beginning, and she did rally on to be in that photo for second with the long shot that I had some interest in America's Vow. But once Life Talk didn't run, this race was wide open, and Power Squeeze ended up being the one who got the right kind of trip.
We might not have seen the Kentucky Oaks winner, but we did see an easy win for Power Squeeze with a good ride by Daniel Centeno as he made that choice to stay inside. And I have to take a quick look, Sarah, you can talk about it, and see if somebody was bridge jumping in this race, because yeah, there was $124,000 of $157,000 bet to show on Life Talk. Finished last.
Huh? We should have had the exacta in this race if America's Vow got her nose down for second.
I think the one got second, but you did like America's Vow a little bit, and she did run well in here to finish second or third. As we head down to Oaklawn Park, are we getting more from Paul Aduca, or are we... Paul's off this race. I gotta tell you, that guy.
He's gonna go throw some axes, have some pizza.
What are we gonna do without Laduca? So, Sarah, you're gonna have to help us here. What do you got for us with these maiden claimers?
Well, this is an interesting race. I mean, you have horses for that $30,000 tag in here. Of course, your favorite right now, Fully Entitled, just making her second start of her career. And she did debut at the maiden special weight level, though restricted at Keeneland, running behind Accommodate Eva, now dropping a little bit for Ken McPeak, who's off to a very good start at the Oaklawn meet so far. Of course, he had both of those stakes winners last weekend with Band of Gold and Mystic Dan, so he's certainly enjoying quite a bit of success. A horse that maybe looked a little bit interesting, but not taking any money, first-time starter. She's a Shenanigan. Practical Joke, sold for $75,000, debuts for a $30,000 tag. Not exactly what you want to see.
But you see the number 8 who sold for $130,000 by the first-year sire Maximus Mischief, who's actually been doing quite well. That's a surprising price at 9-2. You don't expect the Ike Green Stars to take that much money. I have to think that money is meaningful.
And Maximus Mischief off to a great start at stud, and he's one that has that high percentage with his debut runners, of course, 19% with his first-time starters. So certainly has that pedigree to suggest that maybe this one could be live first time out, and has some quick works. If you go back a little bit on the page, there's a bullet 3 furlong workout, best of 17 at Oaklawn, and a sharp 36 flat, and seems to be working forwardly for this barn. So I think that this one could be live, and I think that that money that you mentioned may be a little bit meaningful.
Yeah, I'm going to bet a couple hours to win on number 8. I'm sort of tired of not having a lot of action today. I did bet a little bit on Power Squeeze, though.
There you go. Very
There you
nice.
go. $24 to show on your horse, Sarah.
Ooh, wow.
Done right there.
That's what I should have
the
done,
old
indeed.
1, 2, 3 try box. Is there. Seems very easy after the race.
You know, that's the one time that a show bet would have been the way to go.
Yeah, it's never a way to go. It's a bad habit to start. Power Squeeze paid 8 even, winning the Suncoast and getting those points. Kentucky Oaks, let's get a call of the third from Oaklawn from Matt Dinnerman.
Mitoli Maibel, post 9. Just a couple more runners to load in here. No pay, no hay to the outside. And Devious Diva in the middle. Devious Diva, the first one out of that pair to go in. One back, no pay, no hay. We're ready to go. And we're off. Awkward break from Taker Back, who drops to the back. Red Volta from the inside. Offensive-minded is an arrow lead early. Miss Escapade is right there to challenge. Bent Halo in that group as well. Red Volta, an arrow leader on Bent Halo on the outside. Miss Escapade between that pair is right there. And those three tussle approaching the half-mile pole. They lead by 3. Taker Back has made up significant ground into 4th on the rail, approaching the far turn run. She's a length and a half better than She's a Shenanigan, the first-time starters, with no pay, no hay, a gap of 5 to Mitoli Maibel, a similar margin to Fully Entitled, well behind. Raytastic is next at the back of the pack with Devious Diva. They round the far turn, and the leaders here continue to go at it. Miss Escapade and Bent Halo side by side. Red Volta has been left behind in 3rd under heavy pressure. She's a Shenanigan trying to get outside in the 3-path off the turn as they come down the lane, and now Miss Escapade is opened up, putting away Bent Halo. Miss Escapade scampers to a 3-length lead. Coming on down the outside strong is Fully Entitled, though. She's kicking it into top gear, and Fully Entitled has just rolled to the lead and will win going away. Fully Entitled, a convincing winner. Devious Diva comes up the rail to snatch 2nd. Miss Escapade 3rd, and She's a Shenanigan was 4th home.
Well, it felt like the number, I'm trying to look where we were, the number 3, Miss Escapade, got away, but Fully Entitled, the favorite. She swallowed him up, as you said. Ken McPeak continues an excellent meet.
And just got some needed class relief to get the job done in here. Of course, Better's very wise to this one, getting that class relief in this spot, dropping in for a tag. Ran okay first time out, but certainly facing much easier company to get the win today.
Yes, and got it done quite well. And Julian Leperoux, I'm glad to see Julian having a good meet down at Oaklawn Park. I feel like Julian gets a lot of unfair criticism, and I've criticized him at the time. I've criticized every jockey at one time or another.
Sure.
But, you know, he's sort of like a whipping boy sometimes on Twitter, and I think Julian's a very, very good rider. He's a little bit overly patient at times, and I know it frustrates people, but I think that is unfair to the talent that he has as a rider, and I'm glad to see him doing well.
He's had a lot of opportunities, and even for the Ken McPeak barn specifically, now riding at Oaklawn this winter, and I remember you saw him have a big win in Jamaica not that long ago as well.
Great to see Julian and the family down in Jamaica as well. So yeah, we had a lot of fun. I miss Rajiv. I haven't heard from Rajiv in a while, actually. I have to send him a text. We had a lot of fun down there. No, that was such a great trip. It really was. Such good people down there and such a great experience. Looking forward to heading back there next year for the Ute Mile, where they increased the purse. I think it's $250,000 U.S.
Okay, trying to entice some more American connections to head on down.
I tell you, if you're thinking of going, if you're involved in the racing and you can get there and go, it really was a terrific experience and a lot of fun at the racetrack. And, you know, and Acacia is standing by with the winning connections from the Suncoast.
Power squeeze, squeezing through the inside, Andy, as I'm so happy to be joined by Paula and Bill Cosgrove of Leah Farms. And Bill, what a nice performance from a filly who has really taken a step forward since coming back off that little bit of a break.
Yeah, she's been, Power Squeeze has been wonderful from the start. So we're just, Paula and I are thrilled.
It was a big race last time, and she was then taking another step forward today. How pleased were you with seeing that she's continuing to progress?
She just continues to get stronger and better. And, you know, really the last 16th, she is just outstanding.
And now you're on the road to the Kentucky Oaks?
We are. We're going to make plans to be there, I think.
But there's a lot to look forward to. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you so much.
Andy?
Well, that's nice. Nice to see them get the victory, and they've got a nice improving 3-year-old filly. He's got a nice 3-year-old improving filly with Power Squeeze. And listen, I mean, it's a long ways to Kentucky Oaks, and there's plenty of room to improve. And the other thing is, you know, we don't really know. I tell you, Mark Hennig's got a very nice filly. That filly that broke her maiden here, Gunsong, who won with an 85 buyer, dominant yesterday, going a mile. And Mark thought she'd be better with more distance, and he was right. But looking to see that division firm up as Power Squeeze gets those points towards the Oaks. It feels like we've been on for a while, but we're really just getting started here on America's Day at the Races. So much more action to come. Do I have time to run the bathroom? Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as the action continues, and we're brought to you or sponsored by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Sarah Al-Badwi and Andy Serling on the desk here at beautiful Aqueduct. We love Aqueduct. That's a good thing, 'cause we'll be here quite a bit over the next couple of years. Maggie Wolfendale's down in the paddock. Let's get more on race number 7.
The one thing that will be strange, Andy, about being at Aqueduct pretty much straight through is it being warm while here. I'm so used to being bundled up in this paddock that being in a summer dress just seems odd here at the Big A. As we'll take a look here at your current favorite, that is number 5, Ski Patrol, who honestly looks fantastic here for Rob Atras. He has in his past several efforts. And I will say that turning back a little bit to the 7 furlongs, I do like, because I questioned him going the mile, but he actually responded very well to it. I just thought that he was more of that closing sprinter where he appreciates a little pace to close into. But as he turns back here, there is no apparent pace for him to close into today. Now, who knows? Sometimes when it looks that way, that's when you do see the hotter paces develop there. But I was, talking to his trainer, Rob Atras, and he said, Maggie, who do you have as a speed? I said, I don't have anyone. And we both concluded that it could possibly come from the horse who is 2 Ski Patrols inside in number 4, Big Save, who has consistently, at least as of late, been running in 6.5 furlong races. And he does have enough forward foot to be close. And last time, I think he was against the racetrack, and it was a day you did not want to be on the rail. And he was literally on the rail the entire time. He tried to sneak up the rail on the eventual the leader and eventual winner, who did make it tight on him. But the thing I like about Big Save today, not only as he projects to have more early foot than some of the other ones in here, is that he looks better than what I've seen from him in the past. Weight's better, stronger hind end to him, coat is turning around. So I think Big Save will have a big say in the outcome of this race, Andy.
Thanks, Maggie. I'll be honest, if I were Rob Atras, I wouldn't be worried about the lack of pace because Ski Patrol is probably going to be relatively forward here in this race.
And that's kind of why I had some interest in Ski Patrol, because I thought that 7 furlong distance would really fit him well as a horse that could be a little bit closer, getting more ground to work with than being that closing sprinter type, needing that pace to materialize in front of him at those shorter 6 furlong sprints. And I thought that he was closer at the mile and maybe could sit a closer trip in here.
I'll tell you what, if the prices stay as they are, I'll be betting on my selection this race, Big Stave, who should be the speed. The one disappearance, I have some interest in this one, Romero Mirage for Oscar Barrera.
Now, he has no early speed, but if you go 2 and 3 back, those are efforts that could make him a contender.
The 2 Suppresso, Jose Gomez riding for Eddie Toloro.
A big price, and he should be based on his recent races.
Orlando Nota trains Provision. Isaac Castillo has the mount.
Not totally out of this, a horse that is getting a little bit of class relief.
My man Trevor McCarthy is going to look to wire the field, and Big Save, dead rail last time, not going to be the case today.
You and I both think that this horse is the speed, though there isn't a ton of it on paper. He should be in front.
Ski Patrol, we also think will be forward. Rob Atras and Kendrick Carmouche on the favorite.
A horse that just has a lot of races that make sense in here, especially the last one.
A long shot, the number 6 Strong Light. Heeman Harkey has the mount.
He is devoid of early speed. He can pick up the pieces from time to time.
We've got the 7 with Gorkhan Kokakaya riding for Rudy Rodriguez, Fight Fiercely.
And did beat Disappearance 3 races ago. The last 2 not quite as fast.
The number 8, Cheeky Tico, taking a lot of money for Orlando Noter with Matty Alver.
Maybe he's rounding back into some form as he did finish 3rd last time out with a 72 buyer.
Moving Picture should be forwardly placed as well. Another one for Rudy Rodriguez.
He and Big Save have been trading punches. Big Save got the better of him last time.
I found out, I was told on Twitter that Street Cop Officer is going to appreciate the cutback in distance. He better.
Yeah, we were both told that tidbit of information, a horse that is getting some class relief.
And there are some races to give him a chance to price. America's Day at the Races. We'll be back after a quick break.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bay Short. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, the dreams are born.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Andy Sterling and Sarah El Bodwi up in the desk here at Aqueduct. And, you know, as we're heading the gate with the Columnist Race 7, I wanted to backtrack a little bit to the Suncoast. What do you do with Life Talk? She ran so badly. I mean, we thought she was a little overrated. You almost wonder if something went wrong in there, the way she ran.
You wait for an excuse. You wait for a reason for that poor performance. You wait to see if maybe she wasn't really able to run her A race or even B race or really even C race in there. And maybe
she was awful.
You hope that something comes back to tell you why that occurred, because if you don't have a reason, what do you do?
No, I mean, it feels like something went wrong with her. You know, you never really know. There's a myriad of excuses or things, and you sort of hope she's okay physically, but while, you know, we both felt that she was a little overrated and certainly too short a price, she didn't look that bad on paper, and that's a race that you can't throw them out. Something went wrong.
And I don't think either of us were expecting that poor of a performance. And while we didn't really think that she was necessarily the winner of that race, we did feel as though running last was not really in the cards. So I think that you have to wonder if there was some sort of excuse for that effort. And of course, I'm sure Connections will be looking for that same answer as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if and when we see her. If something happened, you don't see her for a little while because off that effort, obviously, she's not going to be a contender going forward. But there are other horses to fill the void. Fully Entitled, winning race number 3 at Oaklawn, paying $4 even. The number 5, who you liked, Ski Patrol, and while I preferred Big Save, and you said to me you did not expect this 3-2.
Yeah, this is a little overly short on a horse that was avoided claim last time, is one that hasn't had that much experience on the dirt either. And while he did run well last time out, getting a little bit more distance to work with, and I thought the 7 furlongs would be that kind of intermediary, perhaps right distance for him, where he's not really getting the same kind of pace setup as he maybe needs to be that closing sprinter. Maybe he doesn't want to go quite as far as a mile. Maybe it's 7 furlongs that puts him right where he kind of wants to do his best running, but this is a little bit too short of a price for me to make some sort of win bet on this type of horse.
In my experience, when Rob Atris's horse get bet like this, they usually run particularly well. Whether or not that matters. I like Big Save, who went to a dead rail last time. I think Trevor McCarthy was just in a spot where he had nowhere else to go, and I thought it was a good performance, and I'm hoping he can be in front. My long shot play in here, though, is the 1 Disappearance. I kind of like getting Romero Mirage on this horse, and I worry about his lack of speed, but I'm hoping he can get in the number at least with either the 4 or 5, and I got to tell you something. 6-5 on Ski Patrol. Maybe he'll win, and obviously he can win. That's a little ridiculous.
Yeah, especially in this field. I mean, when you look around, I think that, you know, Maggie and his trainer were wondering what kind of speed materializes in here. And if you have those questions and you don't think he's going to be forward, you and I do, then 6-5 is way too short to take. I think he'll sit a tracking trip.
Something happened at the gate if he's not relatively forward in this field. I'm hoping the 4's in front. You like Ski Patrol? We'll see what happens. Chris Griffin with the call of race number 7, kicking off the late pick 4.
Here's Ski Patrol and Street Cop Officer. Street Cop Officer goes in. All set. And they're off. Bad stumble to start there for Strong Light is the trailer, stumbling badly at the start. Big Save has got early speed, and there's Ski Patrol. They're a clear 1-2, and they're up by 2 on Cheeky Tico, who's going to stalk from 3rd. Provision is at the rail in the 4th position, out wider. Here comes the move from Street Cop Officer, and Street Cop Officer is going to be 4 wide in that second grouping as Fight Fiercely in the Purple Silks now takes the 2-path, tightly bunched in behind the leader in Big Save. Further back in the field, that's Moving Picture, second to last. Sorpreso, Strong Light is towards the tail end with Disappearance, who's far back as the trailer. 23.48 for that opening quarter mile. Big Save has got the lead. It's Big Save who takes him into the far turn. Ski Patrol is back for more at 6-5. Cheeky Tico's under a drive. Street Cop Officer, a touch wide there, is in 5th. Just got passed again to the inside here from Provision, who's trying to make up some ground. Losing ground was Fight Fiercely from the back, trying to rally on. That's Moving Pictures. Sorpreso far, far back to the rest as they reach the top of the stretch. Ski Patrol and Kendra Carmouche now gives Ski Patrol the cue, and Ski Patrol kicks away. It's Ski Patrol. Big Save is trying to hang in there down towards the inside. Ski Patrol is trying to widen this margin. Cheeky Tico is rallying on, but it's a mild rally because it's just Ski Patrol approaching the 16th pole is 3 in front. Ski Patrol. Cheeky Tico has run up into 2nd, but Ski Patrol is going to win and win it easily. Ski Patrol gets the win over Cheeky Tico, Big Save, and Provision in 1 minute 24 and 3.
As I said before the race, when Rob Atris is seemingly overbet, they often overperform, and this horse pretty much a winner every step of the way. And I don't know what Rob was thinking, but he was exactly where we expect him to be, right on top of the base.
Exactly. We didn't see a ton of pace. We knew Big Save would be that one to show that early speed, and I thought that he would get the right kind of setup, sitting a little bit closer, having the 7 furlongs be the intermediary distance where he gets himself into a good position to be successful. He ended up winning pretty easily. You see a little ear go up at the wire in here, and I can't say I was expecting it to be this easy or this short of a price, but he performed.
They bet him, and he responded. We are on the turf in race number 6 at Tampa. Interesting race coming up. Are we going to get the post parade? The one, Camila T, goes out for Juan Avila.
They tried cutting this one back in distance. It didn't work out last time. Now stretches back out.
She is the speed. The question with her is what her stamina is. She's quick, that's for sure. Timothy Amtrain's Destiny Star with Angel Arroyo.
She ran well to get the win last time out. At a short price, she'll have to get a little bit faster.
Big long shot, Juicy Justice, Melissa Iorio riding.
A horse that broke her maiden for a tag at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and she needs to get quite a bit quicker.
Another long shot is Delightful Summer, Gerald Bennett.
One turf race was a 3rd place finish. Her win was on the dirt.
Junior Alvarado rides first time in the grass for Bourbon Breeze, taking a lot of money and has a little turf pedigree, a little.
Well, quite a string of turf works for this Riley Mott trainee.
Chad Brown, runner, number 6 for owner Peter Brandt, Sacred Image.
A horse that broke her maiden first time out right here at Tampa.
The number 7, Factor Bella, goes out for Tony Wilson.
A horse that needs to take another step forward in terms of speed figures, got the win 2 back.
Sputnik is grounded. Sputnik, the favorite right now for Mark Casse.
You have an interesting stat that I'm sure you'll share with us later about this one switching over to the turf.
Big negative stat, the 9 shilling Factor, another big price.
A horse that is trying this surface for the first time and hasn't shown to be too quick on either synthetic or dirt.
And while Sputnik broke her maiden on the synthetic, she tries turf for the first time, and she's after a horse that Acacia Clement is quite familiar with.
I am Andy Space Launch. We'll talk a little bit about Sputnik in a moment, but wanted to start things off with the number 6, Sacred Image, who did win first time out at Tampa, as Sarah mentioned. Now, she was just able to run down the pace setter and the favorite, Mayfly. Mayfly has run second 4 times in a row and is still a maiden. So that does give me a little bit of a question as to the quality of what she beat that day. But I also noticed that in that race, this is a horse who kind of carries her head very high up. It looked like she was a little bit antsy early on, and Sammy Camacho was trying to get her into stride, and when he asked her, she accelerated, but she never really kind of lowered her head down. He gave her an aggressive solo warm-up today, took her right away from the pony and was really asking her to warm up and kind of get into the bridle. She's a very lightly framed type of filly. I do wish that she had a little bit more flesh and conditioning overall, but she obviously has a good turn of foot. Let's see if she can put all the pieces together. Now, talking about Sputnik, yes, as Andy mentioned, is half to Space Launch, who my father-in-law did train, and a horse that had debuted on the turf, despite the fact that most of the foals before him had much more dirt pedigree, including Victim of Love, who was a multiple graded stakes winner. But Space Launch is effective on the grass, and Ohana Honor, the most recent foal who Shug McGahee has also won on the turf. So there's pedigree for pretty much anything. Sputnik definitely learned a lot in that debut race. Was awkward at the start, back by several, keen, weaving through horses and then pulling away. And to my eye, watching that race, she moves like a turf horse in the way that she covers the ground and kind of her higher knee action. Very tall, much different appearance than Space Launch. She kind of favors Ohana Honor a little bit more, but I think that she should handle the grass no problem. And handling the grass is a question for the 5 Bourbon Breeze. Now, she has had some steady workouts on the Palmetto's turf course training in the morning. I did watch the most recent of those on XBTV when she started ahead of a mate who was very rank and hard to handle, and this one was going best throughout. I thought she moved fine over the grass, nothing overly wowing, but obviously she's shown Riley Mott enough in the mornings, given those steady workouts, that she should take to it. Not a overly turf-looking hoof, but she's a little bit more angular, a little bit lighter behind, the type of physical that could have an easier time pushing off on the turf. And there is a sibling who did win twice on the grass, and Omaha Beach is a son of Forefront. So she's an intriguing prospect and taking quite a bit of attention. My question is maybe shorter a little bit better for her? A lot of changes for Bourbon Breeze today. We'll see how she handles them, Andy.
Thanks, Keisha. I'm very surprised to see Bourbon Breeze a very similar price to Sacred Image and Sputnik. I just want to give that stat quickly. Mark Casse going from synthetic to turf in a route off of a maiden win is just 1 for 22 with a 32-cent ROI. And when you consider how much he raced at Woodbine, where they run in synthetic and turf almost interchangeably sometime, you would think he would have a lot of starters and more success. That worried me a little bit, but this horse has plenty of pedigree.
She does, and certainly ran well first time out on the synthetic. But you were telling me about that stat earlier, and I think it is really surprising for this trainer based on how often he runs at Woodbine, just as you mentioned, having that opportunity to run on either synthetic or turf and be able to go between the two, whereas many other connections perhaps not able to have as many chances or big of a sample size running between those surfaces. So I think that that is worth mentioning, especially at a short price for a trainer like Mark Casse with the number 8 Sputnik, as favoritism has now shifted over slightly to Sacred Image.
I'm interested in seeing what Camilla T does, because she was very fast. Her debut was a legitimately big effort. She didn't make the lead in her other turf sprint, and she collapsed behind the eventual Breeders' Cup winner, Hard to Justify. I think it's fair to say you have to have a lot of question marks whether this horse has any stamina at all. They're trying the distance. If she's not effective today, I think it'll be a distance for the last time.
And I kind of am surprised that they're trying to stretch her back out after it didn't go well the first time. It was a failed experiment when they attempted to do this in the past, and of course that was a graded stake, and of course behind the eventual Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies
Just her
winner.
second start.
Maybe you think the competition, maybe she has the excuses of the inexperience, maybe you think that she's a little bit better now, but I don't really get trying it again.
Well, I'll tell you 2 reasons. First of all, I do, because it was a tough race, and while she didn't run well, who knows, maybe there was no 5-furlong turf sprint coming up for her. I mean, you can only run them where the spots are, and if they're not getting a 5-furlong turf sprint at either Gulfstream or Tampa for non-winners of 1 or a stake, where is she going to go? So it could have been, sometimes it's just a case if she's ready to go, this race came up, let's run her in here, and if she's not all effective, we'll go back to sprinting afterwards and give her one more shot and at least a more realistic spot. So I think a lot of times, we say, why are they in there? And sometimes it's just because they have nowhere else to run her, and they're ready. I'm not saying that's the reason, but I think in some cases it is, and it may well be. We'll see what happens in here. Intriguing race. Got 3 5-2s. Not the biggest surprise. Bourbon Breeze the same price as the other 2. Too many unknowns to me for that.
And I think maybe this horse would have a look at a bigger price, maybe as that alternative. But with the horses that have the turf form already, the synthetic form already, I wouldn't want a similar price on someone doing something new for the first time.
She doesn't have a pedigree that screams turf. We'll get the call from Jason Beam.
Chilling factor to the outside. Marcos Meneses coming up and in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Camilla T down toward the inside along with Destiny Star. Juicy Justice is forwardly placed, but the inside 2 are quickest. It's Destiny Star, Camilla T, those 2 1-2 by the wire the first time. Delightful Summer and Factor Bella now moving up to join them as that 4-pack up top goes quickly as they go 2.5 in front of Sputnik, who came away in a good spot in 5th. And behind that comes Juicy Justice, who's now back 6th. Between horses Bourbon Breeze, a little bit of traffic there for Sputnik. The 2 at the back are Sacred Image and Chilling Factor, but only about 8 lengths cover the group as they work their way to the back stretch. The opening quarter and Honest, 22 4/5 seconds. Destiny Star and Angel Arroyo lead them on to the back stretch, a length and a half in front. A Factor Bella in the second position. Out wide, Delightful Summer under a good hold in 3rd. Camilla T stays toward the fence from 4th, about 3.5 off the top. It's a length and a half more back to Bourbon Breeze, who races in 5th. Sputnik right alongside of him. Then comes Sacred Image, Juicy Justice, and Chilling Factor, the 2 at the back. 47 1. They did slow it down a touch up the back stretch. Destiny Star to the far turn, in front by almost 2 now. Factor Bella, Delightful Summer. They continue 2nd and 3rd. Camilla T right down along that fence, 4th. Now 4 lengths adrift as up front Destiny Star continues on. Destiny Star to the quarter pole, 2 1/4 in front. In the second spot is Factor Bella trying to loop up Sputnik. Bourbon Breeze spying a seam between horses. Sacred Image in behind that. They've all got to come catch Destiny Star. Destiny Star into the lane, kicks clear 2.5. Factor Bella continues to chase from 2nd. Bourbon Breeze, Camilla T, Sacred Image up the inside. Destiny Star showing no signs of stopping though. Destiny Star by the 16th pole, all alone in front by 4. Destiny Star and Angel Arroyo gate to wire at 8-1. Factor Bella was 2nd. 3rd was really close there between Bourbon Breeze and Camilla T.
Oh, we talked about the wrong sprinter stretching out. They decided to rate Camilla T. This one went quick to establish the lead, but Sarah, they were never coming close to her.
And I think we were both kind of surprised when we didn't see Camilla T on the lead, but once we saw that first fraction, it made a little bit more sense. However, Destiny Star had a kick and really stretched out effectively. This was a big, big performance from her.
And I should have known. Greg Wolf showed up near the studio, and he loves Catholic Boy as we are back at Oaklawn Park for race number 4, heading the gate. Are we going to Paulie? Apparently not. Apparently they're going into the gate for race number 4. Give us a quick pick.
Oh, I think the one, Legendary Lore, is a horse that makes sense. Second last time out, 4-1 at the moment. Towards the inside, Keith Asmussen aboard.
All right, we'll see what happens in race number 4 at Oaklawn. They're going a mile and a 16th, a lap around the oval. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Coming forward, Assumption. Fighting Ready in the red and black. Doc Higgins. One back. Dance Sabot. Dance Sabot goes in. We're ready to go. And they're off, and a stumble at the break for Fightin' Ready, who unseated the rider, Joseph Belmier, right up on his feet, but Fightin' Ready out of the race here. So 8 runners in contention as they approach the clubhouse turn. Doc Higgins, the leader here by a half length. Dance Sabot on the outside, right there to apply the heat. Ignitus right off of them, running in the 3rd spot. A gap of 2.5 lengths to Quincy Market. Chrome Run is next. Legendary Lore in midfield. He's 7 lengths behind, approaching the backstretch run. 6 clear of Mr. Cougar in Assumption, the trailer around the clubhouse turn. Battle continues on the lead between Dance Sabot outside of Doc Higgins. These two stride for stride. Doc Higgins with a head lead. Dance Sabot keeping the pressure on the way. Ignitus with no excuses, 3rd, placed in a perfect stalking position in that position. Another length and a half to Legendary Lore. He's gotten a lot closer. Down on the inside, takes 4th. Quincy Market back at 5th, approaching the turn. He's patiently ridden, but he's been passed by Chrome Run into the turn. A big gap back to Mr. Cougar still, in Assumption well behind as they round the far turn. It's still Dance Sabot, Doc Higgins, 1-2, right together with Ignitus, who's trying to get off the rail, does so in the 3 paths shaken up. Dance Sabot with a half-length lead, making a length lead on Doc Higgins, who weakens. Looks like he's called it an afternoon. Ignitus is sent along from the 2nd spot, joined by Legendary Lore as they come down the lane now. Dance Sabot still in front. On the inside, Legendary Lore sneaking through down on the fence. Ignitus still 3rd as they hit the furlong pole. Legendary Lore right up the inside, passing Dance Sabot in the final 16th. Legendary Lore and Keith Asmussen drawing away. Legendary Lore, your winner by about 2. Dance Sabot 2nd, Ignitus 3rd home, and 4th goes to Quincy Market.
Nice ride by Keith Asmussen to get the money. Nice call by you, Sarah. Legendary Lore at 9-2, coming up the inside. A little of an eventful start as the 4 Fightin' Ready with Joseph Belmier stumbled badly. He came off. Now, we did hear Matt Dinnerman say that he was up, and it appears that everybody's okay. You can see that he's up, and that's good news. The horse without the rider. Fightin' Ready, though, stumbled, lost the rider, but Keith Asmussen gets the money for his dad, Steve Asmussen.
Saved every inch of ground, was able to hug the rail and come up the inside in this race. Kind of made that middle move to get himself into contention, into position to do so, and then had enough to pass by Dance Sabot to win.
All right. It's going to do it for us, Sarah. It's been a pleasure. Enjoyed spending this time with you.
Quality time.
A lot more racing to go. We'll be able to sit down and relax a little bit. Richard Migliori and Greg Wolf will be joining you on the set in just a few moments. Maggie will still be in the paddock. Paulie down at Oaklawn, and, of course, Acacia at Tampa. Lots more to come. We'll see you later. America's Day at the Races rolls along.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races here on FS2 as we have live racing coverage from Oaklawn Park, Tampa Bay Downs, as it is Sam F. Davis Day, but also here at the Big A is race number 8 in the paddock getting ready, and a very interesting field assembled here. Of course, the betting public can't resist 2 for the price of 1 on a Chad Brown entry here for Klarovich Stables. Let's take a look at number 1, Expected Value, a horse that is now second off the long layoff, has had a bit of trouble staying on the track, but has also come with some expectations. And I thought last time kind of a little bit rusty when it came to the break. He got off a bit slow. It was a muddy steel track, the first time he had ever been on one in the past, and made that belated run kind of after the race was over in a way, and 2, he got a pretty fast pace to close into in what was a strung out field early on. I was not in the paddock for that comeback effort, but I really like what I'm seeing here. I've always liked him physically. He's very much that beautifully balanced and elegant and just a classic looking thoroughbred, and he looks incredibly fit here. He presents himself so beautifully here in the paddock. Now, if he can be a little bit more just ready to break this time around, which he does look like a coiled spring here in the paddock, I think it puts him right in the game at this mile. He looks fantastic here, as we'll move on to a horse that I think ran very well, and that last time out of the same race in number 9, Silo Ridge, as it was his first effort facing winners there, and he was a part of that quick pace, and he held on pretty gamely to be second, where Whittington Park just got a perfect type of trip. He kind of got past, and then he ran on again. He switched outside. The only problem I have with that effort is that he was on his wrong lead late in the stage game there, but otherwise here in the paddock, he looks fantastic. I have a lot of respect for that effort that we saw from him for that first start against winners, and if he can build on that, he is a major player in this A, other than as we welcome 2, well, kind of new faces to the set, as Greg Wolf is joined by Richard Migliore. Hey, guys.
Hey, Maggie, good to be with you on a great Saturday afternoon. All kinds of stakes action all across the country coming up. This is a very intriguing race here at Aqueduct as well. And Silo Ridge, I think most of us agree with the public. I know the entry's slightly favored right now, but looks like formidable customer if this horse can just take a minor step forward.
Yeah, and like Maggie talked about, being on the wrong lead, kind of looked like he was treading water around the far turn, and then the stretch kind of re-rallied. Certified Lover Boy made that kind of middle move into the teeth of that pace. So I think he's a player, too, at a big price, even though Silo Ridge had a much more difficult trip last time.
That was your riding nickname, right, back in the day?
No, not me.
We'll get to the rest of this field here coming up in a moment. Obviously, the entry going to be tough as well. 2 for the price of 1. It's the Chad Brown barn, and there's half of that entry. Expected Value. It's had some issues getting out of the gate quickly. Off a step slow last time out once again. Manny Franco will be back aboard. Can he break clean? Can he take a move forward? Entry, the 2-1 favorite. Post parade next.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new kid.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up started once again at NairaBets.com. 8th coming up next here in South Ozone Park. Don't forget, playing with Naira Bets today. Get a $20 bonus just by playing. You got to opt in. Bet $25 on the Derby Prep, the Sam F. Davis at Tampa Bay Downs. And you get that $20 bonus in your account, provided you select the winner. Go to NairaBets.com to opt in. This race coming up, 1 turn mile. First allowance condition race. There is the aforementioned Silo Ridge for Leon Seidler Racing. Trained by Bill Mott. Horse who broke his maiden, career start number 3. And then that first try against winners January 13th on this muddy, sealed track. Good effort.
Really good effort. And he was passed mid-turn by a Certified Lover Boy. You can see he's outside here, hanging on that wrong lead, the left lead. Certified Lover Boy switched over to his right lead there. And he keeps coming with this relentless grinding run, despite the fact that he didn't get that little boost of energy by getting over to his right lead in the stretch. I don't think a lot separates these two. I will say this, Silo Ridge, one of the most attractive individuals you're going to see.
Is that something, and this is a relatively lightly raced horse, here he is again, is that something switching leads you can learn from start to start?
Absolutely. And sometimes when a horse isn't 100% comfortable with a particular racing surface, it was a muddy strip last time, they'll do that because it's about balancing a horse out. When a horse feels comfortable and balanced, they're more apt to change their leads on cue.
So 5-2, Silo Ridge, second choice on the board. Meanwhile, here's Lucency. Rick Dutrow barn, and no question, the Babe is back, especially with his classic winner, White Obario. And this horse coming off a win, maiden special weight last start, did it forwardly placed.
Yeah, and this horse, I think, took a big step forward last time. He's a horse that will put himself in a good position, but he doesn't need to be a part of the pace. He can be in a good stalking spot. He's making a nice impression from what I can discern watching on TV here. 6-1
right now, and Dutrow quite often has been using former Eclipse Award winner as outstanding apprentice Jose Gomez on a lot of his horses.
Yeah, Rick Dutrow's always been a trainer. He has guys that he's comfortable with them, and he's also comfortable with their agent. He likes to deal with them, and Jose Gomez has been delivering for him.
Meanwhile, this entry for Chad Brown, I would expect, there's a couple of decent efforts in there for reserve currency, no question. But expected value, probably the more played half of this entry. How important is it for him? And here's a look at him to break clean today.
I think it's extremely important. It's a really attractive son of Flatter. You don't want to give other horses an advantage. I don't think he's good enough to give them an advantage and overcome that.
He'll break post 3. Stablemate's going to break on the far outside.
A horse that can lay closer at times, depending on how he breaks. He's outside. At least he won't be inhibited by outside pressure.
The rail to Certified Lover Boy, third behind Silo Ridge last start.
I think he's a major player. He moved into the teeth of a very hot pace last time.
I thought this horse interesting. Back-to-back, very big figures and maybe primed for a move forward.
This horse has really kind of put it together. He's always flashed ability. His last 2 races were good efforts.
All about the money. Big figure on a sloppy, sealed track last start and a win.
Yeah, moves up in company off of that big effort.
This gets a lot easier, though. Here's Lucency for the Dutrow barn.
Yeah, it took him the fourth start to break his maiden, but it was a big step in the right direction.
American Law, he's usually in the mix. 9 seconds, though, in 21 starts.
From a figure standpoint, he fits right in the frame. He just has a lot of seconds, 9 seconds compared to 2 wins.
Thunderian, Rachel Sells just claimed off of David Jacobson.
I think he has a lot to say in how this race is going to run because he can show good speed at times.
Here's Silo Ridge, Belmont, Jose Lezcano.
Really handsome son of Ghost Sapper. Ran well last time. Looked like he was going in the wrong direction around the far turn. And the fact that he re-rallied, got himself back involved, kind of showed his gameness and his determination.
3 minutes of post. Here in the 8th, let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. JK, how do we play this 8th race?
Yeah, look, I'm on the 9 Silo Ridge here. This is a horse drawn towards the outside. I'm always going to – I feel like I should get a shirt made that says drawn towards the outside. I'm a huge fan of horses being drawn outside of other horses, especially ones that have tactical speed. I feel like they can kind of dictate what's going to happen a little bit to the inside. They can see what's going to happen, and they're not forced. Their hand's not necessarily forced from an inside draw. Silo Ridge has always shown some talent. Came back in December in that sprint race and ran well and got a nice speed figure that day. Then they tried to stretch out in the mud and ran well again that day, I thought, even though the pace was extremely fast and this horse was involved in that pace. So even though Silo Ridge was second that day, beaten 2. It's still a winning type performance for me. I think sometimes when you look at it, you can't be so results oriented. You have to look to have a better understanding of what actually happened on the racetrack and not who got their picture taken. The picture taken part, when you win a race, it's kind of like a secondary portion of the story. And of course, we all want to win. It's a game where you want to win. I thought Silo Ridge ran well last time, and actually think he ran better last time than he did in the race prior that he won. So that's my long way of saying I'm going to take the 9 at 2-1.
All right, JK. Familiar Silks, Lee Einsteidler here with Silo Ridge. And you're right, it really makes a nice appearance here as we go back to the 2. That's 7-1 on the board. Ray Handel's runner, Katie Davis with the rail and Certified Lover Boy.
I thought this horse's last effort put this horse squarely in the frame here at 7-1 as opposed to 2-1 for your favorite Silo Ridge. They were a half a length apart, and this horse coming off a little bit of a freshening. I'll take a bit of a swing at 8-1 now.
Let's go back to Maggie for more.
I agree. He ran really well, number 2, Certified Lover Boy. First off that bit of a break in which we saw him coming back as a gelding. I did not see him in the paddock for that last effort, but he has lightened up considerably. A lot more tubular frame than what I had been seeing from him in the past. Always a horse that did carry that extra conditioning, so ultimately probably the right move to geld him. That's a very generous price of 8-1 versus the 2-1 that you're seeing currently on Silo Ridge, and them finishing not too far apart in the end. And if anything, I think Certified Lover Boy actually warmed up better than what I saw from Silo Ridge, who I'll get to in a moment. But I do want to mention a long shot who caught my eye, who I feel like is really heading in the right direction for trainer John Toscano, and that's all about the money. Again, not always easy to claim off David Jacobson, but this horse has continuously improved his weight, his coat, his conditioning, his demeanor. He looks like a completely different animal than what he did going back to 6 months ago, if not less. I do think he's a horse that enjoys the wet surface. He does move very well over it, but he's moving well over this fast track today. Now, Silo Ridge, your current 9-5 favorite, yes, he looks incredible in the flesh. He did take a while to warm up out on the racetrack, and Jose Lezcano gave him the benefit of the doubt, went slowly at first, and then he got his feet underneath of him. But that, coupled with the fact that he didn't switch leads last time, he's a short price, I respect him, but I can't help myself. I'm going with the 2-1 number 1 in here, coming out of that same race, Expected Value, because I just couldn't get over how well he looked, Craig.
All right, keep our eyes on how this one performs on the racetrack. The horse ran a huge figure. Very different racetrack, sloppy sealed, very different level of competition, a lot easier. And there he is stepping in with Isaac Castillo. See if he can back up what he did last time, though, from a figure standpoint.
Yeah, and listen, it's always tough when they got to work a little harder for it, but you know they're capable.
Here we go with the 8th from Aqueduct. Chris Griffin, the call.
All set. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses. Lucency right out to the front, and also joining them, Narciso Dali. Silo Ridge is up on the far outside. It's chasing these leaders, going to stalk off the pacer now. It's Narciso Dali who's in front. The rail is open for Certified Loverboy, and Katie Davis is going to move on through with Certified Loverboy 4 across the racetrack. In behind them comes All About the Money, and All About the Money is right behind their expected values, progressing with American Law. Towards the tail end, Thundurian with the trailer. Reserve Currency. On the front end, Certified Loverboy has got the lead. Certified Loverboy is ahead in front. Narciso Dali right to the outside, engaged from second. 3 wide, here comes Lucency from third. Very wide is going to be Silo Ridge. 4 wide up the backstretch here as they approach the half-mile point. Then comes Expected Value, who's under drive, is to the inside of American Law. Watching the action there is All About the Money. Towards the back end is Reserve Currency. It's at the back with Thundurian. They're the 2 trailers. Still up front, Certified Loverboy, Narciso Dali, 3 wide, Lucency, 4 wide, Silo Ridge. They continue to duke it out up front. Narciso Dali is ahead in front. It's Narciso Dali, Certified Loverboy is still right there, is battling on back. Lucency losing some ground, Silo Ridge still wide. Right in behind them, here comes the run from American Law, is looking for a way through. American Law is trying to split rivals down at the rail. It's Expected Value. Certified Loverboy is still there, but they are swarming from everywhere. Lucency is back for more. Silo Ridge on the grandstand side, 5 across the racetrack. American Law is in there. Expected Value is in there as well. Lucency, Expected Value. American Law noses down the line. Lucency in front. In between horses, American Law. And Lucency end up in a tight photo. Expected Value right there. Silo Ridge and Certified Loverboy. Final running time posted. That's 135.41. It's a photo in today's 8th.
It comes down to the 6 Lucency or the 7 American Law. 6-1, 8-1 on the board.
Yeah, and American Law had races good enough to win here, and he gets it done. Now 3 wins, 9 seconds. Really nice ride here from Louis Rivera Jr. And this is when you say, man, that 5-pound allowance you get from an apprentice makes a big difference, as there were noses apart on the wire. And the shorter the margin of victory, you got to think the more that weight comes into play, Greg.
How much of an adrenaline rush, what do you do differently when you get locked in a battle like that as a rider?
Oh, it's great, but now they're showing the 6. I thought that the 7 got it, but they've got the camera on the 6, so maybe we got to wait for
7 actually
7.
Posted. You were correct.
Oh, okay, all right. I thought I called it right the first time, but American Law, it means so much. I mean, you know, especially when it's that tight a finish, and you're getting a young rider that has shown a lot of poise, has already shown a lot of experience. It reaches a point with an apprentice that you're taking such full advantage of that weight allowance. Now, disregard the early fractions because obviously they were not right.
Incorrect, yeah. 7-6-1-9 thriller down the stretch between American Law and Lucency, and it goes to this 6-year-old here who wins for just the 3rd time in 22 starts. Mentioned all those seconds. This time, picture time again for the Son of Constitution. We're going to take a break. More stakes action back at Tampa when we return. Minaret coming up. Phillies Mares 4-up, and former Grade 1 winner of the test. Chi-Town Lady for Wesley Ward coming off a long layoff. Back in action next. Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thriller in the 8th at Aqueduct between American Law and Lucency, and it goes to the 7 here. This 6-year-old son of Constitution for trainer Bruce Brown with Luis Rivera Jr., the apprentice in the iron.
Very happy Luis Rivera Jr., 18-20, and Bruce Brown is a trainer that's easy to root for. His horses always look good, and he's just a tremendous horseman and a really good person.
To Hot Springs, this 5th race, 6 furlong sprint, $12,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price for non-winners of 2 lifetime on this wet track. And a quick look at the board there, 5 taking plenty of support off the claim. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Thanks, Greg. And the continuation of Celebration of Life for Toby Keith continues to go on here. They just played Red Solo Cup, fill it up, and everybody had their Red Solo Cups. I promise there's no alcohol in here to my bosses out there as well. But yeah, the Celebration of Life of Toby Keith, and there's a lot of people here with Toby Keith gear on as well. They are blasting his tunes in memory of him. On to this race. This is a difficult race, at least I thought so. I mean, when you look at this field, you do have Stud Love in the 5. You do have the 6 in here. Now, the 6, Dutch Mills, kind of freaked on a wet surface. You consider the first 2 starts, or maybe the drop help. The 5, Stud Lovin' for Scott Becker's a claim off Mike Maker. It's kind of the theme in here because there's a lot of horses in here claims off good barns. You got Cipriano Contreras, the 8. He's claiming off of the Chris Hartman barn. So, you know, you have some question marks here, I thought, with some of the favorites. Now, the 12 on the outside, Concept. If you go all the way back, this horse lost to, if I'm not mistaken, Tejano Twist. Look all the way at the bottom in the Kip DeVille. This horse actually beat Tejano Twist and is now in for 12-5 Concept here, the 12. So I'd probably lean against him considering the complete drop. You know, the 2 in here, Last Outlaw, who's my selection here at 22-1. If you look at his other numbers, they're not much at all. But he moved a ton up in the slop last time. He didn't have the best of trips. I think Ramon Vasquez is a more aggressive jockey, can get this horse into position. And at 19-1, I'm taking a shot in this field. I just think there's too many unknowns with the favorites.
All right, Paulie, thanks. 2 minutes to post here in this 5th coming up. And, you know, mention Toby Keith, for those that don't know, such a big ambassador of this game for so long. Passed away earlier this week in a battle with stomach cancer. But he was a regular on the scene, especially in Hot Springs. And ownership group he had in partnership with Danny Caldwell. We actually heard Paul interview Danny Caldwell just the other day. As in this race here, that's the 9 Rom. And this horse used to be on the West Coast. Primarily had been on turf. What do you think about this horse getting back to dirt?
Well, it'll be interesting to see how he handles it. Obviously, he's getting a major class relief, and we've seen a lot of horses at Oaklawn Park getting off turf or synthetic and performing extremely well. So I think he's very interesting. I'm very happy that I had the opportunity to interview Toby Keith when he was at Belmont last spring. He had a first-time starter in. I went down to the Man of War room at Belmont to talk to him, and he made me sit down, and we talked horses for half an hour. It couldn't make me feel more comfortable. And the song that I love of his, I Should Have Been a Cowboy. Maggie introduced the song to me, told me to listen to it. If I wasn't a jockey, I should have been a cowboy.
And I told the story the other day, and it's such a great story, but how he hooked up with Danny Caldwell. He's been such a successful owner at Hot Springs as well. He was riding the elevator up, and Danny Caldwell says, I didn't want to be starstruck. I wasn't going to say anything. Toby Keith gets in the elevator, and Toby Keith actually talked to him and said, I'm tired of getting beat by you. And that sparked a friendship with these two, and that's how they started a stable together.
That's very cool. Well, somebody that really appreciated the game and was not only an incredible participant and ambassador of the game, but he really was a fan of the game.
Well, we'll see. Going to send out Rom for Country Bro Stables, and they'll probably be blaring Should Have Been a Cowboy or Red Solo Cup in the winner's circle if this horse can win. And this spot here, there is the 9 for Country Bro Stables. But 5-2 favoritism, that's Stud Lovin' for Scott Becker. beaten favorite last time out, and that was off a short layoff. Facing maybe a little bit tougher. And the start before that was favored against Allowance Company. Looks like a logical favorite.
Does look like a logical favorite. I'm always a little troubled when a horse is claimed and then basically dropped for half the price that he was claimed for.
Race 5 here. It starts at pick 4. Matt Dinnerman, the call with the 5th from Oaklawn.
Post 9. Hard to come by. Stud Lovin' in the red. He'll be second to last to load, and Concept to round out the field after that. Waiting for Stud Lovin'. Still working with Stud Lovin'. Stud Lovin' goes it. Into the outside, Concept. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Concept broke outwards, but broke very sharply today from the far outside. Tries to cross over. Pressure, applying that pressure. Now eases off Concept, who leads the way by about 3/4 of a length. Pressure down on the inside. Now a half length behind, moving up to come and challenge that front runner. Pressure inside. Concept outside down the back stretch, and they lead by a length and a half from Last Outlaw. Life on the Nile, broke on the rail, is off the fence now. Then comes Stud Lovin' into the turn. Rom alongside of him. Dutch Mills is 4 lengths behind in midfield is Stud Lovin'. Already lost a few spots into that far turn run. Needs to turn it around. Is dropping out. Permafrost. He's next in the field. 7 behind and a gap of 3 to Lord Grantham as they round the far turn. Concept putting away pressure now at the 1/4 mile marker. Opens up 2. Pressure in the second spot. Dutch Mills chasing with Life on the Nile. The others still well out of it as they come down the lane. It's Concept's race to lose. Concept loving the slop today. Turning it on down the stretch and opening up. He's 5-6 ahead. Concept with a massive effort today. Dutch Mills into second, and he will hold that position. It's Concept, a runaway winner, giving Keith Asmussen and Steve Asmussen doubles. Second, Dutch Mills. Third home was Pressure. He held that spot. And Lord Grantham passed rivals from the back to get 4th.
Dad's going to like this one even better because not only does Steve Asmussen train this horse, he owns this one with son Keith aboard. Concept wins for the 2nd time in 13 starts.
Yeah, it's really nice to see Keith Asmussen really kind of picked up steam the last week at Oaklawn Park. He had 2 wins on Sunday for his dad, both owned and trained by his father. Concept broke sharp to the right. He had to correct him, got over, gave him a nice breather in the middle of the race, kicked on for home. And for a taller rider, Keith folds up nice on a horse. He looked like a lizard on a log on that one.
Stakes action coming up from Tampa when we come back. Pick 5 begins with the Minaret Fillies and Mirrors, including former Grade 1 test winner from Saratoga, Chi-Town Lady in action. We'll be back.
Standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Thoroughbred racing is taking vital steps to make our sports safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Thanks for tuning in and spending your Saturday afternoon with us here on America's Day at the Races as the stakes action continues here on our program. The $150,000 Heavenly Prize coming up next. And we do see a favorite in here. That is number 7, Saddle Up Jessie for Brittany Russell. She's coming off of a narrow defeat last time out in the ladies, where she was confidently handled into the stretch while Comparative was able to battle back on the inside and secure the win, and certainly was flattered, Saddled Up Jessie, when Comparative came back and won the Grade 3 by Akoa, albeit with the favorite having a troubled trip that day. Now, there's a big question mark when it comes to this daughter of More Than Ready. The one-turn question. The bulk of her success, while she is more of a dirt horse than a turf horse, has been around 2 turns. And my biggest question is, does it get her a little bit out of position with a predictably, usually faster pace going a 1-turn mile? Now, physically looking at her, I don't see where it should be a problem at all, because she's smaller, she's shorter coupled, she's handy looking. So looking at her physically, I don't see any problems with it. And Manny Franco is aggressive enough. I think this is the right kind of rider change for this mare today. As we'll take a look, though, at Linda Rice, who does send out a 2-prong tack, one coming off a bit of a layoff, one coming off short rest. And taking a look at number 3, Portage, here for Linda Rice. Now, she's a horse who always refuses to switch to her outside lead. And like I said, there's some confirmation reasons when you look at her why that might be true. But last time, I loved her appearance. She was sharp, she was ready, she was up for it. But at the end of the day, the 6 furlongs was just too sharp for her, too short. She couldn't get herself into the race. She made a belated bid. I remember Kendrick Carmouche coming back and saying, I know, girl, don't be too upset. I know that was too short for you. So Linda right back at it here with this mile test. Now, it is unseasonably warm, to be fair to her, but she is quite washy today, which isn't something I've necessarily observed from her in the past. I like her going into this race, miles best. I'll keep an eye on her, though, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. One of 2 in there for Linda Rice, Portage, Movie Moxie, Saddle Up Jessie, the favorite, though, as we get back to Tampa Bay for the Minaret. And here's a look at Dream Concert, Kathleen O'Connell.
Yeah, consistent hard-knocking filly, has 3 for 4 at the distance by Justice Dream, was by Curlin out of Rachel Alexander, so bred in the purple there.
Got faster figures, too, than this one, but this one has that Grade 1 win in the test on the resume. Even though it was that funky, wet track, it was not the fastest figure.
It was not the fastest figure, and got a really good setup because there was a very fast pace in front of her.
Unifying at 4-1, Riley Mott trains.
Turning back in distance and has run well at the distance, too, with 2 wins, a second and a third.
Lady Rattler, Grade 3 winner at Churchill, 2 back.
Has some speed, should be forward, too. You get Jose Ortiz.
Cut back in distance for Dreaming of Snow.
Yeah, coming out of the Rampart where she set the pace. She's also got speed, should be forward.
Safi Joseph Jr. trains the 6 here, Bazinga C.
She feels like she has to get faster, maybe find one of her better races and a little bit more there.
Flag Woman at 7:01, trained by Jose D'Angelo.
Nice record at Tampa for this one. Never been off the board at Tampa Bay Downs.
And then 2 prices to the outside. One of them, Poema. Kathleen O'Connell as well. Horse that likes to be forward.
Yeah, another one that adds speed to this affair. Kathleen O'Connell, winningest female trainer in history, has a 2-play challenge here.
That is the one Linda Rice is chasing and probably very soon is going to overtake. But what a career it's been for Kathleen O'Connell. And then the biggest price on the board here, Holiday Decision.
Yeah, kind of a filly that has some speed. Doesn't she kind of get caught in an odd position, wide chasing? Not a recipe for success.
All right, let's head live to Tampa. Check in with Acacia Clement. Acacia, Chi-Town Lady getting overbet because of that Grade 1 win on the resume, or is she the real deal?
She definitely has the class on paper, Greg, as far as what she's accomplished and the numbers that she's run and the company that she's kept. But as you guys were saying, I don't know how much credit you can really put into that Grade 1 victory, given what we know about the way the track was that day and the setup that she got. My biggest concern with her has always been that she's now a 5-year-old mare. She's only raced 10 times. She just cannot seem to stay on the racetrack. And we see her with yet another layoff line coming back here for Wesley Ward. And the last time we saw her was in June, when I had written in my notes that day that she could tighten up a little bit, and did not get to do that because we didn't see her come back for a race until today in mid-February. For her standards, though, she looks very fit. She usually carries a lot of flesh. She's usually a very energetic filly, now mare, before the race is kind of dragging the groom around the paddock, and I didn't see that from her today. By her standards and what I've seen from her in the past, she was relatively subdued, did perk up a little bit more out on the track. She would appreciate a very hot pace, though, as we know, and we'll see if her class will prevail in here and she can get the right kind of setup. I think an intriguing runner is the 3 Unifying, who cuts back in distance. Her sprint races were strong, both at Ellis and Oaklawn, 2 and 3 back, and last time out, she sat just behind the pace setters, and there was no reaching the top 2. Mary Quite Contrary was on a streak at that time, and I love this filly cutting back in distance. I know that she's by Union Rags, but physically, she's built much more like a sprinter. She's smaller, she's compact, she's shorter coupled, she has a little bit more of a sprint demeanor as well, and she could sit a nice trip and not being too far off the pace in here. I think an intriguing one with the turn back in distance. I feel the same about the 5 Dreaming of Snow. Every single time I have seen her, I've written, want her to go shorter. Looks like a dirt sprinter, and that's what she's back doing in here today. I know that she won last year's Suncoast, but she was able to waltz on the front end, setting the pace, and her speed carried her. She is a dirt sprinter, and that's what she gets to do today. She looks terrific. She's very, very fit. She's handling herself beautifully. I think this is just the right spot for her as far as the conditions are concerned, Greg. We'll see how she stacks up as far as her talent.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 8-1. Dreaming of Snow, the 5 in here for Gerald Bennett. Sammy Camacho will be aboard, but public continuing to focus on and put all their money on Chi-Town Lady, 9-5 on the former test winner, who, yeah, has a Grade 1, but figure-wise is not some huge standout by any means.
No, and I just think that Grade 1 is glaring, though, so that's going to grab people's attention. I thought the 1 was interesting, Dream Concert. Unifying, I definitely think is interesting. And, pedigree is such a funny thing. Acacia talked about being by Union Rags, a Belmont Stakes winner at 1.5 miles, but there's such such a strong female family going back to, Broad Pennant and Pennant Champion. Those were all Phipps bred horses. It goes all the way back, through Mr. Prospector. So, yeah, I always like to see where that pedigree kind of raises its head.
Sometimes they fool you, and ones that you think are going to be bred to go longer, that's not what they want to do.
Well, one common, characteristic that all good horses possess is speed. It's how they learn to use that speed, how they meet it out. And, even though you might look at a horse from a pedigree standpoint and go, definitely long, they're individuals as well.
Post time coming up. Minarets kicking off a pick 5 at Tampa that has the Pelican next, and it's going to be a fun showdown between Nakatomi and Sabellius, who won this race last year on a trip to taking the Golden Shaheen, and that's the plan again this year, trying to repeat in that race. And then, of course, the Sam F. Davis on the road to the Kentucky Derby that looks pretty wide open. No one has really stamped himself in that race.
No, it's going to be interesting. I mean, you get a horse like Skelly coming out of Oaklawn, who to me has kind of risen to the top as the top sprinter early in the season so far.
Here we go. Minaret, Tampa Bay, Chi-Town Lady, her 5-year-old debut coming up. She has not raced as well. Keep this in mind, since June of last year for Wesley Ward. Tyler Gaffley on the call. Let's go to Jason Beam.
She comes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Minaret Stakes. Chi-Town Lady came away last. Dreaming of Snow came away poorly as well. Flagwoman heads out to the early advantage. Lady Rattler going to go with her toward the inside, and Lady Rattler up to grab the lead from Flagwoman. Poima up on the early gallop as well. Was that way in third. Length more back to Dream Concert, who secures a good spot. Fourth, just 2.5 off the top. Length and a half more back to Unifying, who races in fifth. Bazinga Seas after that. Out wide is Holiday Decisions. Dreaming of Snow second last, and Chi-Town Lady is the trailer. They run toward the 3.5 furlong marker. Lady Rattler the leader, 22 seconds for the opening quarter mile. Poima presses closer, 3/4 of a length back in second. Dream Concert is third. It's 2 more than back to Unifying. Flagwoman starts to drop back, is now back fifth. Dreaming of Snow starting to make some progress along with Chi-Town Lady. Meanwhile, up front, Lady Rattler is the leader at the quarter pole. Lady Rattler in front by just over a length. Dream Concert coming up 2 deep. 3 deep there for Poima. Unifying about 4 or 5 wide. Dreaming of Snow continues to try to rally on with Chi-Town Lady, who's going to hook to the outside. Final furlong time. Here comes Dream Concert right up alongside of Lady Rattler. These two past the 16th. Unifying, starting to level off nicely, as is Chi-Town Lady, who's really erupting down the outside. Here comes Chi-Town Lady along with Unifying. These two flying on the outside. They hit the wire. Chi-Town Lady from last to first to win the Minaret Stakes. Unifying was second. Third looked like Dream Concert over Lady Rattler fourth.
She took her time, but when she finally kicked into gear, Chi-Town Lady best to take the Minaret.
Yeah, it took her a while to find her best stride. She broke slowly. She was toiling towards the back and looked like she was almost running in place until Tyler Gaffleone was able to angle her out to the clear, and then she just found another gear. A really nice effort from the 3 Unifying. Just no match for that late burst from Chi-Town Lady.
Back to the Heavenly Prize here at Aqueduct, named after that Ogden Phipps homebred. It was the champion 3-year-old filly of 1994. Won the Alabama by 7 lengths, the Gazelle by 6.5, and the Beldame by 6 lengths. This year's field, we kick off with Cairo Sugar.
Yeah, New York bred filly was third, well beaten in the Bay Ridge last time. This is a bit tougher.
Pretty extreme, and you could say that's the move up in class for this one.
It is pretty extreme. Claim for 32, right into stakes company.
Here's Portage, 1 of 2 in the race for Linda Rice.
Yeah, get Kendrick Carmouche, and she's run well at this mile distance.
3-time winner, Lady Brew, coming out of the Carousel in Maryland, beat by Saddle Up Jesse pretty handily that day.
Yeah, well beaten by Saddle Up Jesse.
Into Happiness just went by for Mark Hennig.
Yeah, another one that's kind of going to have to find her A game and maybe then some.
Movie Moxie went by. Linda Rice, Jose Lizcano.
Yeah, should be forward, should be a part of the pace.
And here's the even money favorite for Brittany Russell.
Yeah, listen, this is a really nice filly. There is a bit of a turn back to the 1-turn mile, but she was second at comparative who won the stake at Oaklawn just the other day.
And Spiked for John Terranova at 12-1.
Yeah, filly that has flashed real ability at times, always consistent, hard knocking, is going to have to bring her A-plus game.
So even money favorite, 5-year-old mare for Brittany Russell. Saddle Up Jesse. Let's go back to Maggie.
I'm reluctantly taking her in this spot because I wanted to take Portage in here, Greg, but I didn't like the way she was so washed out in the prelims coming back off of that short rest. So let's take a look at Linda's other horse. She's one of 2 horses coming off a bit of a layoff. And Movie Moxie, she has been a vet scratch countless times leading up to that effort back in December and where she was beaten by Hot Fudge. So she looks 90% fit here. She warmed up really well again, much like she did back in that December effort. I don't know if I trust her. If she does show up with one of her better efforts, makes her a major player. And number 8, Spiked in here. She's coming off a longer layoff for her 5-year-old debut. She is very fit. Looks as though she needs to strengthen up again front, Greg, as we'll head up to Chris Griffin for the call of the Heavenly Prize.
Spiked breaks well, so does Movie Moxie from In Between Horses. Saddle Up Jesse is right there in the early mix as well. Saddle Up Jesse has got a nose in front, also trying to move on through. Portage wants to join these leaders as they are 4 across the racetrack and get set to come out of the chute. At the rail, that's Cairo Sugar, who's only about a length off that leading quartet, is back there in 5th. It's followed by Pretty Extreme. Then Lady Brew and the early trailer, Into Happiness. Tightly bunched on the front end, 23-4 for the opening quarter mile, and Portage has moved through towards the inside. Tight hold here on Saddle Up Jesse is very comfortable here, and Saddle Up Jesse is now back in front. Portage is tightly at the rail. Movie Moxie has lost a touch of ground as they're back in 3rd. Just outside of that is Spike. The front four continue to go back and forth. Lady Brew is now moving forward under a snug hold, is now taken 5th, is to the outside of Cairo Sugar, towards the back end of the field, pretty extreme. And Into Happiness starts to make that run from the back. They went 47-3 for that half-mile time. Saddle Up Jesse is in front. Spiked is all in here towards the outside. Down at the inside, Movie Moxie. Lady Brew continues that rally. Now asks the question, is now a challenging third. But Saddle Up Jesse is traveling very well as they reach the top of the stretch here in the Heavenly Prize. And Saddle Up Jesse, a confident look back from Maddie Franco. And Saddle Up Jesse is opening up on the field. Lady Brew towards the outside is trying to make up some late ground. Spiked is right there. Same thing for Movie Moxie. Inside the final furlong, Saddle Up Jesse is trying to put it away. It's Saddle Up Jesse with a 4-length cushion inside the final 16th. It is all Saddle Up Jesse to win the Heavenly Prize in dominating fashion. Movie Moxie comes back there for second. Then came Spiked and Lady Brew in 1:38.1.
Impressive effort from this 5-year-old mare, Saddle Up Jesse. Just missed in a stake here earlier in January and now dominates this group.
She just looked like a winner every step of the way. Manny Franco alertly put her up on the pace. They were not going very fast, and she was just doing it so well. He opened his hands going to the far turn. She opened up a couple of lengths, and then she just cruised on in. And listen, Comparative came back, won the stake at Oaklawn Park last Friday under Manny Franco. Manny Franco picks up the mount here on Saddle Up Jesse, and she responded well. This was a really nice effort.
7.684. Career best effort with this performance. Maybe she's just starting to blossom a little bit later in her career here, but maybe bigger things ahead.
But the way she finished it today, you'd have to think, I mean, she really kind of stamped that she's a player in this division, and particularly with what Comparative has done.
Back in Tampa, Chi-Town Lady doing this off the layoff, too. Hadn't raced since June of last year. Wesley Ward has her ready to roll from off the pace and run down this field in the Minaret.
Yeah, what just a perfect example of that true one-run sprinter. Chi-Town Lady wound up paying $8.
2-3-1-4 finish. Chi-Town Lady picks up another stake. Let's go to Acacia.
So happy to be joined by winning jockey Tyler Gaffleone. Chi-Town Lady got there in time. Tyler, she didn't break that well, and it looked like it took her a little bit of time to get going. What were you feeling?
You know, like you said, she didn't break the sharpest. It took her about a 16 mile to get underneath herself, but, you know, when you got a nice feather like this, you just have all the confidence and just let her do her thing.
Boy, she came flying late, the class prevailing.
She really did. Wesley and his team did a great job having her ready off the layoff.
You'll team up with Wesley for Nakatomi in the next race, but you're riding change of command in the Sam Davis. Any conversations with Shug and the addition of the blinkers? What are your thoughts about getting him to finish a little bit more?
You know, the addition to the blinkers is just because his last few races, he hasn't really been finishing the way we think he should. Shug's a tremendous trainer. He's, I mean, the resume speaks for itself, but he knows what he's doing. We have a ton of confidence going into today.
Best of luck a little bit later. Congratulations here.
Thanks so much.
Greg?
Thanks, Acacia. We're used to seeing Arad Ortiz Jr. down in South Florida dominate on these big days. Now Tyler starts off with a win there. He's got Nakatomi, I believe, the horse to beat in this Pelican. I know a lot of talk about Sabellius and then change of command to come in the Sam F. Davis. So we'll see him back aboard, Tyler, on Nakatomi. Just recently third in the Breeders' Cup Sprint behind Elite Power, your champion sprinter, and Gunite.
Yeah, he's not facing the likes of Elite Power or Gunite today. He's a horse that's got to have to work out a trip from the inside, although he showed improved speed in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. But, yeah, look at the way Tyler timed this ride here on Chi-Town Lady to get that last run and get her head up on the wire. I love closing sprinters. They're such exciting types, and, boy, she found another gear when she settled once she got out in the clear.
Yeah, to be able to do that, too, off the time away, maybe setting her up for a comeback 2024 season.
Well, I think that's a credit to Wesley Ward, right, to have her ready off the bench, and particularly after breaking, tardily. She kind of given herself a little bit of a disadvantage right off the break. But, boy, nice ride, inside out, get to the clear and finish like that.
All right, we'll get to the Pelican coming up. Meanwhile, back in Hot Springs, we just saw a concept win for Team Asmussen, race 6. 20,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 lifetime, all for sale in this race for $20,000, 6 furlong sprint ahead, and we start with Aspen Club.
Yeah, you get Joey Bellemere, won his 5th and 6th race yesterday to drop from a 10-pound apprentice to a 7-pound apprentice, so you're getting a 7-pound allowance.
Hot ticket, Chris Landeros, 2-time winner.
Has run well at this level at Remington Park. How does that form translate?
And was going to say one of those wins is 2 starts back at Remington. Midnight Majesty at 8-1.
A horse that can show speed at times and is going, taking a little bit of a drop in class.
Captain Jack has been moving barns all over the place, popular in the claim box.
Horse that's been very popular in the claim box, but he keeps getting claimed and then dropping down.
Mean Janky, pretty appearance. Most of them are from the Steve Asmussen barn.
Like Paul says, they get the best car wash.
Just missed. And a 30 non-winners at 3 last start. Here's the 7 Hyatt, 10-1.
Had a little bit of trouble last time. Had a steady early, drops in class.
Gold Baron, 20-1.
Yeah, it's going to have to find a little bit more in the tank, I think, to be competitive here.
And then Husker Butch on the outside for Kelly Von Hemel.
Yeah, another one that I just prefer others. Has never run particularly well at Oaklawn Park.
Let's send it out to Paulie. Mean Jakey Paul, short price, and coming off a pretty big effort where he just missed.
Yeah, he was really giant last time out. And, here's a horse that was voided claim before the last run and then was protected. So if a lot of people don't know that, this horse was actually claimed for $20,000 two back, but something went amiss, voided claim. Now, Steve went back to the drawing board, and from March to December, he actually put a, what we call a claim where you cannot claim the horse. So in a 30-3, which is encouraging considering the horse was voided claim before. And, he's the speed of this race. There's not much pace in here, especially with the scratches. I don't know if I can understand even money because he got tagged last time, and sometimes he gives it up late. But maybe you want to take a horse that's going to be in front for a long time. The 5 Captain Jack, this horse has been in some really good barns, 2 for 9. Lifetime, you leave the Lindsey Schultz barn. That's a tough barn to leave. Mig mentioned something about Joey Bellemere, the 2 in here, Aspen Club. That last race, I would just eliminate the last race. The horse got absolutely left at the start. And, this horse has got some races to go back to, and him and Michael Hewitt hooked up yesterday at a big price, and Michael got his first win at the meet. So I wouldn't dismiss this horse to maybe, hit the ticket in here. But I do think Mean Jakey, even money, I don't even know if that's going to hold up because he opened up at 2-5 at one time, and Steve Asmussen and Keith are looking for a triple on the day.
And you try and see where this horse is going to take some pace pressure, maybe the 4, maybe the 5, but it certainly looks like he's the quick of the quick, doesn't it?
It really does feel like that. And he's a horse also, too, like at least the other speeds are drawn directly to his inside. So if somebody's on a mission, I do think he has the ability to just stalk. One thing about Keith, he's shown a lot of patience and a lot of poise.
3 minutes to post on this muddy track here at Oaklawn. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, I was going to pick the rail horse in here, but there was a scratch. So I ended up landing on the 6, Mean Jakey. I wonder how Mean Jake really is, just Jakey guy. This is a horse that has some speed, and when you look at the pace figures, really kind of runs early in his races, but still can kind of finish a little bit. And look, we've talked already that the Asmussen boys are on a little bit of a run so far today. But, I kind of like this horse for a couple of reasons. One, he ran well last time off of a long break, right? He hadn't run since March. He shows up December 30th, runs well. Runs one of those winning races again, but then has some time in between. Comes back in here. We know he can run well fresh because he ran pretty darn fresh last time off of 7-month. That's bad math. That's 9-month layoff. And so I'm just expecting that Mean Jakey will take another step forward. I like where he is in terms of the draw, having some tactical speed. So not crazy about the 6-5. But when you look at the rest of the horses in here, he feels like the horse that's most likely to win. And so when you're playing, a pick 5 or pick 3 that starts here, you can use horses like this at 6-5.
Short price, yeah, 9.5-month layoff. That's what he did that at last start. You would expect, it's not always the case either. You would expect a little improvement. Maybe he lasts a little bit longer. He finishes the deal this time. But possibility you can go backwards off a big effort, though he's had plenty of time to recoup.
Plenty of time to recoup, and certainly the right conditioner in his corner. I'm a little bit interested at a big price for a horse that could hit the board here in the 2 Aspen Club. Joey Belmere's shown that he's really starting to see a race. For a kid that's only ridden about 43, 45 races, somewhere in there, he's showing a lot of poise, and he has a pedigree to be a rider. His dad was a good rider. Mom was a top exercise rider.
Set for the 6 from Oaklawn, even money on the 6. Mean Jakey, can he get to the front? Can Keith give another one to Dad? Here's Steve Asmussen. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
We're ready to go. And Laroff. Uneventful start. Having to take up right afterwards was Hot Ticket. Mean Jakey firing out fast. Captain Jack presses him. Midnight Majesty from the inside, aggressively ridden by Rocco Bowen. And Midnight Majesty has the lead by 3/4 of a length. Captain Jack second with Mean Jakey. Haya wants to be part of the action on the lead, and those 4 fly on the front end. A very contentious pace here. Gold Baron right off that leading quartet as they sort themselves out into the turn. Haya, offensive-minded, challenging Midnight Majesty on the lead. We come back in the field to Husker Butch, Aspen Club alongside. Those 2 well off of it, about 9 off these dueling front runners. And Hot Tickets, the trailer, as they round the 4 turn. Haya and the red blinkers leads by a deck. Midnight Majesty right behind, chasing in second. Mean Jakey got a breather at the half-mile pole. He's coming on now. Mean Jakey along with Gold Baron. They're moving as a pair. Haya still in control. Haya by 2. Mean Jakey needs to get going. Husker Butch is coming with a big run on the outside. Haya, 16th to go, trying to hold off Husker Butch. Haya in front. Haya's going to take him the distance. Haya and Harry Hernandez by a length. Husker Butch was second. Hot Ticket from a far out of it position got 3rd, and Gold Baron was 4th.
Haya scores the upset here in the 6th at Oaklawn. Harry Hernandez for trainer Matt Williams.
Harry Hernandez is not bashful about allowing horses to show speed. And Paul pointed Harry out to me saying how good a rider he was. And he is really making an impression at Oaklawn Park.
All right, we're going to say goodbye momentarily for those watching on FS2. Coming up next, Maryland-Ohio State Men's College Hoops will tip off on FS2. We'll be back when things conclude over on FS1. You can see us on the app until then. Thanks for sticking around. Feature on this Saturday card at Aqueduct. No doubt about it. Performance. Saddle Up Jesse runs huge for trainer Brittany Russell with Manny Franco.
Basically a winner every step of the way. Saddle Up Jesse for owner Michael Ryan, world-class bloodstock agent and terrific guy.
$4.10 for the win. Now 5 wins from 14 starts for this 5-year-old mare. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with assistant to Brittany Russell, Emma Wolf, and Emma, Saddle Up Jesse couldn't have done it any easier today in the Heavenly Prize. Kind of nice redemption after coming out of that second place effort in the ladies.
Yes, she kind of hung last time, but she needed this confidence boost, and she did great.
Talk a little bit about getting Manny Franco, and 2, you know, the cut back to the 1 turn, you have to find position early like he did.
Yeah, so Saddle Up Jesse is very on the muscle, and she can kind of run from anywhere, but it was perfect trip today. Props to Manny.
Talk a little bit about your experience with Brittany. You were at Delaware in the summer, you're now at Fair Hill, and you've had Saddle Up Jesse under your care throughout. For you, what's it like being an assistant, but you kind of have some free reign, am I right?
Yes. So Brittany Russell's really the best to work for. I support her 100% fully. She's a wonderful boss, and right now I'm at Fair Hill, and we have about 40 to 60, and it's great. I mean, she's just a wonderful boss. She's super down to earth, and she really lets us train, and we're very similar too of how we do things, and she's taught me a lot, and I still continue to learn, and it's wonderful.
You've got your main assistant here, Logan. He does not miss a race, does he?
No, he's with me 24/7.
Logan, you like the horses?
Yeah.
Love his energy. Emma, congratulations. Nice trip up, and I'm sure an even better ride home now.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, saddle up, Jesse, with Emma Wolf at the helm for Brittany Russell. Gets a nice win today in the Heavenly Prize, guys.
Maggie, thanks. We talk about all these successful female trainers. Linda Rice on this circuit. Jenna Antonucci breaking through in the Triple Crown. Brittany Russell, another name that's having a lot of success. We'll get back to stakes action to Tampa when we return. Same road back to Dubai as Sabellius looks to repeat in the Golden Shaheen. But first things first. The stakes at Tampa. Back on America's Day at the races. Good to have you with us as we continue with stakes action at Tampa. Pelican next, the boys' turn, running for a $100,000 purse. At 6 furlongs and the third place finisher behind that great duel between two that knew each other very well last year. Elite Power, champion sprinter, and Gunite. Nakatomi, third in the sprint, makes his first start back since that performance for Wesley Ward.
Wesley Ward just winning the Minaret with Chi-Town Lady. You know he's very capable with a horse off of the bench.
Even money. Tyler Gaffleone, chance to go back-to-back. Dr. Oscar behind him, the 3-horse for Tim Padilla.
Yeah, horse that's quick. He should be involved early. You know, looks like he's going to have a lot of company, though.
Get a look at him here eventually. He's a 9-time, there he is, 9-time winner. Was in the Grade 2 Phoenix against Nakatomi, who ran second that day, Nakatomi. He was a fading 8th that day. Super Ocho, strong form, most recently at Oaklawn.
And another one that has one way to go. If he's not in front, you'd be surprised because he just runs hard and fast early.
This one does as well. Mish, 8-time winner of close to 400,000.
Yeah, I like that he turned back last time from the mile and he got it done going 6. So, you know, he's got some foundation.
Grade 3 Tom Fool winner in New York, Little Vic.
Yeah, Little Vic's been a hard-knocking, consistent sort. Seemed like his form tailed off towards the end of the summer, though.
Sabellius trying to repeat in this race, and then he went on to win the Golden Shaheen last year as well.
And here's a sprinter that earned $1.7 million, mostly on the strength of that win in the Golden Shaheen.
And 6-1 on Caramel Chip. I thought he had an outside look if Nakatomi doesn't run his A race.
And don't you think he kind of gets the right trip? I agree with you. I think he has a look as well. And he's a horse that, in a race laden with speed, could have the right style for it.
3 minutes to post here in the Pelican. And it's not just that one-off performance from Nakatomi. Start before that in the Phoenix. I mean, just missed against Hoist the Gold. Came back to win the Cigar. He's got really strong form the last few races for Wesley Ward. And Wesley just got one ready off a much longer layoff to win in the Minaret. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, and we'll see if Wesley Ward and Tyler Gaffleone can get their own little rolling double here. And Nakatomi, as you mentioned, running behind the elite likes of Elite Power and Gun Night last time out. And I thought actually ran very well. He re-engaged late in the race and breaking from the inside that day, which he will do again today. He did not break the sharpest in the Breeders' Cup. So I like to see that he's pretty sharp and on his toes throughout the preliminaries here, touting himself nicely in the post parade. But we certainly have seen horses come out of that Breeders' Cup and the company that he did beat, including Speedboat Beach, who won the Malibu pretty impressively. Saw Hoist the Gold win the Cigar Mile, and the Chosen Braun coming back to win a stake as well. So he was just facing the best horses. Now, he'll line up against the likes of Sabellius in here. Maybe Nakatomi is just the class of this group. We'll see if that does prove to be the case. But as far as Sabellius is concerned, as Greg mentioned, this is a prep to go back to Dubai and try to defend his title in the Golden Shaheen, the same route that he did take last year. And Jerry O'Dwyer saying that he really was encouraged by that performance in the Mr. Prospector, actually his first win of 2023, which took place in December, because coming back, maybe he hadn't been 100% the horse that he was, but now as a 6-year-old, he was able to get the job done impressively last time out. Looks terrific once again today. Let's see if he has it in him to continue on that straight course. But the number 4, Super Ocho, he's the now horse as of now and could be the speed of the speed. Taking a quick pause to welcome in our networks. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for sticking with us. We're back on FS2. I'm Acacia Clement here trackside, taking a look at horses warming up for the Pelican. And it does look to be a clash of the titans, so to speak, with the classy Nakatomi, who could just be the best horse in this field. He's touted himself nicely in the post parade, and he is sharp because he didn't break that well from the inside in the Breeders' Cup. But he'll line up against Sabellius, who will use this as a prep to go back to Dubai and try to defend his title in the Golden Shaheen. He looks tremendous, as he always does. Got a little bit warm out on the track, but last time in the Mr. Prospector showed that he's back and where he should be. But the 4 Super Ocho, there could be some quick pacing here, but this horse is kind of the now horse with some quick figures out of town, and he looks absolutely tremendous. Just terrific flesh, coat, everything that you'd want to see. Maybe he breaks quickly. We'll see what kind of pressure he takes and what seems to be a really fun and competitive race coming up. Greg?
All right, thank you, Acacia. Wesley Ward just wins the prior race with his mare, Chi-Town Lady, and you got to think he's looking at this race saying yippee-ki-yay, because this horse comes in just really sharp form off the bench. Big class edge, it would seem. Faced the 2 best sprinters probably in the world, and he was right there with him in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Yeah, and he's a horse that's capable of coming from off the pace, because there is a plethora of speed in here. And he's really going to, he's going to have to work out an inside-out trip, but we just saw Chi-Town Lady do it despite braking slowly.
Let's bring in JK. JK, I know you got my Die Hard reference.
Yeah, I did. It's a Christmas movie. We've argued about this before. Not you and I, but other people. I love the 2 Nakatomi in here. I think it's arguable that he ran one of the best races in defeat in the entire Breeders' Cup. He ran outstanding that day, got a fast number. And here's the thing. That inside-out trip works really well at Tampa. Typically, you don't want to be on the inside. His style, I think, kind of looks a little bit like what we just saw from Chi-Town Lady. And the thing about that, mentioning Chi-Town Lady, is if you look on XBTV, our friends at XBTV, they show a lot of the workouts in the mornings. 2 works back, Nakatomi worked with Chi-Town Lady, and Nakatomi outworked Chi-Town Lady. So if he can kind of show up and run similar to the stablemate, I think he could be tough in here. I like Nakatomi quite a bit in this race. I also like Nakatomi quite a bit this year as a sprinter in the sprint division, to give horses like Skelly a little bit to think about.
Yeah, obviously the big guns, Elite Power retired, but there's still some very good. Skelly's becoming a monster. But then Nakatomi, the last couple of races he has run, he looks like he's a serious challenger to whoever is in this division.
Yeah, listen, he's already competed against the best and comported himself extremely well. It's funny. Every year we see certain top horses of a division retire. It always seems like there's other horses waiting in the wings to pick up the mantle.
Well, could this be one of them for Wesley Ward in the sprint division? 5-year-old debut coming up for Nakatomi. He has inherited the rail, the 2-horse with the scratch of the 1. Looking for the 6th win of his career. Again, short price, and Sabellius trying to win this race as he did last year on his way to Dubai.
See, I don't mind. I think it's actually helpful that the 1 scratch, he's got all that empty space inside him to work with as this crush of horses are going to try to cross over. And as a rider, at least I know I'm not going to get squeezed between 2 horses at the break. I don't mind post 1, even on a closer.
Gate open to try and get Little Vic in, who we've seen plenty of and with success in New York. As you just pointed out to me again, owned by Victor Martinez.
And another crossover athlete with racing and celebrity with racing. I love to see
great success in the game, too. Jason Beam, the call. Here's the Pelican from Tampa Bay.
Campbell Chip goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Pelican Stakes to a very even break. Dr. Oscar showing the best early speed, grabs the early lead. Mish between horses. Super Ocho also charging up, wants a piece of the early action. So those 3 right across the track. Little Vic came away in 4th. Sabellius to the outside is 5th, about 2.5 off the top. Then comes Nakatomi, who's second last. Caramel Chip is the early trailer, but they slug it out up front. Dr. Oscar and Super Ocho, those 2 by the half-mile pole. They put 2 now on Mish, who's going to drop off that pace battle 2 lengths, 21-2. They blitzed that opening quarter mile. Dr. Oscar, the far turn ahead in front of Super Ocho. Mish waiting in the wings 3rd. Sabellius cruising up nicely, 4 deep from 4th. Length more back to Caramel Chip, who's made some inroads, is now 5th. Nakatomi is to his inside, is 6th right now, as Little Vic drops out to the back. Around to the quarter pole, the slugfest continues. Super Ocho, and on the inside, Dr. Oscar. Now here's Mish starting to move up on the outside. Caramel Chip and Nakatomi both going to need a seam as they're in behind runners with just over a furlong to go, and Mish hits the front. Mish, the new leader. Sabellius down the outside. Nakatomi looking for a seam with Caramel Chip right there. Mish still just in front. Sabellius trying to charge after that one. It's Mish. Sabellius lunging late. Sabellius on the outside of Mish. They drive to the wire. Sabellius getting up to repeat in the Pelican Stakes. Mish was second. Nakatomi might have got up for 3rd. Was in a photo there with Caramel Chip.
Sabellius repeats in the Pelican, and for Nakatomi, we'll get back to him, he had nowhere to go in this race.
Yeah, there was a lot of chess matches going on and towards the back of the pack, and the horse that was clear under Junior Alvarado got that clean run down the outside. It was a extremely fast pace. He's able to get up. Sabellius perfect prep to go back to defend his Golden Shaheen tile. This is a race, go back and watch Nakatomi really getting that stymied traffic when Caramel Chip and Jose Ortiz and them, they both tried to fit into the same spot, and they just ran out of room.
Back to New York. Going to close things out on the Saturday card with a New York-bred maiden special weight. All trying for that first win of the career coming up. 6 furlong sprint, elite status. Start number 2 is the 5-2 favorite. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm going to land with the favorite here, Elite Status. She looks apart. I like the effort she's coming in here off of in that New York Stallion Series stake. She was kind of on the wide chase throughout and just got a little tired. An ambitious spot for a first-time starter, although not the fastest race coming back. But the one that does have the fastest race arguably in here is the one making her second start, and that is Apollonia C. I wasn't in the paddock for that January 14th debut, but today she is wound for sound. She was washed out in the paddock. She was screaming. She was really rambunctious, kind of overflowed a tad to the track, though looks like with a bit of a warm-up, she has settled down a bit here. She's a big, strong-looking filly, so if she can behave herself, I don't love to see that with second-time starters. If she can behave, as she just dropped Alessio Ruiz, but looks as though he held on to her, so well done there. Young man, like I said, I don't love to see this with these second-time starters. Moving on to number 6, Dolce Veloce. Not a great sign when Belmont just kind of proverbially gives up on one, but Jeremiah Englehart picks her up. She makes a great impression, as she has continuously had throughout her career. Does add blinkers, which I'm wondering if that'll make a good impact on her today. She was reluctant to switch leads last time out. Maybe it provides a bit of focus for her. First-time starter that made the best impression on me is number 7, Sunday Girl for Dave Duggan. Like the way she's put together, does give the impression that she'll need to start. At least looking at her from the fitness perspective, looks about 90% there, but always respect anything that Dave Duggan sends over, guys.
All right, thank you, Maggie. As they load up here, 2-1 favorite, elite status. There's another first-time starter in here for Robbie Davis. Mary Union Avenue, and the Dam produced Vallelujah, who Robbie trained and had his daughter on board for winning. He has his son on today.
Yeah, Vallelujah unfortunately just passed away the other day suddenly, and our condolences to the connections there. Talked with Robbie last night, and he said that she was the best that he has trained up to this point. And Mary Union Avenue actually has a pedigree that maybe she'll carry on the mantle for her older sister.
14-1 right now, and all the money on the 5 here, elite status. Terra Nova Barn with Trevor McCarthy, 3-2 favorite, coming out of glorified stake. It was a stakes race for New York Breds, but a huge purse, obviously, there for $500,000. 20-1 that day.
20-1 that day, but I talked to John Terranova that day in the paddock and said she had done everything right, really liked her. He was worried about the 7 furlongs first time out, and she loomed up, and then maybe the 7/8 got to her. Should be better with the effort.
Meanwhile, Book of Wisdom, Bill Mott with the 2 with Jose Lizcano, 5-1, who's been knocking on the door at this level. It's the nightcap, Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And they're off. Troubled Luck breaks very fast from the outside draw, and Troubled Luck, just like that, is in front. Troubled Luck will cross over here, gets over to the rail, and Inflammabelle is going to take back, is now back to 3rd. It's progressing forward. There is Dolce Veloce as they come after this leader now. Apollonia C is in that early group. Red Cap, that's Sunday Girl, who's going to be 4 wide. 5 wide, that's going to be Sonia's Flame. They are lined up across the track. Taken back there was Inflammabelle, is back in the 6th position. Further back in the field, it comes Elite Status, is towards the tail end there with Book of Wisdom. Second to last, that's La Descente, and the trailer, Mary Union Avenue. On the front end, it's Dolce Veloce. Sunday Girl is ranging up on the outside here from second. 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. 3 wide, that's going to be Sonia's Flame. Apollonia C has lost some ground. Under a full drive is Inflammabelle. From far out of it, trying to rally on elite status. It's Sunday Girl who now kicks. Sunday Girl is trying to open up on this field. Back there in second, it's Dolce Veloce. Grandstand side, it's Sonia's Flame. But Sunday Girl is striding out nicely here for Katie Davis. Is 3 lengths in front with a 16th to go. It's the Saturday finale, but it's going to be Sunday Girl. Sunday Girl wins impressively. Sunday Girl gets it. Dolce Veloce, a late rally from Book of Wisdom, and Sonia's Flame in 1 minute 12 and 4.
First time starter that was taking money, caught Maggie's eye as well for David Duggan with Katie Davis.
Man, this really finished with verve. I mean, she really had her legs up underneath her. Dave Duggan does such a good job. Maggie called it out in the paddock. And this mare, Lady Daphne, has had 2 winners, and they both were debut winners, albeit on turf. This is her 3rd winner now that won on debut. And Dave Duggan, Katie Davis gets it done in style.
9-2 with his first time starter. And Katie Davis teaming up for David Duggan. And an upset here in this finale, beating a 3-2 favorite who does not even hit the board here. 7-6-2-9.
No, and the favorite 5 elite status just was never involved. I completely lost sight of her early in the race. I had no idea what position she was in.
So impressive first out effort from Sunday Girl. Here to close out our Saturday action from Aqueduct. So much more to come, though, from Oaklawn, and plenty more stakes action ahead from Tampa Bay, including our road to the Kentucky Derby with points on the line for this year's Run for the Roses, the first Saturday in May, and it looks like a wide open edition of that race. New audience joining us right now. Welcome to those joining us on SNY, those already with us on FS2. You're watching America's Day at the Races on a terrific Saturday of action. Stakes, all kinds at Tampa. We have the Ozark ahead from Oaklawn, but the Road to the Derby coming up in the Sam F. Davis at Tampa Bay Downs. So we have that to look forward to coming up. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliori, and we have Acacia out at Tampa. We have Paula Duca out in Hot Springs. Whole team is here, and the best yet to come.
Yeah, I mean, and Tampa has really become a pathway to the Kentucky Derby. Obviously, the Tampa Bay Derby, but the Sam Davis as the major prep for that Tampa Bay Derby. And Tampa Bay is one of those racetracks that puts a lot of foundation into horses. It's a bit of a demanding track, although they're yielding pretty fast times today. It really, to me, puts that kind of air into a horse's lungs.
And with that shocking defeat of the 2-year-old champ Fierceness and his comeback as a 3-year-old, all of a sudden now this Derby picture is wide open again. This horse here, taking the same path as he did to a win in last year's Dubai Golden Shaheen. He prepped with a win of the Pelican. He does it again today. Let's go to Acacia Clement for more.
And I'm so happy, Greg, to be joined by winning trainer Jerry O'Dwyer. Jerry, you're 2/3 of the way there with the plan that you had with Sabellius, but what a nice performance today. He showed a lot of grit.
He really did, yeah. No, it was nice to see him do it the way he did. You know, we left it up to Junior. Junior had full control of what he wanted to do. We knew we were drawn wide. We knew there was speed on the inside. So we trusted Junior, and Junior trusted the horse, and he got the job done. And you know, obviously, you know, coming down the lane, you're like, you know he's getting there, but will he get there in time? And Junior said he was very confident that he was always going to get there, you know.
I know Junior came to Palm Meadows to work him in preparation for this too. How important do you think that familiarity is that they have together?
It's great. I mean, and it's very good for me because Junior sits in him. You know, I'm seeing the horse every day, working him every day, and you know, if there's little subtle things can creep up in you that you mightn't just pick up on straight away, but when Junior only sits in him once a month, you know, he can tell straight away if there's something not quite right. So that's why I try to get him in like maybe once a month on him, and he's able to tell me that the horse is sitting on go or there's a little thing we can tweak. And it's that's why he's one of the leading riders in the country. You know, he can give you that information, and that's why he's right up there with the best of them.
And a nice ride to give him the win today. Now, I know that this had been a plan to prep and try to defend his title in Dubai. All systems go?
Yes, please God. Hopefully he comes out of it sound and well tomorrow, and it's all systems go back to Dubai.
We can't wait to follow him. Congratulations.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Greg?
On to Dubai to try and, repeat in that Golden Shaheen. Among those he beat in that field last year, Gunite. One of the best from this past year. He won't have to deal with the Gunite this time around, but he will have to deal with potentially the up-and-coming Skelly.
Yeah, Skelly looks like a major talent, but he's already shown that he can handle that long, arduous ship over there and the proceedings. So, you know, he's been there and done it. Skelly has to show he can.
7th at Oaklawn in Hot Springs, Arkansas, condition claiming race. 4-year-olds and up who've never won 3 or have not won a race since August 10th. That's the condition here at 1 1/16 here on this muddy track in Hot Springs. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Thanks, Greg. As you see the horse on the screen, the 10 in there, Galerio is actually your co-favorite along with the 11, Charter Oak. And my worry would be with the 10 in here, Galerio, is this is a horse for Jonas Gibson that if you look at the PPs, I know he's 8 now, and he's getting a little bit long in the tooth, right? But he's been pretty consistent. If you look at his buyer numbers, 88, 81, 89, 92, 81, 80. They're starting to decrease a little bit. But why the drop? Claim for 40, sit on a horse for a long time, don't get the money at 12.5, and then the horse is voided claim. Now, the horse has come back to work at Louisiana Downs, now been off since December, and my worry is now only 1 race since August. Now, the numbers from Galerio, if you go back to the other races, before the drop, they actually lay over this group. But what I'm seeing on form, I just cannot trust. So, at 2-1, I will use in the late pick 5. This does start the late pick 5 as there's 11 races on the card. I cannot trust. I do think the 7, Drew Power, moves up the most on a sloppy racetrack. This is a horse by Lemon Drop Kid, 4 wins lifetime. 3 of the top numbers, at least Thoroughgraph numbers, have been on a wet racetrack. So maybe the 7's a good little proposition here at 7-1 to maybe hit the board. And then the outside horse to me, Windcracker. I thought Carl Borberg's horse has been running well. And then Charter Oak, Matt Scherr, so sharp off the claim. That, you know, those are the horses that are getting bet here, the 10, 11, and 13. But I'm going to take a shot with Drew Power. I just think a horse that moves up on a wet surface constantly is maybe a horse you want to bet, Steve, especially with Steve and Keith at 7-1.
All right, Paulie, thanks. 2-1 on the 10. Galerio, who, he's right. I mean, this horse had been running just so consistently, so much better than everybody else in this field. And he did come off a short rest last time out. I know he just missed at this level, but he ran Beyer-wise, it doesn't show it. Thoroughgraph figure-wise, not even close to what he had been running. So you got to question, maybe is he the same horse now, turning the page to 8?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Father Time catches up with all of us. It doesn't matter if it's a human athlete or an equine athlete. He still seems like a very hard-trying, hard-knocking horse. 44 starts with 11 wins, 21 seconds, 5/3. A lot more seconds than wins, though, huh?
He's been pretty consistent his whole career. I thought, the 11 and the 13 who gets in as well, Ramon Vasquez on the 13, both those two interesting. Windcracker, that 13, taking a big drop, but Charter Oak has faced just pretty recently. He was an A other than against Saudi Crown at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, now he's stretching back out, actually closed well sprinting last time when he was claimed for 10.
7th at Oaklawn. Can Galerio, the 10, refine that really good form and get the 12th win of his career? He's the 10 horse. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Last one, Windcracker to come up to the gate. Here's Windcracker. Ramon Vasquez aboard, seeking a double. We're ready to go. And Laroff. True Power sent along, isn't quick enough to go to the front. That Kenny, Martini Blue, the two inside runners are quickest, and that Kenny takes control. Martini Blue on a hold right now. Second, Galerio 3 deep, Windcracker farther out 4 wide as they charge into the clubhouse turn. Windcracker getting over towards the rail now to race a clear 4th. I'm Crenshaw in the 5th spot with Charter Oak. They're a length and a half better than True Power. Galactic Empire is next. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Second to last, he's well clear of Georgia Deputy at the back. They approach the backstretch run. That Kenny finds himself in front by about a length. Martini Blue now 3/4 of a length behind. A half length applying more pressure on that Kenny down the backside. Galerio still in 3rd. Windcracker down on the fence 4th, just ahead of Charter Oak, who's racing in the 5th position. Drew Power alongside of him. Drew Power getting a little bit closer on the outside. A gap of 2 to Galactic Empire. I'm Crenshaw has lost position, sent along, and then No More Mr. Nice Guy. Georgia Deputy trying to get going. He's 8 lengths behind. Still at the back, though, as they round the 4th turn. That Kenny surrenders the lead to Martini Blue. Galerio's right there to challenge, though. Drew Power in with a shot. He's going to get outside. Drew Power approaching the top of the lane. He's looking pretty solid here at the quarter pole. Let's see if he can do some good work. They're down the stretch. Martini Blue in front. Galerio's second. Drew Power extreme outside trying to get there. Needs to quicken. Windcracker stays on the inside. Tries to roll late. Galerio hits the lead with a furlong to go. Martini Blue second. Windcracker coming up the fence with a solid effort today. Galerio needs to finish. Windcracker charging after him. Galerio's still in front, and Galerio's going to score under Francisco Arrieta. Second, Windcracker, and then Charter Oak, who came on for 3rd to be in the photo with Galactic Empire, Martini Blue, and Drew Power. They were all battling for that minor position.
Galerio, the 8-year-old veteran fighting, drifting in the stretch, getting out a little bit, but still able to get the 12th win of his career.
You just got to appreciate and admire horses like this at 8 years old, still finding the winner's circle, still has that competitive spirit, gets it done, set up a really nice trip under Francisco Arrieta. When the 7-horse Drew Power moved up inside, he kind of blind switched him, maybe moved just a touch earlier than he wanted, but Galerio's a pro, just under $700,000 in earnings now.
Former stakes winner, now doing it in lower level claiming races, but looks like he still loves his job and still has that will to win, as you see right there in this stretch duel. A 12-time winner, 21 seconds in 45 lifetime starts.
Pretty pumped up Francisco Arrieta giving the salute, winning a 10 claimer. You kind of got to like that competitive spirit.
Love to see it. prices when we come back. Their feature is still to come in the Ozark, and that man right there, Race C, is dominated. Todd Pletcher looking for an 8th Sam F. Davis win. He'll send out Agate Road, whose best performances and most of his performances have come on turf to this point.
Introducing a Stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Catching Society. Ring 1. Cyberknight has won the National over Tama and Ghana in the Forgo. Echo Zulu wins the Nature's Breeders' Conjugal Abilities.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on FS2, regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Tampa Bay, race 9, race preceding that Kentucky Derby prep, the Sam F. Davis. Mile and a 16th on the turf here. Maiden special weight. And a quick look at the odds. Oversubscribed. First-time starter for Chad Brown. Klarovich Tables, the 6-5 favorite.
Yeah, taking all the money, this daughter of Too Darn Hot. And outside draw, but Chad Brown shipping in with Tyler Gaffleone. Going to gain attention for sure.
Well, got a stablemate to deal with here who actually has a race under her belt. This one from the Chad Brown barn as well. Didn't take much money. First time out was almost 13-1.
Yeah, I thought she was a bit green first time out, and certainly something to build on.
Lucivon Lestel, rider change. Jose Batista for Tom Albertrani.
Yeah, Tom Albertrani, a trainer whose horses get better with racing. She should be better for the effort first time.
First time starter next door by Good Magic. This is Aquilina.
Yeah, and you know Arnold Delacour is another guy who is good at with whatever he does, can get a first time ready, but also his horses get better with racing.
A couple of in-the-money finishes at Monmouth and Delaware on grass. Victoria's Dancer.
Well, she certainly has a lot of foundation, and she has 2 seconds and 2/3, so she's competitive.
Hall of Famer Shug McGahee is going to have change of command, and the Sam F. Davis sends out Bella Wright's first-time starter here.
Yeah, gets Jose Ortiz and taking some attention as well.
Graham Motion with 2 fillies next door to each other. Our Prayer, first-time starter.
Yeah, by Catholic boy, Claiborne Farm Stallion.
And then Active, the one with experience.
Yeah, definitely has the experience. Comes off a synthetic try at Gulfstream Park.
Bill Mott with a second-time starter by English Channel has Junior Alvarado aboard.
Yeah, for George Kikorian. And you know, Bill Mott, another guy whose horses will improve with racing.
And the favorite first-time starter for Chad Brown, Tyler Gaffleone on oversubscribed.
Yeah, taking all the money for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stable, and Tyler Gaffleone. We saw earlier in the day, it appeared to me that you wanted to be forward on that turf course at Tampa. And having ridden that turf course, Greg, it's such a nice turf course. It's like a billiard table. It's so level.
One of the best, certainly, in the country as we get back to Hot Springs. And this 8-year-old, he's still pumping his fist, Francisco Arrieta. Picking up the 12th win of his career. Good to see him back in the winner's circle because he had been so consistent before that defeat last out.
You know, listen, I love these kind of horses. These are, to me, the heart and soul of racing. Just these old warriors that show up day in, day out, know their job. There's got to be more to it that Francisco is so pumped up about this win. There's got to be a backstory here.
See if Paulie can get to the bottom of it for us. 12 career wins. As you mentioned, he was over $650,000 in earnings before this victory. So Galario's had a nice prolonged career. $6.40 for the win. Windcracker, Charter Oak, two very logical horses behind him here to complete the trifecta.
Yeah, absolutely. Windcracker worked out a good trip making his way down to the inside from that far outside post.
So we'll get to the 8th in a little bit. We return to Tampa Bay Downs for this mile and 16th turf maiden special weight. Still that 6-5 favoritism on the first-time starter. Outside post for Chad Brown oversubscribed. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And we'll start there with that firster. Greg, and Chad certainly has been very effective, bringing in particular his turf horses to debut here at Tampa Bay Downs and finding that it's a very good turf course to run your talented horses at. And we've started to see that, hey, he's bringing really the good ones here to Tampa, and you have to take a look. And I think that's a big reason we're seeing a lot of the money. But she does back it up as well. She was purchased at the Tattersalls October yearling sale back as a yearling for the U.S. equivalent about $480,000. The dam was multiple group place, and she's the sister to a Group 1 place horse named Lily's Angel. So there's a good pedigree on the bottom side, and she is a very elegant type. Tyler Gaffalione took her right from the pony, and she has a lovely stride. She extends nicely. She looks well prepared for this debut. I don't have any problems with your favorite right now. The number 8 Gossiper is a second-time starter, Fort Belmont, and she's a typical kind of English channel. They tend to be a little bit narrower, not that big. She does wear a breastplate attaching to the back of the saddle and her withers, especially for those that are a little bit more narrow to keep the tack in place. And you can see that she has that pedigree influence there. But certainly with the English channels, they get better as they race and they get better as it goes longer. So she certainly should have benefited from that first start in which she was off slow and actually did run on a little bit. I certainly don't mind her in here. I think that she looks like she is ready for this race. The number 2, Lucia Van Listel. I wasn't here at Tampa for that first start, but I remember watching the race and thinking, this is a horse that I'd be curious about moving forward. She was off slow, tried to rush up, and then was wide and ended up flattening, but should get a lot out of that race and has a monster turf pedigree on the bottom side. The Dam Stakes winner, multiple group placed in Europe. Second Dam, Queen Cleopatra, a Group 3 winner on the turf in Europe as well. Finishing 4th on debut. She's gotten very hot out on track, and she's been really energetic throughout. She looks very, very fit. I just hope that how sweaty and lathered up she is not an indication of her still maybe needing another race or two to put things together. Number 5, Belle of Rights, though, another first-time starter. This one for Shug McGahee. I just really think she's going to need a race to tighten up and just to kind of get a little bit more furnishing. She looked a little bit bewildered when she came into the paddock. She was very sharp and probably could tuck up a little bit. It looks like the makings of perhaps a horse with some ability are there. I do think that she'll benefit from a start, though. And Greg, and as far as her pedigree, the Dam, the sister to Verrazano.
Oh, how about that? So some big pedigree there. Shug McGahee with a first-time starter. Jose Ortiz will be aboard, 4-1. Didn't get to see the best of what he could become.
No, that's a very fair assessment. How about Shug at Tampa Bay Downs? 50%, 7 for 14 there.
He's got some big chances, specifically in the very next race, to add to that, with probably the horse to beat in the Sam F. Davis and change of command.
Well, and the fact that he adds blinkers off a win, Shug's not a guy to make changes just to make changes. So this horse comes off back-to-back wins, and he goes, I know the water's going to get deeper, the competition's going to get tougher. I know there's more in the tank. I think that's a real vote of confidence for me.
First things first, this turf route at a mile and a 16th. Let's bring in JK.
Yeah, guys, obviously what you see on the tote board, there's some indication that this 9 oversubscribed can run a little bit. Look, it's a Euro filly. for Klarovich Stables. We've seen these Euro fillies do extremely well for Klarovich and Chad, especially at Tampa Bay Downs. It's where Chad likes to kind of bring some of his good ones and to run them on, like Richie described, it is a really nice turf course. I will say this, and I don't know which one it was. I don't know if it was this one, if there's multiple. I do remember at some point over the summer, Chad being high on a Too Darn Hot at Saratoga. This horse did work at Saratoga, so I'm assuming that this is a Too Darn Hot that was at Saratoga, just didn't run at Saratoga. And the way they're betting this one on the board, context clues, Wolfie suggests this might be the Too Darn Hot he was talking about.
So take that for what it's worth. And yeah, look, first time starter, this barn usually, no matter who he sends out, first time out, they take attention. But this is attention that is very likely that this filly can run.
Yeah, this is another level. I mean, she's 6-5 now. She has an outside draw, but there's ample enough run to the first turn where she should be able to sort herself out. And sometimes with a first-time starter that has a lot of ability, it's not a terrible thing to be outside, because at least if she don't break very sharp, you're not going to get in any trouble the first 16th of a mile. You're going to be able to find your stride.
And of those who've run in this field, no one's shown this big kind of talent where even if the nine's going to have to produce some extra special performance to win first time out.
Well, I think that's a very fair assessment, although a few of the horses that are making their second starts are coming from trainers whose horses do get better with a race under their belt. So you could see a serious step forward by a few of these.
And one in particular, the stablemate of this favorite, Chad Brown's barn, Stenson Statins, who gets the rail and 5-1 right now.
Yeah, and I thought she was just green first time out in Saratoga and ran okay. It looked like the light bulb wasn't completely on. So, she's one that definitely could take a step forward.
Jason Beam, the call. Here's the 9th from Tampa. Sam F. Davis is next.
So we just await oversubscribed. Tyler Gaffleone, your favorite, 7-5. Oversubscribed coming up. And in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Aquilina showing good debut speed goes out to the early advantage. Bell of Rights is forwardly placed, and Stenson Statins down toward the inside away in good order. Active is trying to work over, is oversubscribed, going to be hung out about 4 deep as they bend into the stretch for the first time. It's Aquilina, the leader. Aquilina by 3/4 of a length now. As Bell of Rights down on the inside, Stenson Statins, they're out second and third. Active is fourth in between horses. Down on the inside, Luchavan La Stella. Oversubscribed, got over to about the 3 path as they work into that turn. Then comes Victorious Dancer. Gossiper had to take back off heels momentarily there, and Our Prayer, those two at the back. Aquilina up front, though, 24-1. Pretty modest tempo out there as Aquilina leads them to the back stretch, 1.25 in front. Bell of Rights, who secures a nice spot in second. Stenson Statins stays toward the inside in third. Right alongside that one, Active makes a little progress, is up to fourth. Luchavan La Stella back fifth in the orange colors, about 4.5 off the speed. Then comes oversubscribed in sixth. Length and a half more back to a lineup of 3 at the back. Gossiper out wide between horses Victorious Dancer, and Our Prayer was shuffled back to last. 51 seconds for the opening half, so they've really stalled that pace up front as Aquilina leads them to the far turn. It's Aquilina with 3/8 of a mile left to go, a half length in front of Bell of Rights, who presses a bit closer now from second. Stenson Statins stays toward the inside, third along with Active. A length and a half more, oversubscribed. Victorious Dancer just went by oversubscribed. Oversubscribed, biding time. Going to follow the move of Victorious Dancer, who moves early here. They wind around that turn. Up on the outside, Active. Between horses, Bell of Rights. Aquilina still battling on toward the inside as they turn for home, 3 across the track. Active on the outside of Bell of Rights. Stenson Statins now swings toward the outside. Oversubscribed is in behind. Runner's going to need a seam. Active and Bell of Rights. These two to the 16th pole. Stenson Statins oversubscribed. Going to dive toward the inside. It is flying. Bell of Rights oversubscribed coming up the inside. They drive to the wire. Photo finish. It is razor thin tight between Bell of Rights and oversubscribed in a thrilling finish here in race 9.
2 first-time starters. Bell of Rights for the Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. Oversubscribed for Chad Brown, who was flying late as Tyler Gaffleone went to the inside.
There was absolutely no pace on at all, and this race quickened up suddenly coming to the 3/8 pole. They really started a sprint, and I think it took oversubscribed a little bit out of the bridle, and then she settled and came running. I do think the Shug McGahee first of the 5, Bell of Rights, who was a little bit closer, a little bit more involved, held on. But the 9, oversubscribed, galloped out like a wild horse, was about 8 in front by the time they hit the first turn after the wire. This was some effort by these 2 first-time starters.
Both of these two. Remember the names, impressive. Yeah, I'm not sure if the 9 ever got a nose in front.
Wow, that's really
very tight.
That's very tight, and I'm not sure about the angle there. But, man, what an effort. Oversubscribed. Like I said, when the race quickened up, it quickened up suddenly. It didn't quicken up, incrementally. All of a sudden, they went from kind of galloping to a full-on sprint from the 3/8 ball.
So 2 first-time starters and victory hanging in the balance here. Jose Ortiz on Bell of Rights. Tyler Gaffalione on the 9, oversubscribed. And we will wait and see until it's posted.
And they went a half in 51. They went the second quarter in 26 and change. They really backed it up. But then when they started kicking on, they went 3 quarters in 16. They went the next quarter in 23 flat around a turn. Partially around a turn. They went, like I said, from a very slow pace to really finishing. And I think this is a promising effort from both of these horses. But the one you got to be more impressed with, whether she won or not, is the 9.
Aqua Cap there, diving down to the inside.
And to be that courageous, right? To knife her way through a field. And they were finishing up after a very, very dawdling early pace.
So difficult to tell from that angle.
You see Jose Ortiz, he's looking for the board, and he looked back once at his saddle tower to make sure, remind himself of his own number. And it's always such a bad feeling when you come back and you're involved in this kind of photo and the numbers aren't up yet. I tried to come back twice as slow when it was that tight a photo because I hated waiting around for the numbers to come up. I wanted it to be posted by the time I came back.
It's either 7-5 favoritism on oversubscribed or 3-1 on Bella Wrights, the 5. And, did you usually have a pretty good idea of what happened when it was this tight?
I think 90% of the time you knew if you won or lost. But in one like this, where you got a horse that's finishing with such a flourish, and the wire kind of came up, almost took me by surprise watching the race, this was a very fine effort, but I really did not like getting back before the numbers were posted. It's almost like sweating out an inquiry. Both riders are going to keep looking, checking, and then you'll hear the crowd react. And then you'll look, and then it's either jubilation or your stomach drops.
Well, they're having a nice little back and forth here, Jose Ortiz and Tyler Gaffalione, waiting to see what's going to happen. One of them's not going to be too happy in a moment.
And I would always have to double-check my number. I would forget what number I was. Because as a rider, you don't think about your number. You're just thinking about what's going on around you. Hey, check your arm number, check the saddle tower, check the board.
Well, it truly was that tight because it seems like both these two have no idea.
And the longer it takes, the more you start thinking, is a dead heat possible?
Yeah, good point.
They kind of synced up right there at the wire, too, didn't they?
It was very tight. Yeah, we'll see if we can get a photo or not. But as you said, past the wire, the run from oversubscribed makes you really want to pay attention to this one going forward.
Well, also, for young horses to quicken up like that, sometimes it just takes them off guard. And they, what? Oh, I got to go faster right now, instantly. And it seemed like it took oversubscribed a little bit more off guard than it did Bell of Rights, who was a little bit more involved with that pace. This was a terrific horse race. You talk about a maiden turf race at Tampa Bay Downs. This is one that you may look back on and go, these are 2 really good horses that came out of this maiden race.
This is one of the longer photos that we're going to see. This is taking a little bit of time here, which does make you think potentially dead heat the longer this goes on.
The longer it goes on, the more likelihood of a dead heat. And you notice how the caps aren't in correlation with the actual silks of the horses. At Tampa Bay Downs, every number is assigned a specific color. It doesn't match the silks.
So there's Jose Ortiz waiting to see, looking back.
If I was trying to wait out this photo before I came back, I'd have gone to the track kitchen for a cup of coffee.
Oh, it's got to be agonizing to sit through this and wait.
Never liked it.
And let's not forget, the biggest race is still to come, that Kentucky Derby Prep. And both these guys have mounts. Jose Ortiz will be on Agate Road, and Tyler Gaffalione on the likely favorite change of command for Shug McGahee.
I mean, I love Tampa Bay Downs. It's such a nice feel there. It's almost like a country fair feel. The crowd's always enthusiastic. And they're treated to horses of this caliber with two of the finest young riders in our game right now, pulling out all stops.
Did we just see a high five from Connections of the 5? Being told directly from Acacia Clement, who is on site at Tampa, that we're going to have a dead heat here.
Kind of fitting. Neither one of these fillies deserved to lose this race. They both ran really, really strong efforts. Again, oversubscribed. The way she was able to finish, knifing her way between horses was impressive, but you got to give a lot of credit to Bell of Rights, who, I mean, this was a really good effort. You got to wait your turn to get your picture taken.
Posted yet. Yeah, they don't cram them in the winner's circle and do it all at once.
I would have liked to have seen these two fillies in the winner's circle face-to-face, get their picture taken together.
It's so rare. Hopefully they'd play nice. So dead heat in this 9th, and Tyler Gaffalione is actually going to team up with Shug McGahee in the next race. Dead heat's against him in the race preceding the big one coming up. Let's go to Acacia.
And Greg, just wanted to comment on the horsemanship from both Tyler Gaffalione and Jose Ortiz. While we were waiting, and it was a long time waiting with these two fillies who were both first-time starters, they were both patting their horses, both relaxing them, keeping them calm. And then immediately when it was announced here at the track, it was a dead heat, Tyler leaned over and called out to Jose. And it was just kind of cool to see the back and forth between the two of them. Two great horsemen, two very, very talented fillies as well. And pretty special that they got the dead heat. And I think you'll hear a lot from both of them moving forward.
How'd you feel when it was a dead heat? Do you feel a little empty inside, or do you feel okay?
It honestly depends. If you felt like you won it and it was a dead heat, you feel bad about it. If you thought you got beat and you dead heat it, you're thrilled with it. A little bit like kissing your sister, maybe?
Okay. 2 minutes to post in the 8th here in this 6 furlong sprint. 2-1 favorite. Pate, who off that effort, and that was a long time away, Paulie. If this horse can improve, going to be very tough today.
Yeah, he could improve, and I'm going to stay away from that comment there by Mig. And, you know, here's the other thing about Pate, right? He's by Super Saver, and, you know, Super Saver, or she's by Super Saver, had his best day on a wet racetrack. So I can understand why the public does like Pate here at 9-5. The 3 Dream Streak I thought could be very, very tough, maybe on the front end if he gets pushed towards the front end. Cody Rosine is having a solid beat. He had a winner yesterday. The horse on your screen, Sister Kisses, you know, ran really well last time out. I don't know where it came from. Just exploded, and you're wondering if this horse just liked this racetrack, so it could be encouraging that the 4. I kind of am gravitating towards the 5 here, Always Angels. I think there's a ton of at least speed in here where there's not a lot of horses that like to pass horses. In the 5, Always Angels has passed horses before, and I just think that, you know, 3 for 11 lifetime, you know, last time out broke okay, and then Chris Landeros tried to get the horse off the rail, and the horse really got shuffled so far back, and then he kind of re-rallied. So I just can't take 9-5 on Pate, although I think she is the one to beat. I'll go with Always Angels in here with a bullet work coming in for Johnny Ortiz and Ramon Vasquez.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Always Angels. Yeah, I thought really interesting. 2 back, that effort. Off the bench at Oaklawn. That was a huge performance. And maybe just reacted to that coming back too quick in that next start.
Yeah, and I also thought that she wasn't able to go forward as the race was going forward last time. There's a critical juncture in a race when things are really kind of taking shape that you need to continue to, your forward progress. And if that forward progress gets stymied, it's hard to make it up. And I thought she ran kind of evenly after that, so maybe with a little cleaner trip as well.
All right, we'll have this race coming up in a moment. Let's go back to Tampa. Dead heat in the 9th between Belle of Rights, first-time starter for Shug McGahee, daughter of Constitution, and Chad Brown's oversubscribed, daughter of Too Darn Hot with Tyler Gaffalione on board.
Yeah, nice effort by 2 first-time starters. Belle of Rights, Shug McGahee, trainers' horses tend to get better. He didn't set them up to win first time. He sets them up for a career. Oversubscribed. Was caught a bit wide in the first turn, got outfooted a little bit when the race quickened, and finished through traffic to dead heat.
Place, price, better on both. How about that?
Wow. Wow.
Don't see that very often. Back at Oaklawn, muddy track here for this 8th coming up. 9-5 on Pate. There's just so much to like with this horse. Second off the bench. Rudolph Brissett has run good on off tracks. I mean, this horse was second, beat a neck and a stake at Oaklawn. Let's go to JK for more.
Guys, I'm going to go with the 8, Blame Day. Blame Day, yep. This horse hasn't run since December, but there's some back numbers in there that make sense to me. And in a race where I don't love the favorite, I think a lot of times you can look to some back numbers to hope this horse can kind of run back to that. Off a layoff, this horse has run well before. If you look back on August 26th, off a little bit of a short layoff, came back and won off of a layoff like that for Brett Calhoun. So you know Brett knows what it looks like when Blame Day is fit and ready to run. So I'm hopeful that she'll show up here off this little break. It's not the longest break, a couple of months. And if she can find some of those past numbers, I think she'll be dangerous at 7-2.
All right, 7-2, JK. Thanks. We'll see how Blame Day performs here. Back-to-back, actually 3 consecutive third-place finishes. It's the way she ended her year. One of those throwing a stake at Remington. But it's 9-5 favoritism. Pate Ricardo Santana Jr. for Rudolph Brissett. Matt Dinnerman the call, the 8th from Oaklawn Park.
Sister Kisses working with Blame Day to take her spot. Always Angels in the orange. Blame Day goes in, 2 back. As Always Angels has gone in. Collected Glory will be second to last. In Fashion Rage to the outside. Fashion Rage goes in. And Laroff from the inside, Twirling Tigress put into play, takes the lead at once and opens up about a length on Dream Streak, who runs at the 2nd spot. Sister Kisses 3rd, Blame Day in the blue jacket, joining that rival. Then Always Angels, 6 lengths off the lead in the orange jacket. Loft House has been passed by Shanghai Express, also Pate, and Fashion Rage, who's making a run on the outside, making an early move to claim the 5th position at the half-mile marker. Coming back to the lead, Twirling Tigress, she's in control of the race. A length and a tail ahead. Dream Streak running in the 2nd spot. Blame Day joins her around the turn. Sister Kisses, Fashion Rage. They're next as a pair, and they're 3 off the pace. 2 better than Always Angels. Sent along from midfield, a length and a half clear of Pate. She's being asked to get going. Is going to take the outside route as they come off the turn. Twirling Tigress challenged by a number of rivals, and Twirling Tigress is being swallowed up now. Fashion Rage in the 5 path comes away with the lead down the lane. Blame Day 2nd, Sister Kisses next. Always Angels, Pate is rolling. Pate on the outside, Always Angels diving too. Fashion Rage in front, Sister Kisses up the rail. Always Angels flying, Always Angels got it. Always Angels in a driving finish. Fashion Rage in the photo for 2nd. Sister Kisses was there. And also Pate.
Nice call, Paul LaDuca. Always Angels getting back to that form in that race off the bench here. 7-2 for the John Ortiz born.
Yeah, really nice call by Paul. We were together on December 30th when she had a less than ideal trip. Was able to get out to the clear and come charging down the center of the racetrack under strong handling by Ricardo Vasquez to get up late. Always Angel, Pate. Finished well from the outside. Nice effort from both the 10 Fashion Rage and the 4 Sister Kisses.
Always Angels had finished well behind Pate when they met last time out in a runner-up finish for Pate. This time turns the tables and picks up the 4th win of her career. More stakes action ahead from Tampa Bay. That man right there, Hall of Famer. Just had a dead heat win with a first-time starter on the grass. Now he's aiming to find out if he has a Kentucky Derby contender with change of command in the Sam F. Davis. Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part by the OPS March sale of 2-year-olds in training, March 12th through 14th. Road to the Kentucky Derby. Next stop here, Sam F. Davis, Grade 3 from Tampa Bay Downs. 20 points to the winner to get into that starting gate that first Saturday in May. We talked about Shug McGahee going to break. He's got change of command coming off a big performance and a win last time out. He's trying to win his 3rd in a row coming up with an equipment change in his graded stakes debut.
Yeah, and very well-bred son of Into Mischief, cost over $1 million at the Keeneland sale, and he adds blinkers, and that's so significant for Shug McGahee to make this kind of change, particularly off of wins. He knows there's more in the tank, and he realizes the competition's getting tougher. It's time to start getting serious.
Things change so fast on this road to the Kentucky Derby. Everyone expected fierceness to be as stellar, if not more so, than he was on Breeders' Cup Championship weekend. He flubbed in his 3-year-old debut. Now Pletcher's locked, was expected to go in this race. He spikes a fever. We're not going to see him here. So he goes to Agate Road, who debuted in a race that was meant to be on the grass, came off, and slow figure, slowly run race, but blew the brake and made this big run around the turn to just miss by a nose.
Yeah, listen, he ran okay. He's by Yellow Agate, who's a Grade 1 winner herself. She won the Frizette Stakes for trainer Christophe Clement. And listen, anybody who's got a good 3-year-old, whether they've been running on turf or not, has to give them an opportunity to see if they can get on the Kentucky Derby trail. So I understand completely why the connections would give him this shot. You can always go back to the turf. There's not a lot of big 3-year-old turf races this time of year. This is the time to find out, and I'm sure he has shown enough in his training that Todd Pletcher said, yeah, let's give this a try now.
So just missed, as you saw in that debut with that poor break. And the only start he's ever been on dirt. It's been all turf the rest of the way, and this has been his shining moment on the grass. Grade 2 win in the Pilgrim.
Yeah, and he finished extremely well. He sifted out to the clear here, and he really comes, he shows a turn of foot. And this was a good effort from him. Listen, ultimately, he may turn out to be a turf horse. But again, if you've got a good 3-year-old in the barn, you have one chance to compete in the Kentucky Derby, and that's as a 3-year-old. Got to give a horse an opportunity.
Beats a horse named Fulmineo in this spot. Fulmineo, he'll line up in this race as well. Came back to win on, or sorry, just lose. Narrow defeat on the dirt, but he got a big figure doing it. Todd Pletcher, so much success in this particular Kentucky Derby prep. 7 wins and counting. Can he do it again with Agate Road? Well, let's go to Acacia Clement.
He'll also send out Tireless in here, who is a big price, but did break his maiden last time out. But as far as Agate Road is concerned, as Richie mentioned, the pedigree is there to suggest that he could potentially handle the dirt. Now, my father-in-law, Christophe Clement, trained the dam Yellow Agate. He also has the full sister, Plentitude, who won on the dirt and then was switched to the turf. And both of them, it seems, have shown an affinity for the main track, but are perhaps a little bit better on the grass. I thought it was interesting what Mike Rapoli said earlier, that they initially switched Agate Road to the turf to get him more distance versus preferring the grass. But he is a horse that, looking at him physically, he's not the biggest. He's a little bit on the smaller side. I can certainly see how he could just move a little bit better over the turf. And mentally, he's a horse that has shown quite a few bit of quirks throughout the running of his races. Can he potentially fire switching surfaces in here today? Yes, absolutely. But I just think this is a very intriguing and wide open race. There are a few other horses I'm more intrigued by. The number 12, Elysian Meadows. This is my first time seeing him, but this New York bred is 2 for 2, comes into open company for the first time and stretches out in distance for the first time. A lot of changes for him, but I can see it. He looks like he should appreciate some more ground, and he stacks up favorably with this competition here. He's really well developed. He's very professional here in the paddock. He will have to get faster given his races so far, but like I said, he stacks up favorably with this group. We'll see what kind of trip he can get for his first time going the 2 turns, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. Who knows? Maybe he gets just a lot better with more ground. Again, there's no standouts in this race. Someone may stamp themselves after this race and say, wow, this is a horse to watch out for. But to this point, very wide open group. No one's been scared away, and that's why you see 12 horses lining up.
Yeah, and I think that's a little bit of a problem for the 12 Elysian Meadows, excuse me. That post, he's got to work out a trip. Now, he did show better speed in his second circle in 6. It's a lot of horses to try to clear and maybe use yourself too much. You've got to try to play the break and find a place where you can get comfortable without being caught too wide.
Post parade coming up 5 minutes away from this grade 3 Sam F. Davis. And yeah, Acacia mentioned the other Todd Pletcher in here, 21-1. That's the 2 Tireless, who's coming off a maiden win last time out, but at least the maiden win came on this track.
Yeah, he has a win over the track, and it was a workmanlike effort. But the other thing we always got to keep in mind, these are young horses, and they're changing and developing right now. I always kind of equate them to kids starting high school.
Here's El Principito, 99-1 at least.
Well, good speed in the Pasco, well beaten by Bucamdano, who is a really good horse.
The first of 2 for Todd Pletcher. So Tireless, we were just talking about coming off a maiden win. It came in career start number 4.
Started on the turf, switched to the dirt. 2 good efforts, and he does have the win over the track, as you noted.
Get a look at him here momentarily. Strange to see that barn with a horse at that price. Really any time, but especially in a race like this here in this Sam F. Davis. There he is, by not this time. Antonio Gallardo will ride. Patriot Spirit, here's the 3 next door for Michael Campbell.
This horse has been good sprinting. They stretched him out in the Iroquois where he showed real speed and almost rank speed, and I think he adds a lot of speed to this affair.
He just beat this horse sprinting, but that Crazy Mason stretched out going a mile and 40 yards and won.
Yeah, and he's a horse that can settle more, a little more relaxed.
No more time. Major player. He's 5-1.
Major player off his maiden victory and came back, ran okay when he was rank, stretching out.
Agate Road went by for Todd Pletcher. We'll get back to him. Here's Copper Tax.
Yeah, Copper Tax tried out Remsen, was well beaten here by Dornock and Sierra Leone, who people think are major players on the Derby trail.
Another 99-1 shot here. Ever do it.
It's going to have to improve.
Change of command for Shug McGahee. Back-to-back wins and his stakes debut coming up.
Change of command, change of equipment, and I like Shug putting the blinkers on.
Grade 3 Iroquois winner, West Saratoga.
This is a hard-trying, hard-knocking horse who has a lot of foundation making his 9th start.
Fulmineo, we showed you runner-up to Agate Road on the grass. He's coming off a big effort on dirt.
Interesting that these horses have seen each other on a separate surface.
And outside 2 sprints. Now the stretch out for Elysian Meadows for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, reigning Eclipse Award outstanding trainer.
New York bred, stretching out, undefeated. Hall of Famer Bill Mott in his corner. Tough post.
So let's look to the favorite. Horse who sold for over $1 million with his big pedigree here into Mischief out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare, Moi. And this was the 3-year-old debut, first time in against winners, and took yet another step forward.
Yeah, but you know, it's interesting. He kind of went to the leader, I thought, really easily. And he kind of got there, and it looked like he was just comfortable running with his company. And Jose Ortiz had to start really getting after him, and then at one point it looked like the horse was going to come back on him, and he kind of tried to stay close to him to maybe keep his focus, and maybe that's the reason for the blinkers. It'll be interesting to see how he responds to that change. Shug McGaughey's in the Hall of Fame for a reason, and knowing what his horses need to be at their best is one of his strengths.
Meanwhile, very familiar with those silks right there. Micropoli, they had Life Talk earlier, huge odds-on favorite in the Suncoast that was defeated on the road to the Kentucky Oaks. See if they can spring a big upset here with Tireless. Let's go to Jonathan for more.
Yeah, Wolfie, look, this is it's not a default thing. I mean, I like the 9 change of command. It's just that I do believe that there's 2 horses in here that are the 2 most talented horses. One being the 9 change of command and the 6 Agate Road. However, I think one of them needs to get someone to open up the rail and let them onto the turf course. That happens to be Agate Road. Now, the reason I say that is because Agate Road was always meant to run on the turf. Even though that one dirt race shows up on the past performances, that day was entered for the turf. Todd worked the horse on the turf. Todd's had 487 horses running the Kentucky Derby. That's an exaggeration, but it's pretty darn close. He knows what a dirt horse looks like as a 3-year-old. He knows what a turf horse looks like. And to me, Agate Road is just a turf horse. In a race that has no talent at all, sure, maybe Agate Road could just kind of will himself to the wire first on the dirt. But to me, it's all about the 9 change of command. I love the draw for change of command as well. But let's see what Acacia has to say about Agate Road.
Well, Jonathan, I just wanted to point out quickly that the antics are not completely gone with Agate Road. Might have noticed that he broke out of the post parade, kind of did a prop and wheel move where Jose Ortiz ended up having to kick his feet out of the irons and use his full leg to hold on, and was able to get him to link back up with the pony, gave him a big solo warm up, and seems to have settled a bit now. But mentally, that's always been his barrier. As far as the 9 change of command, we talked a lot on the show today about the blinker change and blinkers going on. It's a pretty significant blinker cup that goes on. I was kind of expecting just a small cheater cup, but it's a pretty good size that will limit his peripheral vision, and Shug McGaughey wanting him to finish in his races a little bit more. He won those last 2, especially the most recent one where he was able to hold on and get the job done in his first race going a distance of ground. Distance is definitely his friend. He's a big leggy type, and we'll see if the addition of those blinkers will help him to have a bit more punch in the end where he needs it. I was really taken with the 3 Patriot Spirit. I did read some quotes from trainer Michael Campbell, who said he's convinced that this is a horse who's going to be better going 2 turns, which is on paper a bit counterintuitive because his lone distance race in the Iroquois was his poorest performance yet. But looking at him, he looks like a 2-turn horse. Campbell also said that he's a very aggressive horse in the mornings, and the way that he trains, he should be quick early. He's been sharp. He's been on his toes. He looks like this is the distance that he wants. He's beautifully turned out in here today, too. It'll be a class test for him, certainly with the distance as well. But just from a physical perspective, I was really taken with what I saw from him. He's a nice price as well, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 8-1 Patriot Spirit. Can he go longer? That's the question with him.
Look at his work tab. He's got a 57-4 at Tampa. Came back with a 3/4 and 14-4, a mile in 1:38-2. So they're putting that kind of foundation in him. Those are some works.
obviously he's lightning quick too to be able to do that kind of what he's shown in the afternoon as well.
Yeah, listen, he's shown ability, and you know, the fact that Case has given him a check mark certainly bolsters my confidence in him. That work tab really jumped off the page at me. A lot of ability. He's going to have to settle, though. He can't do what he did in the Iroquois, where he just looked like runaway speed to me at that point. You're not going to stay distances if you're over-eager. You've got to be able to meet out your speed the right way. And, you know, the race named Sam Davis. Sam Davis was the president of Florida Downs, which turned into Tampa Bay Downs. He was president of the Florida Downs and Turf Club from 1972 to 1980, and they named this race in his honor starting in 1981.
Got a quick look there at Agate Road for Todd Pletcher, his more highly regarded runner in this race, even though Pletcher, the Hall of Famer, has wanted him to be on the grass, seeing if he is Derby material. You never know, even if you're a Hall of Famer. So giving him that chance, and we'll find out, I guess, pretty quickly here whether he's or not.
Listen, you got to give a horse an opportunity, a 3-year-old that has shown ability regardless of what surface it's on, and you can regroup. If it doesn't work, you say, okay, we've got bigger races heading in the spring and summer that we'll target.
And whether he is or not, I think it's surprising to see, and it's just the respect for this barn that he's the favorite right now at 3-1. That's very surprising.
Well, I think Todd Pletcher's record in this race kind of speaks for itself and is going. And the fact that Jose Ortiz, who's been riding Change of Command, lands here.
Meanwhile, Shug McGahee, Hall of Famer, had a Kentucky Derby win with Orr back in 2013. Does he have another Kentucky Derby contender with Change of Command, the 9? We'll find out here. Grade 3. Sam F. Davis on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. Jason Beam, the call.
Tampa Bay Derby will be run here. Agate Road coming up, waiting on Elysian Meadows and Junior Alvarado to the outside draw. Elysian Meadows to the outside, goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Sam F. Davis Stakes. El Principito from the inside, No More Time, flashing good early speed. Here's No More Time and Change of Command. Those are the two that now go on best. El Principito toward the inside, and West Saratoga going to be 3 or 4 wide as they run to that first turn. We lost a rider there. Number 8, Ever Do It, unseated the rider. Number 8 running loose there past the 7/8 pole. So it's No More Time, the leader, in front by just over a length. The Change of Command, El Principito, the loose horse, advancing up on the outside of Change of Command now into that second spot. It's a length and a half more back to West Saratoga, who races in 4th. Tireless is 5th in the Rapoli colors. Down to that one's inside. Patriot Spirit is 6th. It's another length and a half or 2 then. Back to Fulminio, who's in 7th. In behind that comes Elysian Meadows in the 8th spot. It's 2 more lengths then. Back to Crazy Mason. Copper Tax is second last, and Agate Road is the trailer. So they have a half mile left to go, 23-2, the opening quarter mile time. And on the front end, it's No More Time. No More Time by about a length to West Saratoga, Change of Command. Those two right together, second, third, 46-3, the opening half mile time. So No More Time takes them past the 3/8 pole. West Saratoga pressing closer up on the outside. Change of Command going to wait in between runners from 3rd. Tireless pushed along 4th. Here's Fulminio starting to launch a 3-wide bid, and Fulminio starting to make up some ground. No More Time is still the leader. 3/4, 1:10-4. It's No More Time into the stretch. West Saratoga on the outside, right up alongside. Agate Road has made up significant ground down the far outside, is starting to steamroll home. No More Time past the 8th pole. West Saratoga, here comes Agate Road, right down the center of the course. No More Time has to make a final 1/16 of a mile. Agate Road 3 lengths back. It's No More Time. Agate Road is closing stoutly. No More Time. Running out of time is Agate Road. No More Time in front. No More Time wins the Sam F. Davis. Agate Road was second, long way back to West Saratoga. Elysian Meadows, they photoed 3rd and 4th.
No More Time takes the Sam F. Davis. Jose D'Angelo Paco Lopez, second win of his career, picks up 20 Derby points in Agate Road. Closing fast to get second.
Nice effort from Agate Road. The winner was very good, though. Those are fast fractions for, a mile and a 16th race. 23-2, 46-3, 10-4, and he was resolute. He got it done. One More Time was good, the son of Not This Time out of the Speightstown mare, Baroness Juliet. But Agate Road showed that he's okay on dirt as well, because he finished resolutely just second best to a horse that was the only horse part of the pace that was left there at the finish. The other horses close to the pace wilted.
So No More Time, your Sam F. Davis winner. Let's go to Acacia.
I think trainer Jose D'Angelo ran as quickly as his horse coming down here to this winner's circle. Jose, can you talk me through the emotions right now?
Thank you. I guess I'm so excited, so happy for the win. That's you know, we work so hard with him. He's small horse with big heart. Nobody knows, you know, like all we did to stay here. So thank you very much. I'm so happy. I'm proud of my team to come here and do that. I don't have words.
How validating is it too that your decision to scratch out of the Holy Bull and run here instead turned out to be the right one?
Because I know he needs one more workout. So I spoke with my owner. I said, just please let me scratch him and just one more workout, and he's gonna be ready for any race. I think gonna be better for him. Thank you, and thanks God. My grandfather, the horse say that was true.
Congratulations, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Greg?
It shows you what it means to have a contender on the road to the Kentucky Derby. It's just incredible, the journey these horsemen go on, these owners, these trainers, and even to get a horse to a race like this is so difficult, let alone win it.
Yeah, I mean, the emotion was on full display there. I mean, just how much it meant to him, and then his team coming down and the congratulations. You know, one more time, took the lead. It was attended by change of command with those blinkers on, was right on top of him. The 10 horse, West Saratoga, took a big shot at him, made him go early around the far turn. And then he had enough left to hold off Agate Road, who I thought put in a really nice effort switching surfaces to the dirt. But this was a really good effort. Don't undersell this effort from No More Time, who was the only horse part of the pace that was there at the finish.
5, 6, 10, 12. Jose D'Angelo, winning trainer of a horse making just his 4th career start, his 2nd start of his 3-year-old campaign, and the first start didn't go well at all. Horse just hopped out of the gate, was last early on, and from there it was pretty much over. Waits, and to pass on a spot, knowing that, as he said, you needed another work, and to have that work out for you, got to be very gratifying.
Oh, absolutely. And when a trainer tells an owner something, and the owner's smart enough to listen to the person they hired to do a job, allow them to do their job, you're going to get good results. And honestly, it's a gift that a trainer can give a jockey. You have instructions and how you'd like things to go, but allow the rider to do his job. Allow the trainer to do his job. And there's the end result. And he said not a big horse, but a horse with a lot of heart. I like the way he did this because he took a lot of pressure.
And this year's Derby picture, it's totally changed from a week ago. Before we ran the preps last week, which was a huge week on the road to the Derby, everyone thought it was over and done with. We might have a Triple Crown winner with Fierceness. He gets beat in his 3-year-old return. Maybe another, performance out on the West Coast that very same day with a horse who's probably now would have been your Kentucky Derby favorite. Early on, I know, but sure, he's not going to be allowed to run in the Kentucky Derbies with Bob Baffert. So all of a sudden, this year's picture is just completely wide open.
It really has changed. I think Fierceness had some excuses in the Holy Bull, and I think he can rebound, but I agree with you. It is wide open, and you're going to see some other changes between now and as we creep closer.
No More Time. Impressing here in the Sam F. Davis. What about Agate Road here in the runner-up finish? Does he deserve to stay on this Derby trail?
I think he earned his right to try either the Tampa Bay Derby or whatever spot Todd picks out for him. He conducted himself extremely well today.
We're back in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Race 9 from Oaklawn. This allowance optional claiming 6 furlong sprint. The speedy Tapatio Leo coming in from the West Coast for Peter Miller. Even money favorite. Let's go to Paul for more.
Yeah, and this horse is a rocket fast, too, and is in great form as well. I actually ran into his owner last night, Terry Lovinger, part owner. He's also has Love Acres Ranch out there in California. This is a Calbred by Stay Thirsty, and ever since Stay Thirsty moved to California, he's been a prolific sire there for Calbreds and has done a great job. This horse has just been blitzing some fields in 108 and change. Now, listen, California racing and Los Alamitos Racecourse is a very, very fast surface, but he wins his races with early dominance and tries to spread the field, open a little bit. And I think that's what they're going to try to do here, Ricardo Santana. And there's just nobody else in here. They scratched the 7. They scratched, you know, a couple other horses in here. The 9, the 7 and the 9 were the 2 other primary speeds in here. So Francisco Arrieta, Mig, I have no clue why he was fist pumping. Maybe he had a big bet on that horse, but he's on the 11 in here, and I think he can stay close along with the 12. So you have the 3, 11, 12. It looks like those 3 horses will be sitting in that spot. And so, you know, if the 3 is just too good and too quick for these, I would think the 11 and 12 are in chase mode. Now, if the 11 and 12 engage, then it includes the 10, Spen Benjamins, who launches from way out of it. But I just don't know if the 10 can get any kind of pace to run into unless the 3 just runs off on them. But listen, the Calibred's the one to beat at even money. The money, the 12, I know there's been some scratches, but when Cipriano Contreras takes money, 20-1 down to now 4-1 with some scratches. The horse probably should have never been 20-1. I would think the 12 is going to be very live and probably going to try to sting the 3 around the far turn.
Yeah, Paulie brings up a good point. First off, look, with the scratches, completely benefited the quickest horse in the race anyway, this 3-horse, who now looks completely alone on the front end. But those who play the races regularly know, pay very little attention to the morning lines at Oaklawn. They don't mean a whole lot. Top Gunner was never going to be 20-1. This is a major player in this race. This horse was 3rd to Bango, who is a cut below probably your Breeders' Cup sprint runners in this country. And he's competitive against them, too. He's grade 2 placed in his career. He was always going to be a major player in this race.
And he's already shown an affinity for Oaklawn Park and an off-racetrack, you know. So, yeah, I agree. I mean, he definitely more deserving of 4-1 than his 20-1 morning line.
Having said that, such a huge advantage now for this 3-horse, being really the lone pace in the race. Has performed well on wet tracks as well. Can anyone put any sting into him, as Paulie said here? It looks like it's going to be tough.
And this is a horse capable of going a sub-44 half and going on. So, you know, he's not going to have to go that fast to make the lead here.
Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard for trainer Peter Miller, the 3, the one to catch and the one to beat. Likely going to be all alone early on. Can he go gate to wire? Matt Dinnerman, the call.
Top Gunner to the outside after him. Here's Ultimate. Top Gunner. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good beginning for all the runners. Life is hard. Pushed hard to get towards the lead. Tapatio Leo very quick as well, per usual. Tapatio Leo to the front. Life is hard. We'll press from the outside second. Tahoe Run 3rd in the early stages. Ultimate is next with Knee Deep in Snow. Then Manuelito, Top Gunner, second to last. 7 lengths off the tearaway leader, Tapatio Leo, who is very speedy. Opens up 3 approaching the 4-turn run. Spen Benjamins will have to pass them all. Tapatio Leo says, come and catch me if you can. He's 5 ahead with 3 furlongs to go. Tapatio Leo all alone on the lead here. Tahoe Run sent along from the inside second. He's being joined by Ultimate. Top Gunner's trying to make a move with Life is Hard at the top of the lane, and then comes Spen Benjamins. He's getting underway from the back of the field, but has 4 lengths to gain. Tapatio Leo drifts out, turning for home. He's in the center of the track, but keeps going strong here. Tapatio Leo getting back towards the inside. He's 3 ahead. Life is Hard, Knee Deep in Snow chasing. Spen Benjamins and Top Gunner are next, but Tapatio Leo is like a rocket ship in the slop today. Tapatio Leo, gate to wire. Knee Deep in Snow, second, third home was Life is Hard, and then Spen Benjamins and Top Gunner.
Tapatio Leo had to work a little bit to get to the front of this spot, but he was much the quickest once he asserted himself and able to hang on for a moment like he was going to get a challenge. Not to be.
Well, Life is Hard, the 8 with Martin Schwann, he really was like, came out hustling, riding hard. And Ricardo Santana was actually a little quiet. And then his horse kind of cleared everybody, opened up about 5 lengths, and he gave him this long breather from about the 3.5 furlong to the quarter pole. And then when these horses got close, then he kind of said, hey, okay, we got to get back to work. And he found again, this was a big effort. This is a very fast individual.
5 for 7 in his career now. Tapatio Leo. He's going to stay thirsty. by the way. Prices from this one when we come back. Feature next at Oaklawn, the Ozark. And the man we just saw win, Santana Jr. will be back aboard for Steve Asmussen back in the Sam F. Davis. No more time. Looks like it's on to bigger and better things.
Breeders' Cup champion Good Magic by Sire of Sires Curlin was the sire of first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage, one of 3 Grade 1 winners to date, along with Muth and Blazing Sevens. In 2023, with just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with $9.5 million in earnings. 2-year-olds sold for up to $2 million, and yearlings sold for up to $725,000. Good Magic, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
This is Maxfield. This is a Maxfield foal. Maxfield, the G1 Breeders' Futurity and G1 Clark Hero by Street Sense. Maxfield foal. They're just like him. Walking, standing, looking perfect, and selling. This one made $500,000, the most by any freshman in 2023. Maxfield. He's the best in his field. Inquire now.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on a big Saturday across the country. Coverage from Oaklawn, Aqueduct card in the books, and stakes packed Saturday at Tampa Bay Downs. We just saw the Sam F. Davis go to No More Time. Jose D'Angelo, More Play Racing, and Paco Lopez with a talented 3-year-old. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
So happy to be joined by owner Rich Mendez as No More Time takes the Sam Davis. Rich, you can just see the emotions. You can feel it here in the winner's circle. Can you put that into words?
I mean, it's hard. You know, this is a dream, you know, and to do it with this guy, I was just talking to someone else, a $40,000 horse that we decided to keep instead of selling him, and to watch him compete at this level. And I was just talking to Paco, and he said he was just playing with him. And the horse has so much heart. And the last race didn't dictate the type of horse that he really is. So we're just excited, and that's 20 points towards the ultimate dream.
We've seen you putting a lot with you and your partners into the sales and, like you said, selling horses and being involved in that side. How special is this side of it?
I had tears. I had tears just because my whole family's here. And again, it's a dream, like having our partners and the whole team, you know, selling horses, but this just a cherry on the top.
Jose D'Angelo opted to run here instead of last week in the Holy Bull. Talk a little bit about the progression that you've seen from this horse.
I mean, look, at the last race, you know, we were a little concerned because he had the one hoe at Gulfstream. So he did, you know, break in a little bit, and he was so far back. But he still showed a lot of athletic ability on the turn, and we just felt like he had at least a chance. Jose kept on telling me, I think we have a really, really good chance. So I was just going along for the ride.
Well, enjoy the ride. It looks like it's going to be a fun one.
Oh, man, I can't wait. Plus, we have another one that's competing here soon again. It's Victory Avenue with Romero. So we're excited. We have 2 on the way.
Well, best of luck with them. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Greg?
It's what everybody dreams of in this sport, is to have a talented 3-year-old and at least be in the picture to try and get in that starting gate for the Kentucky Derby.
It's the race that everybody knows. As a rider, you get in a cab going to any racetrack, right? You fly someplace to ride, and they know you're a jockey. The first thing they ask you, did you ever ride in the Kentucky Derby? And then the next thing they ask you, if you can say yes, is did you ever win the Kentucky Derby? People know the Kentucky Derby. It is, one of the biggest races in the world. Obviously, you have other big races all over the world, the Epsom Derby, the Arc de Triomphe, on and on. But in America, it's the Kentucky Derby that people are noted for. And, to have a horse like this, they paid $40,000 for him. And to be on this trail, it's really fun to watch. And it's fun to watch the emotion involved and how happy it makes people. I mean, these horses give us so much. They give us everything.
And you see with that performance, that victory by No More Time, we got a long way to go. A lot of preps still to come. Bigger points preps as well. 6th, though, on that current list with those 20 points to get into that starting gate. In a lot of years, 20 points is enough to get you into that starting gate. So we'll see how things progress. But No More Time looks like a talented colt with still some upside to come. We're going to take a timeout. Feature on this Saturday card from Oaklawn still ahead. Talented sprinter for Steve Asmussen, trying to make it 3 in a row. We will see next in the Ozark. That is Valentine Candy. Won the Advent, won the Renaissance. Can he do it one more time? Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon, America's Day at the Races on FS2. Thanks to those watching on SNY as well. Our program brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. What a fun Saturday it's been. Sam F. Davis going to No More Time. Sabellius repeating earlier on in the Pelican on its way back to the Dubai Golden Shaheen to try and repeat. And in the Ozark, Valentine Candy will try and make it 3 in a row for Steve Asmussen. Back-to-back stakes wins. And Paulie, that last stakes performance probably could have been a lot faster. He was pinned in for quite a bit until he finally got an opening.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that as they keep on with Toby Keith. I'm about to drop some tears here. It's one of my favorite Toby Keith songs. Valentine Candy, when he won 2 back, I remember talking to Steve right after the race, and he sort of just took a sigh of relief and said, wow, okay, finally, I got this horse back to the same horse at Saratoga. So you make a great point, Greg, when you talk about his last race, when in the Renaissance, he had to overcome a little bit of trouble, like you said. So then when I talked to Steve after that race, he's like, okay, now are we turning into a different horse now? He was actually more impressed with this effort than the one before that. As you can see, Joel Rosario's got a ton of horse with the white blaze right behind, just waiting for the cue. And as Joel usually does, he doesn't even uncock the stick. I mean, it's just a hand ride, strong, vigorous hand ride home, and just got the job done. Now, you can see the horse on the way outside. It's kind of going to close the gap a little bit, but there was never, ever, you know, threatening this horse. And, you know, when this horse won first time out, we talk a lot about Steve. He's very, very good with first-time starters, but he's very, very good with his second-time starters, and he really doesn't rush a lot of his horses. So for him to put this horse right into the hopeful, he must have thought a lot of Valentine Candy, couple hiccups. But I think now those last 2 races has proven to me that with this outside draw today, he's going to be really tough to handle in here.
Yeah, don't be concerned at all. You see the sort of, at least Beyer speed-wise, going backwards in that next start. That was not the case at all of what happened in that race.
No, it doesn't tell the tale. I mean, and he showed a different dimension, sitting in behind horses, being in tight, and then quickening through. And even though I don't think he has the size of his sire, Justify, Triple Crown winner, Justify, he's got a very similar stride in how he drops his head and reaches out over the ground. This is a colt that was born in February. He's out of a mare, Tastes Like Candy, so hence the name Valentine Candy. Corinne Heiligbrodt, Bill and Corinne Heiligbrodt, the owners. She's very good at naming her horses, and I'm sure she came up with this very clever name.
Now, obviously, these connections have had so much success together as well. Valentine Candy will try and make it 3 straight stakes wins in a row, and at this meet. We'll be back trying to stand in the way of a repeat performance from Valentine Candy in a stakes win. This trainer, Ron Moquette, had a talented debuter Time for Truth. Now he gets a tough test in his first try against winners coming up.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
Here's the finish, ancient roll. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Steel Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage, America's Day at the Races. Saturday card on Sam F. Davis Day continues with that one in the books on the turf. Next, at a mile on the grass, entry-level allowance race. Coming up next in Royal Interest, even money for the Chad Brown Barn. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And we'll start there, Greg, as Royalty Interest has only raced twice. One of those here at Tampa on debut, and then had a little bit of a layoff, and we saw her in the Penn Oaks, and we haven't seen her since then. Now, I did actually see her in her debut, and she's really come a long way since that first start. She's really filled out a lot. She was very lightly framed in her first race. I remember seeing her. She moved beautifully in her solo warm-up. She looks ready off the layoff. Obviously, though, the question is the layoff and the fact that she hasn't been able to stay on the racetrack, but she looks like she has ability, and she seemed like she was done pretty early in that small field in the Penn Oaks last time out. A couple other interesting horses. The number 6, Apropos, does get onto the turf for the first time, and she has had several workouts on the Palmettos turf course. I've only ever seen her once, and that was back at Belmont at the Big A in October, and I wrote that day, lovely mover, almost moves like a turf horse. So, wondering if that will transfer over today. Unfortunately, none of those turf workouts were available in XBTV, and while in the first generation there is not much turf pedigree at all, the second dam was a stakes winner on the grass, and she is obviously by Mendelssohn, and she looks like she should handle it. I do wonder, though, if she might just need a race off the layoff. The number 9, Classic Vinyl, is making her second start off the bench, and I think that she should take a step forward today. She had the far outside post last time out, or a far outside post, and was off slow, and she kind of ran on a little bit between horses, but should be able to get something out of that. She's a very athletic looking individual for Grand Motion, making her second start off the bench and being able to put some back-to-back races together. Maybe we'll see her take a step forward in this spot at a pretty generous price right now for the nightcap. Greg?
Keisha, thanks. Great job down there today as well. As we get set for this one coming up here, royalty interest, even money, Mig. What do you think? Wins first time out at Tampa and over this turf course as a favorite for Chad Brown, and then struggled in that Penn Oaks.
Yeah, I went to the Penn Oaks. That was, considerably tougher. And then she went to the bench after that. So it leads you to believe that something went amiss. And as we know, Seth Klarman, Karvich Stable, Chad Brown, they're very, very patient with their horses. If there's anything wrong, they give them as much time as they possibly need. She comes in with a good, steady work tab. And the fact that this filly, I mean, she was 80 cents to the dollar in the Penn Oaks going right from a maiden race. She's obviously shown she has a lot of talent.
Layoff again here. Off since early June last summer, but this barn, that's just something you don't really worry about, is it?
It's something that you almost just dismiss out of hand. I mean, Chad is just so good at bringing his horses off of layoffs. They put a lot of foundation into him, a lot of miles. Obviously, she's going to be very, very tough to beat. I was interested in the 6, Apropos as well. Jimmy Toner, just a tremendous horseman. The Grand Dam, Pinch Pie, I actually remember her. Anthony Dutrow, I believe, trained her, and she was a really nice performer on the turf and did win a few stakes. She competed in the Grade 1 Garden City, was only beaten 2.5 lengths, I think. I mean, she was right in the mix, even though she didn't hit the board. So there is some turf pedigree, and Jimmy Toner, not a trainer that works his horses fast. How about that 46-2, best of 57 on the, or no, I'm sorry, it was not best of 57. That's an 11, not a 1. Maybe it's time to go to the eye doctor, huh?
You and me both.
Okay. But still, really strong work.
No, I mean, that horse is very interesting. I thought another one, too, if it's not this even money favorite, then, look, deserves probably to be the favorite. Even money's a little short. I thought the 12 was interesting here. Double Cosmo Girl. Coming off, a second beat-a-length effort, blinkers back on this turf course.
Yeah, it just has to overcome that post. I mean, I just feel it's really difficult to overcome those wide draws and 2-turn races on the turf.
What about fairly long run to get to that first turn?
No, it is, but a rider's got to come out with that thought in their head. Where am I going to find that gap between flights? She's not slow enough where she's just going to drop out, and she's not fast enough to clear. So you've got to be so alert and trying to find that place where you can get cozy and get some cover.
Race looks like it goes through. Royalty interest for Chad Brown Klarvich Stables, off since early June last summer. Short price here. Start number 3. Let's go to Jason Beam.
Lady Thor, we're just waiting on Double Cosmo Girl and Jose Alonso to the outside draw. Double Cosmo Girl. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start toward the inside. That's My Cat going out to the early advantage. Coming up between horses, Facciabella is close up. Double Cosmo Girl and also Artifact up into that second flight. As they go by the wire the first time around, That's My Cat just in front. Serious Light switches off the rail now to come tackle that one as they really stack up on the front end. In behind horses there, Artifact, Facciabella, and out wide Double Cosmo Girl. In a tight spot, Embrace Me worked over down toward the inside. Got inside of Apropos, who's now back in 7th. Tap It Up is 8th in the early going. It's 2 more then. Back to Classic Vinyl outside of that one, Lady Thor. Maria's Revenge is the early trailers. They got that opening quarter in 23-2. 5 furlongs left to go in the finale, and up front, Serious Light now makes the pace. A half length in front of Artifact in the second position. That's My Cat down toward the fences third. Then comes Facciabella in 4th. It's a length more back to Royalty Interest, who's 5th right now. The favorite's just 3 off the top. And outside of that one comes Double Cosmo Girl. Embrace Me starts to make up some ground down toward the inside. Tap It Up is between horses as they wind around toward the far turn. 47-4, the opening half-mile time, and it's still Serious Light there. Serious Light, the leader. That's My Cat coming up to challenge once again on the outside. Embrace Me continues to make up ground. Royalty Interest right there in and amongst horses, going to swing out 3 deep as they come to the top of the stretch. Serious Light still who they got to catch. Serious Light, the leader, into the stretch, cuts the corner. Embrace Me sees daylight and comes after that one. Royalty Interest starting to level off down the crown of the track. Final furlong to go. Serious Light, Embrace Me. Royalty Interest still has to make up a length in the final 16th. Embrace Me right up alongside of Serious Light. Royalty Interest down the outside. Embrace Me and Serious Light. They hit the wire. Photo finish. It's between Embrace Me and Royalty Interest. Serious Light ran a big one to finish in 3rd.
Tight finish here to close things out on Sam F. Davis Day on the turf at Tampa.
Embrace Me dropping out of the grade 3 Long Island where she wasn't badly beaten. Gets that perfect split up by the top of the stretch. Did she hold off the on-rushing Royalty Interest, who got a huge bob right there at the end? I think the 8 got it, but after the dead heat before, I'm a little reluctant to call.
Definitely had the nose down at one point. Was it right at the wire or not? We are unsure of that. We'll make that official when we come back. Ozark feature on this Saturday card from Oaklawn when we return. There's Ron Moquette with his talented debut winner, Time for Truth. And now a tough test in start number 2 coming up. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, rest of the crew as well, as we get set for the Saturday feature here in Hot Springs. The Ozark 3-year-old sprinting 6 furlongs. And here's the Donegal clan coming off a win at Fairgrounds on a wet track.
Yeah, nice effort there. He has speed. He's inside. Going to have to use that speed to hold position. Julian Leperoux, though, more of a patient kind of rider.
Google joke. He was no match for Valentine Candy last start in the Renaissance, but he was last out of the gate with a poor break.
He didn't break particularly well, but I just have a hard time, even with a clean break, seeing him turn the tide.
Steve Asmussen with a favorite. He also has American Rascal coming off a big runner-up finish at Fairgrounds.
Yeah, and this horse has shown steady improvement as well.
Talented, first time out, debut winner for Ron Moquette, Time for Truth.
This was a big effort, got a big figure, and by Omaha Beach, who's by Warfront, gets 25% with his first timers, 21% sprinting on the dirt overall.
Eddie Keneally sends out Vitamins, turf to dirt.
Nice effort on the turf. Going to have to show he can replicate that form on the dirt.
And the one to beat, trying to win 3 straight stakes races in a row at this meet, Valentine Candy.
I think the replay we showed of his last win kind of says it all. He's a horse that's tactical, he's speedy, but he showed a whole nother dimension and courage. And I like when horses show the ability to overcome adversity. He showed that last time.
Paulie, there's always question marks, and I guess the question mark for Valentine Candy, now it's the first time he's going to be on a track with moisture in it.
Yeah, I guess that could be the only thing you could maybe question about Valentine Candy, but the Candy rides seem to love the slop. I mean, I don't think it will be an issue in here. It's very interesting with the Ron Moquette runner in here because, you know, Time for Truth, you know, I had mentioned this multiple times before, is that, you know, before this week, at least on the track has sped up in this weekend. But until this weekend, Time for Truth had the 3rd fastest time at 6 furlongs at this meet. The other 2 were Skelly, who ran 109 and 4 and then sped up to 109 and 2. And this horse beat a next out winner. It was a loaded field that day. I remember Ron Moquette telling me there was like 6 other runners in there that could run. And, you know, this horse has taken some money into a horse like Valentine Candy that's got multiple wins. So obviously the 5 is training like a bear in the morning. And, you know, the Omaha Beaches do like a wet surface. You know, you talked about before, I had the great mare, Lady Aurelia, for Steve Asmussen in American Rascal. Another horse that's never seen a wet surface, and you're wondering if that will help him sort of get by. I mean, I think we've been expecting such great things from this horse, and just because of the pedigree, maybe the sloppy racetrack will help. I don't understand the price on Google Joke. The 3 got dead left last time, was wide as can be. Valentine Candy was much the best, but you can argue Google Joke was by far the 2nd best. So I don't know if there should be 13-1 to 6-5, but I think the 3's got a big shot to hit the board here. So I kind of messed around 5-7 with the 3 first and second in some exactas, Greg.
Paul, thanks. Yeah, I agree with Paulie. Google Joke ran a lot better than looked to be 13-1 on the board. And he brought up the pedigree with the 4. Another Steve Asmussen runner in the dam. Yeah, Lady Aurelia, who was trained by Wesley Ward, won over $830,000, including beating the boys in the Group 1 at Ascot in the King's Stand. 2nd dam as well, was 16 for 22. Graded stakes winner. And the only dirt start for Lady Aurelia, 7.5 length win at Keeneland in the debut for Wesley Ward.
Yeah, I mean, very, very solid pedigree there. It's interesting, though, how Time for Truth has run significantly faster from a speed figure standpoint than anybody else, no? In only 1 start?
I'm sorry, who has?
The 5 horse, Time for Truth, who's 2nd choice.
Has run faster?
Well, I mean, if you look at his Beyer figure compared to everybody else.
Yes.
I mean,
that figure Valentine Candy got in the Advent smokes his field.
Okay.
But Beyer-wise, yeah, it's higher, depending on what you look at. But again, I wouldn't pay a lot of attention to the Beyer in that.
No, the last time, that does not tell the story.
Candy.
You have to watch that replay to get the full impact of it.
Trying to make it 3 in a row. Valentine Candy from that outside post. Ron Moquette's Time for Truth to 5. Brilliant debut, but now comes Stakes Company.
See Valentine Candy with that blanket, that security blanket in the starting gate.
Matt Dinnerman the call.
Here's Vikmet. We're ready to go for the inaugural Ozark Stakes. And Laroff Valentine Candy caught an alert getaway from the gate. Time for Truth's out there for the lead. Weitman flashing early lick as well. Time for Truth aggressively ridden, gets towards the rail and shows the way by a half length. Weitman second. Valentine Candy is going to ease off the speed. He's tracking in third. The Donegal clan wrangled back in fourth, 3 behind in the early part, and a gap of 2.5 to American Rascal. Google Joke, they're side by side at the rear. Time for Truth goes off as the favorite, and he hits the forward turn 3/4 of a length ahead. Weitman running in second. Valentine Candy showing a little more rain to pick up the pace around the turn. He's third, 3 deep. 1.5 to the Donegal clan. He's shoved upon to get going. American Rascal being asked to pick it up as well. He needs to turn it around, and Google Jokes the trailer as they come off the turn. Valentine Candy making a blitz towards Time for Truth, and these two about to square off here with a furlong to go. Valentine Candy, Time for Truth trying to dig in, but he's back in second as Valentine Candy kicks away. Valentine Candy 1.5 lengths in front, and let there be no doubt who is the best sprinter here in Arkansas as a 3-year-old. That goes to Valentine Candy. Valentine Candy by 2. Time for Truth was second. Weitman third. The Donegal clan fourth.
3 stakes win in a row at this meet for Valentine Candy. It's going to conclude our FS2 coverage. We're back tomorrow on FS1 at 12:30 Eastern Time. We'll see you then.
Spun to run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, 2. In the back, Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Nominate now for this year's Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Sales. The July Sale. A strong market for precocious and athletic yearlings that attract the sport's leading end users. Last year, 40% of yearlings sold brought $100,000 or more. The 103rd Saratoga Sale. The crown jewel of American yearling sales, Saratoga set new sale records for the 2nd year in a row, including the highest price yearling sold in the world in 2023.
Tice upstairs, $4 million even.
New York bred yearlings, the #1 marketplace for New York breds, held during the Saratoga race meet. Selected sales, superior results. Visit selectedyearlings.fasigtipton.com to nominate now and rise above the crowd at our 2024 Selected Yearling Sales.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds, Hidden Connection, and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old, Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Back on America's Day of the Races. And, wow, we just saw a big performance in the Ozark. 3 straight stakes wins in a row for Valentine Candy. Tough to ever win 3 races in one single meet. And Valentine's Candy still has plenty of meat left.
I just love the versatility he's showing. He's able to do it in all different fashions. He was able to stalk from the outside today after breaking very sharply under Ricardo Santana. When he asked him, he just kicked on. He's got a beautiful stride. Once he panned out on his right lead, look at the way he reaches for the ground and his head straight out, down, so efficient. Another big effort. One thing we know about Steve Asmussen's runners, they get better because he prepares them for what's right in front of them. They try not to go to the bottom of the well. It's a really nice prospect.
$5 for the win. Valentine Candy on a serious run in Hot Springs. Let's go to Paulie.
With winning trainer here of the inaugural Ozark, and with Valentine Candy here, Steve Asmussen. You know, Steve, you had told me the last race was more impressive to you because he overcame adversity. Today was kind of a stroll in the park.
He had a great trip. You know, Ricardo had him away from the gates cleanly. He just parked outside of him and went to him when he wanted to. I thought he looked great through the wire. third stakes win of the meet. Quite a bit of racing for him, but the horse, he looks as strong today as he did when he got here.
What does it feel to have maybe the best 3-year-old sprinter and now, you know, with the best 4-year-old sprinter with Skelly, or the best older sprinter?
Well, with the Heidel Rose, we've had some beautiful sprinters and some very extremely good horses, and hopefully, and I expect this one to be another one.
Steve with another W, and his son keeps winning more races and making that gap deeper and deeper between him and he likes it. Keith likes to joke about it with you too as well.
Very much so. They got me where they want me now. That's for sure.
Steve Asmussen with the W.
Just continues to produce talented sprinters year after year after year, and he's got 2 really good ones now. Obviously, Skelly, who, what, 7 in a row for this horse. Now this horse has won 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's horses hold their form for elongated periods of time, and that's a credit to his training, his system. He has amazing assistants that have been with him pretty much through the entirety of his career. And now he's got his sons, you know, obviously Keith and Eric working with him, Eric winning races in Texas for him. It's really an incredible racing family. It could be the most prolific racing family in North America if you think about Marilyn and Keith, you know, mom and dad, Cash, his brother, and the whole family.
All involved in the whole operation.
It's really amazing. And then they have these horses as young horses. They give them their first lessons. It's really been an amazing thing to watch. I mean, I've known Cash since 1980, basically. You know, Steve probably since 1983. And what they've been able to put together, it's really been an incredible evolution.
Yeah, I mean, and some may not know, Cash Asmussen completely changed riding in Europe. Still to this day.
Absolutely. Cash, so responsible for revolutionary way they ride in France, and Steve Cawthon certainly in England. But the two of them coming from the States really kind of introduced a whole different way of riding. And Cash, amazing rider, as pretty as a picture on a horse, as nice a seat as you're ever going to see. And another rider that had to manage his height, much like, you know, Keith is, much like I had to, but was able to fold up in layers and look so neat and pretty on a horse. It's just tremendous horse people.
Talented 3-year-old here who's on an incredible streak, and there might have been a couple of nice horses behind him in this race here too, and he made it look easy today.
Runner-up was good. I mean, he really ran Ron Marquette's colt, Time for Truth, and that was only his second start, so less seasoning, but he really ran well.
So Ozark goes to Valentine Candy, 3 in a row. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More coming up on America's Day at the Races. Fun Saturday afternoon. We'll recap what happened on the Kentucky Derby Trail. No more time. Going to get a little more time on that road to that first Saturday in May.
He loved racing. My wife, Tammy, always called it his vice. It was a hobby for him, but he loved it.
Longtime owner and racing enthusiast, B. Wayne Hughes, acquired Spendthrift, a storied thoroughbred farm located outside Lexington, Kentucky, in 2004. He expanded his involvement in the sport, switching his focus from the racetrack to the farm.
And then when he bought the farm, everything changed because he couldn't help himself because he's a businessman. He was a genius, really. First time I came to the farm, it was not in great shape at the time. It was quite a fixer-upper, so I was not that impressed, frankly. And Wayne set about bringing it to where it is now, which is worlds away from where we started.
Hughes knew how to run a successful business as co-founder and CEO of Public Storage. He made the Forbes 400, a list of the wealthiest people in America.
He was so innovative, he was disruptive. He was not interested in how things were always done. He wanted to do something differently, sometimes just to try to see if it was worth it. And then he was always willing to be wrong. He was a champion for the little guy.
Eric Gustafson learned about horse racing from Hughes. Eric would join his mentor and father-in-law in the day-to-day business, striving to return Spendthrift back to its glory days.
And then we have what we consider the best stallion in the country in Into Mischief. I remember being at the track with Wayne at Hollywood Park when he won the Grade 1 Futurity. And Wayne turned to me and said, "Oh, we got ourselves a stallion." And neither one of us, obviously, at the time could have known what that meant.
On November 1st, 2022, Hughes' vision of building a fan-centric destination became a reality.
Wayne died unfortunately, it was a year or so before we got to open the visitor center. We were in the construction process. We were thankful for the opportunity to name it after him and an opportunity for my wife and I and the rest of us, the team at Spendthrift, to honor the man that made it all possible.
Located between the Farm Stallion Complex and the main office doors is the B. Wayne Hughes Visitor Center. The 7,000 square foot, 2-floor facility features a trophy room, artifacts, and racing's memorabilia. The second you open the door, there's Authentic's Kentucky Derby glory built into a colorful display in the floor. You'll also find the Spendthrift collection in the gift shop with apparel that'll rival your favorite campus bookstore.
I think he would love it. He would be enthralled with it. He'd be really proud of it. And then he would say, "How much did this cost?"
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, and a lot to digest from this Saturday afternoon with all the stakes action that we had, including on the Triple Crown Trail out at Tampa Bay. And a horse we're going to see heading over back to Dubai, trying to repeat in that Golden Shaheen. Sabellius coming up big with a nice performance. But, you know, everyone keeping their eyes on this 3-year-old picture right now, and no more time, realistically, looking down the road. What do you think of his prospects?
Well, listen, he did everything right today, and he took pressure on the lead. Now, when it comes to a race like the Kentucky Derby, it's always run at too fast a pace for the distance. It's a 20-horse field. It's bulky. Does he have the versatility to get the 1.25 miles? Because you're never going to get an easy ride on the lead. This was a really nice effort, and I think this is a very honest little horse. There's a lot of preps to go yet.
20 points earned, which in some years, most years, good enough to get you into that starting gate. 6th on that list right now, but again, long way to go. The bigger point preps for points still to come. 50 points, 100-point preps in the not-too-distant future. But still lightly raced. He's now won 2 of his last 3 starts. And keep in mind, too, that 3-year-old debut when he got beat, broke horribly in that race. Had a big excuse.
Yeah. And again, we're talking about young horses. That there's going to be a lot of changing going on over the next month or two, too. Who's developing, who's getting better at the right time. But this was a really good day of racing. And I thought we saw some really nice performances and fairly formful.
Yeah, Sabellius now, same route he took to that Dubai Golden Shaheen last year. Obviously, Nakatomi came in with that big performance in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And he was in a tough position for a lot of the running in that race. Sabellius, though, going forward, is maybe not as sharp a form as he was in last year. Can he still be at the top of the sprint division?
Oh, I think certainly. You know, he's coming off a win. He did have the benefit of a clean trip today, even though he had to, lose a little bit of ground. But I guess that's something you have to measure out. You know, having a bit of a ground-losing trip, but a clear run, or that ground-saving trip and running into traffic. And that's a jockey's lot in life. You know, Tyler Gaffalione will be the GOAT on that one. If it had opened up and he slips through, he'll look like the hero. It's just sometimes circumstance. And he broke from post one. I just never saw really where he had a lot of options to find a clearer path. I think he was just kind of hoping that somebody would drift or deviate and he could slide through.
Another terrific job on site today from Acacia Clement. Acacia, we got to see again the jubilation of what it's like to not only be on this Triple Crown trail, but the joys of winning along the way.
It really was such a fun day today at Tampa Bay Downs for the Sam F. Davis. All the stakes winners impressive. In particular, seeing No More Time, of course, take that that Sam F. Davis, and just feeling the emotion from the connections in the winner's circle. It kind of takes you back in moments like that and reminds you why we do what we do, why we're associated with this sport, why we see the horsemen get up so early every morning, why you go to the sales, why you do all of it, and looking for moments like that. And on to, as Rich Mendez says, the ultimate dream of the Kentucky Derby. So pretty special. Also great to see Sabellius back in the winner's circle, 2/3 of the way through his route to go and defend his title in Dubai in the Golden Shaheens. We're looking forward to following him as well. And that maiden special weight race where we did see 2 first-time starters dead heating for Chad Brown and Shug McGahee fillies that I think we'll hear a lot from moving forward. So a tremendous day. I'm always so thankful to have the opportunity to cover racing at Tampa Bay Downs. Everyone's so welcoming and enjoying the day, and I can't wait to be back here and enjoy some more great racing soon, Greg.
Yeah, again, great job. And it's, it's becoming the Sam F. Davis, the Tampa Bay Derby. Big stops. We see major contenders come through here year in, now year out on the Derby Trail.
I think it's become a major starting point, the Sam Davis, and certainly the Tampa Bay Derby's preps for the Kentucky Derby. And I think Todd Pletcher had a lot to do with that, right? He's sent a steady supply of good horses there, and he's had a lot of success there. And the surface at Tampa Bay, I think it's a really safe surface. It's a surface that puts a lot of foundation in horses, and I think horsemen recognize that. So a credit to Tampa Bay Downs and their management for how they've cultivated that, and certainly the horsemen are taking advantage of it.
And we'll take a look at the stakes schedule ahead. What about, let's go back to Agate Road for a minute as we take a look at the upcoming road to the Derby. Now we get into a lot of these 50-point races, which pretty much guarantees you into that starting gate. Agate Road, though, you said deserves another shot on this Derby trail.
Absolutely. He finished. He took kickback. He showed that he handles dirt. He might be one of those rare talents that handles turf and dirt, much like Catholic Boy, who ultimately wound up being a Grade 1 winner on turf and dirt standing at Claiborne Farm now. So you're getting, a horse that is dual surface. That's a very interesting prospect.
Always interesting to see what happens. Never goes to expectations on this Triple Crown Trail. What's in store still ahead? We're going to find out soon. 50-point races coming up in our very near future. We're back on FS1 early tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time. Again, that's on FS1. We will see you then. It was No More Time in the Sam F. Davis. What about Saddle Up Jesse's performance? 2 stakes wins now, the last 3 starts for Brittany Russell taking the Heavenly Prize. And what a sprinter we just saw in the Ozark. 3 stakes wins in a row at the meet for Valentine Candy. We'll see you tomorrow.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.